So there I was, bleeding out on a suspiciously intact throne room floor like a hero in a low-budget action movie. The decor was an avant-garde mix of shattered masonry, ozone, and dead bodies from both sides of a war I never wanted to fight in the first place. Outside, purple lightning was doing its best to ruin my peace and quiet. Honestly, give me a nice meadow and a quiet retirement at age 90. But no, the universe insisted on a dramatic climax. The hero party grind was finally over. I had just finished the final boss, and my teammates were currently lying around like discarded luggage after an international flight. I glanced up at the Demon King sitting on his fancy throne, watching me with that classic corporate manager waiting for me to finish my report look. I quickly looked away and prayed to whatever deity was listening that he would just expire quietly. I had 0 mana left. My hands were entirely optional at this point, and my social battery was draining faster than a smartphone with a dying battery in the winter. Of course, he had to speak. Why wouldn't he? 10 years of questing, and not a single party member ever understood the concept of leaving me alone. Why would the final boss be any different? He started rambling about how we were the same. Absolutely not. If we were the same, he would have recognized the universal sign of someone who wanted silence and passed away with some dignity. Instead, he diagnosed me with empty social reserves out loud, like a therapist charging by the hour. I immediately started humming the loudest tune I could manage in my head to drown him out. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a glowing red philosopher's stone. Just what I needed, a legendary magical artifact that probably had a Bluetooth speaker attached to it, so he could keep lecturing me through the afterlife. I considered all the catastrophic things he could do with it. Revive his entire cabinet of demons, conquer the rest of the continent, or turn humanity into a footnote in history. My professional opinion? Not my department. I had clocked out permanently. I coughed up a mouthful of blood that started dripping from my chin with rhythmic precision. Drip, drip. Highly annoying, but still vastly superior to listening to a monologue. He asked if I was curious about his master plan. I forced a single defensive no out of my throat just to shut him down, but the man had 0 social awareness. He calmly announced that he was going to use his remaining strength to reincarnate everyone in the hall into an entirely new world. My internal alarms went off like a microwave finishing a burrito. I managed a raspy, frantic protest, but it was already too late. A blinding wave of white light erupted from the stone, washing over the entire room like a software update you can't cancel. The magic wrapped around my soul, dragging me away toward a brand new life in a brand new world. And the absolute worst part of the entire package? I was going to wake up surrounded by the most exhausting, high-maintenance people I had ever met. I was waking up in a filthy back alley with a nice little souvenir knife sticking straight out of my chest. Interesting way to kick off a second life. The air reeked of garbage and questionable life choices, though honestly, after the last few decades of demon hunting, I had definitely smelled worse. I reached inward, checked my magical reserves, and found just enough juice to cast a basic healing spell. The blade was planted firmly in my heart, but minor details like fatal anatomy were nothing a little divine blessing couldn't handle. I grabbed the handle, pulled it out with a wincing breath, and cast the spell. My body started repairing itself patch by patch, burning in isolated spots like a badly optimized software update. The spell saved mana, but it felt deeply unpleasant, especially since this new host body came preloaded with an impressive collection of unhealed scars and systemic trauma. Speaking of the body, the heavy pressure in my skull wasn't going away, which meant only one thing: download complete. I was inheriting the memories of the previous owner, a 16-year-old orphan named Dareth, who had come to the imperial capital of myth hoping for a better life and promptly starved to death over his final bronze coin. I wanted to strangle the Demon King all over again. After saving the world, I got reincarnated as a broke street rat. I blinked my eyes and muttered my status to test out the local interface. A translucent window popped up right in front of me with all the corporate metrics neatly displayed. My mana pool sat at a pathetic 4 out of 30, and my attributes looked like the stats of a wet tissue. But right below the status window, the system conveniently notified me that casting my healing spell had successfully registered a new skill, precision healing, and bumped my level up. My stomach let out a ferocious growl that could wake the dead. Fantastic. The legendary Archmage who had just saved humanity now had to find a job just to afford lunch. I stepped out of the alley and surveyed the main street. Disgusting. That was the only word for it. Rotting garbage, stray rodents, and shacks patched together with mud instead of actual houses. A few people were sprawled out in their own misery, completely zoned out on man-enhanced drugs. A middle-aged man with hollow eyes and a collapsing lung reached out from the gutter, begging for a few copper coins to pay a healer. He didn't have long to live, and healing him wouldn't cure his addiction, but I needed to grind out some spell casting to level up my stats anyway. I crouched down, pressed my index finger to his filthy forehead, and channeled a burst of rejuvenation. The man immediately started violently purging the corrupted mana from his system, while I stood up and walked away at a brisk pace. If I wanted food, I needed coin. If I wanted coin, I needed a job. That meant heading to the craftsman district on the opposite side of town. The Central Market was out of the question because dealing with massive crowds of people ranked right below getting stabbed in the chest. That left the harbor route as the least offensive option to bypass the worst of the population. The walk down toward the docks smelled overwhelmingly of old fish, instantly triggering unwanted memories of cramped ship cabins shared with my entirely too loud party members. As I stood near the edge of the slums, something small and grimy tugged at the back of my shirt. I looked down to find a tiny kid in absolute rags staring up at me with massive, pleading eyes. He jabbered something in the local dialect, grabbed my hand, and practically dragged me toward a young woman lying unconscious on the ground. She was barely breathing, her vitality flickering out like a dying candle. I didn't have enough mana left in my tiny pool to fix her right this second, so I crouched down, patted the kid on the head, and explained that my magical batteries were currently recharging and I would handle it tonight. The kid beamed like I had just handed him a winning lottery ticket and cheerfully introduced himself as Tellian before letting me go. I finally pushed past the chaotic docks and slipped through the gate into the craftsman district. The architecture immediately improved from mud huts to respectable brick and marble buildings, each featuring a carved wooden sign above the door. After wandering past a few sword and hammer emblems, I spotted a sign for potions and herbs. I stood outside the door for a full minute, mentally preparing myself for the sheer agony of talking to a stranger. I rang the little service bell on the front desk and waited. Eventually, an alchemist stomped out from the back, took one look at my dirt-caked face, blood-stained rags, and general beggar aesthetic, and aggressively shoved me right back out the door before slamming it shut. I gave myself a quick inspection and had to mentally concede his point. I was covered in filth, reeked to high heaven, and looked like I had rolled out of a dumpster behind a butcher's shop. Why the architect of my reincarnation couldn't have dropped me into a wealthy, noble household instead of a sewage ditch was a mystery for the ages. One thing was abundantly clear. I had fallen all the way from the summit of magical society straight down to professional vagrant. So there I was, sitting on a random wooden barrel, staring out at the open sea like an aging philosopher who had entirely too many regrets and zero clean clothes. Getting tossed out of the potion shop by a disgruntled alchemist had been a great reality check. Being reduced to the hygiene standards of a swamp troll was less than ideal. My strategy of looking like an aggressive health hazard was definitely not winning me any job interviews. A simple water spell would not even scratch the surface of the grime I was wearing. Anything strong enough to strip away years of accumulated street filth would require double or triple my current mana reserves. An archmage with the magical output of a malfunctioning toaster. Truly, the peak of my career. I glanced over at the dockworkers sweating over heavy cargo crates. A basic levitation spell could solve their entire logistical nightmare in seconds, but I would probably get pelted with rotten fish before I could even explain my resume. More importantly, little Tellian was still expecting me to keep my promise about fixing his mother. If I wanted to justify expending my last drop of mana on her, I needed to figure out if she had any local intel on how a man could earn a copper coin without getting arrested. Daretha's memories were completely useless for this sort of practical problem. If the kid had any survival skills, he wouldn't have starved to death over a single piece of copper in a back alley. I pushed myself off the barrel and headed back toward the slums as evening started rolling in. Tellian was curled up fast asleep right next to his unconscious mother. Waking up a small child to watch a woman violently purge years of magical drug addiction seemed like a terrible parenting choice, especially since I had already skipped out on watching the aftermath of my previous patient earlier that day. I nudged the boy gently with my foot until his eyes fluttered open. He blinked up at me with absolute, undeserved trust and immediately asked if his mother was going to be better. I swallowed the sudden, deeply unfamiliar knot in my throat and told him yes. Then I asked him if he could go take a short walk for about 15 minutes. The kid looked profoundly confused, but after a bit of awkward prompting, he scrambled up and headed toward the harbor. Smart kid. I sincerely hoped he didn't wander into a crate of eels. Once he was out of sight, I knelt beside the woman, rolled her onto her side, and pressed my hand against her forehead. The healing spell went off with a sudden jolt. Her body jerked violently as she began heaving and retching up a puddle of thick, pitch-black sludge that smelled like burnt ozone and bad decisions. I held her steady until the vomiting finally stopped, leaving her trembling and gasping for clean air while the faint spark of vitality in her eyes slowly flared back to life. She was going to pull through just fine after a solid week of sleep. I stood up and stared down at the puddle of corrupted mana left on the dirt. My mana pool was nearly empty, but I had just enough residual energy floating around my core to handle a little cleanup. I reached inward, gathered the stray wisps, and shaped them into a circle of sharp violet flames around the toxic mess. The fire crackled with destructive efficiency, incinerating both the sludge and the vile odor until nothing was left behind. A translucent system window popped up right on cue, flashing like a proud corporate notification. New skill detected. Mana control. Skill tier 8. Level increased. Attribute points available 4. Tier 8 right out of the gate. That gave me 3 attribute points just for setting a puddle on fire. The math made precisely 0 sense. I really needed to find a public library and figure out how the local skill tree was calibrated. I checked my stats to see if the recent bump had changed anything. My mana pool and intelligence attribute had both doubled from 3 to 6, confirming Daretha's vague theory that intelligence actually governed mana capacity. Still, I was not about to start dumping points into random stats without reading the manual first. The woman behind me let out a weak, raspy expression of gratitude. I gave her a curt nod and kept my eyes fixed on the harbor while we waited for the kid to return. After a few minutes of agonizing silence, she swallowed hard and asked me what the medical bill was going to cost her. When I told her it was completely free, courtesy of her son, her face instantly drained of color, twisting into blind panic. She grabbed my arm and begged me to take her instead, completely convinced I was some sort of human trafficker. My social awkwardness was apparently reaching legendary proportions. I tried to reassure her that I was merely an itinerant street doctor with terrible communication skills. But before I could dig myself any deeper into that misunderstanding, small footsteps came pattering down the street. "Mom!" Tellian shouted, hurling himself straight into her arms. They embraced like refugees reuniting after a world war, crying tears of sheer relief. I stood there awkwardly pretending to inspect a very uninteresting brick wall, immensely glad the psychological thriller phase of the evening was over. When they finally broke apart, the woman introduced herself as Lyra and thanked me once more. I gave her my current alias, Dareth, and braced myself for the inevitable interrogation about addiction relapses. I explained carefully and slowly, hoping to avoid another trafficking accusation, that I would check on her tomorrow, but her own body would let her know if the cravings were truly gone. Lyra's face brightened up considerably. I let out a quiet internal sigh, realizing with mounting dread that I was somehow adopting a struggling single mother and her toddler. Not exactly the peaceful retirement I had planned after saving the world. When I asked her if she had a place to sleep, she hesitated, admitting her own mother might not be thrilled to let her back in after her descent into the local drug scene. Her mother worked as a professor at the massive Imperial Magic Academy just down the road. Apparently, even academic tenure could not protect a family from the absolute nightmare of mana-infused narcotics, and the local temple priests were too busy hoarding donations to offer real psychiatric help. We started walking toward her mother's neighborhood, picking our way through the darkening market stalls. Lyra chatted casually, marveling at my healing magic and assuming I was a temple priest until I corrected her with a bitter remark about being a regular mage. Then the temperature in the alleyway dropped 3 degrees too fast. A dozen figures stepped out from the shadows ahead, clad in pitch-black hoods with jagged steel blades gleaming in the dim street lamps. I didn't break stride, but my internal threat assessment spiked from 0 to maximum instantly. "How far?" I asked casually. "Next street," Lyra whispered, her shoulders instantly locking up as she spotted the welcoming committee blocking our path. I reached down, gave Telian's messy hair a quick affectionate ruffle to keep him calm, and gently shoved Lyra forward. "Dareth," she breathed out, her eyes wide with terror. "Go straight to the house," I told her, my tone entirely flat. "Do not stop." She shook her head, trying to argue, but I cut her off. "I will come later. Just go." She swallowed hard, took a tight grip on the boy's hand, and kept walking, murmuring softly to keep him distracted while he giggled at nothing. By the time they rounded the corner out of immediate danger, the masked welcoming committee had formed a complete semicircle around me. Another Tuesday in paradise. Being surrounded by a dozen masked men with steel blades forming a tight semicircle felt less like a life-threatening crisis and more like an annoying scheduling conflict. My instincts told me they were manageable, though relying entirely on them in an unfamiliar world with unknown blessing mechanics was a gamble. My current body was weak, and my mana reserves were practically non-existent. Still, their movements were clumsy, their weapons were decently maintained, and unless the local blessing gave them supernatural stat boosts, they were hardly worth breaking a sweat over. I definitely did not want to start my second life by turning a dozen locals into corpses on day one. I smiled politely and waited for them to make their opening move. The lead thug stepped forward and asked if I was the healer from the slums. I considered whether answering honestly counted as a lie, since I was certainly no holy man and actively despised the divine, so I simply replied in the negative with my arms clasped behind my back. The thugs chuckled, wondering why I was making things difficult. I had entirely forgotten what I looked like right now. My gentle smile and relaxed posture probably looked ridiculous rather than intimidating. I scratched the back of my head and asked what they wanted with me. The man told me I was coming with them and nudged his blade forward. I asked if there would be food, still scratching my head. The man looked me up and down, laughed, and promised both food and a bath. My face lit up instantly. Lead the way. Getting kidnapped and offered a shower and a meal was working out surprisingly well. If I had gone back with Lyra, her mother would have taken one look at my garbage heap aesthetic and slammed the door in our faces. Instead, I was getting a free VIP escort to lodging, completely bypassing the awkward social hurdles of job hunting. I felt a quiet flicker of pride for not stumbling over my words once. The man pulled out a blindfold. I asked if it was really necessary, and when he insisted on keeping their secret location secure, I clicked my tongue, held out my hands, and told him to go ahead. Being blindfolded felt deeply wrong. My mana vision had practically been a permanent overlay for most of my past life, and casting it now would drain my tiny mana pool in seconds. The kidnappers were entirely uncommunicative, leaving me with only the crunch of gravel under our boots to track our movement. After what felt like endless walking in circles, we stepped through a door, moved down a long stone corridor that felt suspiciously like a tunnel, and finally stopped when my legs were practically screaming for mercy. The blindfold came off, and I blinked against the bright morning sunlight filtering through a dark-barked forest with vivid green leaves. The scenery was stunning, though I mentally prayed it was less lethal than the monster-infested woods of my original world. Right in front of us stood a massive white marble mansion surrounded by a palisade wall etched with faint magical enchantments. Two armored guards stood at the gate with spears in hand. My initial assessment was correct. These people were definitely not common bandits. Edouard, the man with the short beard who had led the ambush, informed me that this was my new home. I reminded him once more that I was not a priest and demanded to be taken straight to the food. He simply shook his head, introduced himself properly, and motioned for me to follow him through the gates. Once inside, the estate resembled a small, luxurious village rather than a single house, featuring more than a dozen pristine white marble buildings and immaculate gardens. I clicked my tongue and muttered a single word of approval. Rich. Edouard led me along a garden path lined with pink, translucent flowers that swayed in the breeze, giving off a sweet scent and leaking faint traces of raw manna. Alchemical ingredients. Edouard confirmed they were prime components for health potions. We eventually stopped at a detached building near the edge of the estate where three maids stood waiting, casting thoroughly disgusted looks in my direction. Edouard instructed them to get me presentable within the hour and winked before walking away. The maids guided me inside a steam-filled bathhouse featuring a large heated pool at the center. One of them pointed to a washing stall with a drain and handed me a bar of soap before leaving me alone. I needed to make the most of my hour. I gathered my remaining mana, spread it just above my skin, and shaped it into a cleansing wash of water. The blessing instantly registered the technique, and the dirt vanished in seconds, though the lingering stench required actual soap and hot water from the nearby basin. Once I was thoroughly scrubbed and smelling faintly of flowers, I stepped straight into the steaming pool and let out a long sigh as the heat soaked into my aching muscles. This was easily worth getting kidnapped for. I leaned my head back against the edge and drifted off to sleep. Before long, a maid's voice pulled me awake, reminding me that Edouard was waiting. I clicked my tongue, climbed out of the pool, and slipped into the fresh dark shirt, trousers, and boots the staff had provided. The maid led me back toward the main living quarters, weaving through white marble hallways accented with golden pots of flowers and heavy golden frames holding portraits of strangers. Whoever decorated the place had exceptional taste. She brought me into a grand dining hall where a long table groaned under the weight of fresh bread, smoked meats, soups, and an impressive assortment of desserts. At that exact moment, I decided I was entirely in favor of being kidnapped on a regular basis. The demon continent never had resorts like this. Edouard sat at the head of the table in fine, noble attire. I sat right down beside him and wasted no time devouring a bowl of meat soup, a platter of cold cuts, and a heavy plate of meat and mashed potatoes. Edouard patiently let me eat in peace until I finally slumped back in my chair, completely stuffed and thoroughly content. Edouard asked if I was ready. I told him I would prefer a short nap first. He smiled, asked if the accommodations were satisfactory, and I gave him an honest assessment with zero complaints. Then came the catch. He told me the reason I had been brought here was to heal the Count. I stared at him in utter confusion and pointed out that he could have simply asked nicely instead of staging a tactical ambush. Edouard told me to let him finish, explaining that the Count was officially banned from the church. I waited for more context, but he just stared at me. I prompted him to continue. He asked if that wasn't reason enough, noting that the penalty for healing outside the church or aiding anyone banned by it was public execution. Death for practicing basic medicine? My expression darkened. If there was one thing I despised above all else, it was the arrogant monopoly of the divine and their sanctimonious servants. And Edouard kept stubbornly referring to me as a priest. I snapped that I was not a priest and had already corrected him twice. Edouard calmly told me to call myself whatever I liked, added that I would be free to leave the moment the job was done, and stood up. I clicked my tongue at his ignorance, but figured I might as well get it over with so I could negotiate a handsome payout afterward. Nothing else was going to fund my new life of luxury. As we walked toward the master bedchambers, a dozen armored guards fell in line behind us to ensure I did not try anything foolish. Edouard stopped before a massive set of heavy wooden doors and knocked. The door of the Count's room opened from the inside, revealing an older man who looked the picture of professional service. He wore a crisp black suit, white gloves, and carried himself with straight posture and neatly combed gray hair. He gestured for me to step forward, so I walked into the bedroom and surveyed the scene. A massive bed dominated the center of the room, holding a painfully thin, middle-aged man with pale skin, striking red lips, and unsteady breathing. The Count, Edouard, confirmed from right behind me, having fallen into a deep sleep 2 weeks prior without waking since. I approached the bedside and paused, glancing back at Edouard to ask permission. He gave me a small nod. I reached out, gently pulled back the Count's eyelids, and studied his life spark. To my genuine surprise, it was flickering erratically. I had seen sparks flutter in extreme situations before, but this one was schizophrenic, one moment dropping to the verge of total extinction, and the next flaring with stubborn vitality as if he had decades left. Edouard asked in a hushed tone if I had found anything. I told him not really and struggled to find the right word to ask about initial symptoms. Edouard shook his head, explaining that everything had been completely normal the day it happened, with zero changes to his daily routine. That was the limit of my current diagnostic toolkit. The symptoms pointed in a dozen different directions, but I had never encountered a combination like this before. Something was fundamentally wrong with the math. I needed an advanced diagnostic spell, which meant I needed more mana. I turned back to Edouard with a sudden thought. Quick question. Does the intelligence attribute increase mana pools? Edouard tilted his head and confirmed it did. Perfect. I whispered status to myself, feeling slightly ridiculous for saying it aloud with an audience watching every move. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 35/70. Level, 7. Class, blank. Attributes. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Constitution, 9. Attribute points available, 5. I dumped all 5 attribute points straight into intelligence. My internal reservoir expanded instantly, pushing my pool to 35 out of 120. It worked, but I still needed to wait for natural regeneration, and the system conveniently notified me that my earlier water manipulation had registered a brand new skill. New skill detected. Water control. Skill tier 3. Level increased. Attribute points available, 5. I turned back to the bed and delivered my professional assessment. I could heal him eventually, but not right now. My current reserves were too low to run a proper diagnostic, and if my suspicions were correct, I wouldn't have nearly enough juice to fix the root cause. How bad is it? Edouard pressed. I told him I could not say anything definitive without running a proper analysis first. Edouard immediately instructed a guard to fetch a mana potion. Within minutes, the guard returned with a small glass vial filled with glowing blue liquid. I eyed the contents with deep suspicion before uncorking it and drinking. A freezing wave rushed from my throat straight to my stomach, rapidly flooding my core with raw magical energy. I pressed my fingertips against the Count's forehead and muttered analyze under my breath. My mana flooded through his system, hunting for anomalies. There were a few minor ailments scattered about, but they were merely downstream side effects of a much larger disaster. Since the surface inspection yielded nothing, I pushed my mana deeper toward his core. Invading someone else's core was a fantastic way to accidentally murder them, so I kept my energy strictly along the outer boundary. That was when I spotted it, a faint, oily trail of corrupted mana bleeding directly out of the core. I slammed all my available focus onto the leak. Nothing happened. The corrupted residue refused to reveal its origin or nature. That left 2 horrifying possibilities. Either it was a harmless byproduct of the real issue, or it was the core infection itself, and completely immune to basic analysis. I could easily clear out the secondary ailments with a standard healing spell, but a regular potion could have accomplished the exact same thing. The Count's constitution was strong enough to shrug those off on its own. The real threat was anchored entirely inside his mana core, requiring high-tier restorative magic to purge. Based on my current trajectory, I would need to grind out over 100 levels and dump every single bonus point into intelligence just to handle it. That wasn't an impossible grind, but it depended entirely on how fast the blessing rewarded my spellcasting. The alternative was leveling up enough to unlock an advanced diagnostic spell that could identify the specific curse or poison at play, requiring anywhere from level 20 to over 50. I stepped back, opened my eyes, and watched the status window pop up. Analyze complete. Foreign mana detected. Source unknown. Interference level high. At least the system confirmed my suspicions about foreign tampering, even if it omitted the finer details. New skill detected. Analyze. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 1. I tossed the bonus point into intelligence and dismissed the window. The core problem is originating directly from the Count's mana core, I announced. Edouard demanded an explanation with clear impatience in his voice. I chose my words carefully to sound like an expert. Corrupted mana carrying foreign influence is leaking from his core. It is causing systemic damage across his body, but his physical constitution is holding up against the worst of it. Simple health potions can manage the surface symptoms. However, I cannot identify the exact root cause yet. Whatever spell or substance caused this is extremely high tier, but I can confirm one undeniable fact. I looked Edouard dead in the eye. It was entirely deliberate. The Count was targeted. Edouard fell silent and began pacing the length of the room. My deduction hit the mark. They already knew. "Can you heal him?" Edouard finally asked, stopping his pacing. "I can, but it will take time. I need to grow stronger first." Edouard exhaled heavily. "How much time does he have?" "A few weeks at minimum," I replied, already feeling the mental exhaustion of dealing with high society politics. "If you keep him stable with basic potions every couple of days, he will last longer." "What do you need?" Edouard asked. I offered a small smile. 5 gold. That was enough to cover a 2-week tavern stay, decent meals, and leave me with a comfortable safety buffer. On second thought, let's make it 7. "You can stay right here," Edouard countered smoothly. "We will provide a private room in the estate and all the alchemical resources you require." I instantly disliked where this conversation was heading. "No need. I prefer staying at an inn." Edouard's expression hardened into stubborn steel. "You're not leaving this estate until the Count is fully healed." "Is that a threat?" I asked, my voice dropping several degrees into sub-zero territory. There was zero chance I was getting trapped in a gilded cage where people constantly demanded my services. I needed my peace, and I needed to check on Lyra and the kid. "Call it whatever you like," Edouard replied. I let out a dry chuckle and turned toward the door. Heavy armored guards immediately stepped into my path, crossing their polearms to block the exit. I clicked my tongue in intense irritation. Dealing with people was exhausting. I needed to wrap this up quickly. I reached inward, spread my mana across the marble floor beneath their feet, and shaped a dozen localized earth spikes aimed directly at everyone's throats. The moment the formation locked in, I shifted the elemental nature into solid rock. Earthen points erupted from the floor with lethal speed. Edouard, the elderly butler, and the nearest guard possessed the fastest reflexes in the room, but their reactions were still too late. The stone spikes halted precisely 1 millimeter from their skin. None of them had even managed to flinch before the trap sprung. The guards froze in absolute terror, one of them white-knuckling his spear handle out of sheer instinct without daring to twitch a muscle. Edouard remained completely motionless, his eyes darting down to the razor-sharp rock inches from his windpipe before flicking back up to meet my gaze. "The next ones will not stop," I told him flatly. "I will still cure the Count. But your next word could easily change my mind about your survival." Edouard swallowed hard and gave a stiff nod. "Good. I want my gold and a carriage prepared immediately." I glanced at the frozen guards. "Move." The guards scrambled out of my path, and I walked straight out of the room, heading directly for the front gates. I was reasonably certain Edouard could have dodged the spike if he felt genuinely cornered, but that didn't mean he wanted to test my speed. Reaching the gate without further incident, I waited. Back inside the bedchamber, Edouard stared fixedly at the earthen spike still hovering near his throat. The room had remained dead silent since my departure, nobody daring to utter a single word. Priests used divine blessings, but whatever magic I utilized operated entirely on raw, precise mana manipulation. It defied local conventions. Edouard exhaled a long, shaky breath. My casual brutality and strange foreign accent painted the picture of an unstable drifter, yet my control over arcane energy was terrifyingly refined. He finally gave the order. "Nicholas, bring the coin pouch and prepare a private carriage." The butler bowed without hesitation and hurried off. Edouard instructed the captain of the guard to double security on the main building and headed outside to meet me at the gate. I was standing by the entrance when he approached, clutching the newly acquired coin pouch after verifying its contents. I flashed a genuine smile and told him it was a pleasure doing business with him. Edouard nodded calmly, instructing me to leave a message with the bartender at the Garden Inn in the Academy District whenever I was ready to resume treatment, assuring me they would continue supplying the Count's stabilizing potions in the meantime. I mentioned that my rates would increase for the next phase. 20 gold coins. Edouard nodded without missing a beat, perfectly willing to spend a fortune. I watched his reaction closely and decided to test the waters further. 25. Edouard agreed once more. The exact price tag was irrelevant to him when his father's life was on the line. The carriage rolled up to the gate shortly after. I hesitated for a brief second, eyeing the cabin with faint suspicion before climbing inside. The boy was dangerous and socially inept, but remarkably straightforward to deal with as long as everyone respected his boundaries. Edouard watched the carriage pull away, profoundly relieved that he hadn't provoked a massacre, and sincerely hoping the local church wouldn't interfere before I finished the job. I stared out the carriage window, my expression sour. Why had I inherited the memories of a country bumpkin? Truly a tragedy. The fragmented recollections made me feel like I had somehow robbed Edouard blind. Yet somehow, I still felt like the one getting scammed. Daretha's memories were fundamentally unreliable. Relying on the survival instincts of a penniless kid had been a rookie mistake from start. I desperately needed a proper library, some basic history books, and a quick consultation with Lyra and her mother. I did not appreciate the silent judgment creeping into my own thoughts. I did not know her full circumstances, and she was basically still a kid anyway. A decent kid at that. Talking to her had not felt like pulling teeth. On the bright side, I was officially housed and fed for the next 2 weeks. The return trip to the capital was blissfully brief, taking the main road instead of winding through subterranean tunnels. I spent the entire ride staring out the window. It was wonderfully peaceful, just the muffled thud of hooves, the creak of leather, and the quiet rustle of the forest. Best of all, nobody tried to make conversation with me. Perfection. Soon enough, the carriage rolled up to the city gates. For the first time, I fully appreciated the sheer scale of the masonry. The solid stone walls rose well over 15 meters high, divided into 3 distinct lanes, 2 for carriages and 1 for pedestrians. Finer carriages glided through the left lane without slowing down, while the other side was predictably jammed with overloaded merchant wagons. Our carriage veered smoothly toward the left lane, and I silently prayed I would not have to interact with the guards. The vehicle rolled to a halt, and the driver slid open the front partition. The driver called back, informing me that we had reached the gate and that he would need my identification card. I froze entirely. The useless memories had failed me yet again. I had zero clue that crossing the threshold required an ID card, let alone where one acquired such bureaucratic items. Dareth had originally slipped past the guards by hiding behind a merchant's papers. I clicked my tongue in deep irritation, informing him that I did not possess one. The driver remained silent for a brief beat before assuring me it was no problem. The carriage lurched forward and stopped right at the checkpoint. I strained my ears to listen to the exchange outside. A guard firmly demanded identification. I peeked out the window as the driver handed over his paperwork, desperately hoping it would suffice. I really just wanted to find a bed and pass out. The guard pressed further, asking about the guest inside. The driver replied smoothly, identifying me as an important guest of House Velmuth. The guard insisted that he would still need to see identification for me as well. A faint rustle of fabric suggested the driver slipped a small pouch straight into the guard's palm. The guard swiftly flipped through the papers again before declaring us clear to move along. What an absolute professional. I mentally noted to tip the man handsomely the next time I visited the estate. After a short drive, the carriage finally halted at my destination. The driver announced our arrival. I stepped out into the street and inquired about how important identification was in the area. The driver informed me that I would not get far without one. I asked about checking into an inn. The driver considered it for a moment, explaining that the better establishments required it for a room. I clicked my tongue and nodded, asking where one could be acquired. The driver outlined 3 potential routes. The Adventurers Guild issued cards that doubled as legal identification. The local church could provide them, or I could seek municipal registration for my city of birth. Out of the 3 choices, only one did not involve groveling to religious authorities. The Adventurers Guild it was. If it operated anything like the guilds in my old world, registration should be straightforward. I asked where I could find the guild. The driver instructed that it was south of the academy, a few streets before the market, and offered to take me there directly. Perfect. I hopped back in the carriage, thoroughly convinced the driver deserved a massive bonus. A few minutes later, the vehicle deposited me directly in front of a massive, imposing building that easily rivaled the Harbor Temple in size. However, unlike the holy site, the guild radiated a rough, utilitarian energy. The courtyard swarmed with adventurers clad in leather armor, carrying swords, spears, and heavy iron shields. I thanked the driver and stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, I realized I might not survive long enough to need an ID card. The main hall was deafening. Voices overlapped in a chaotic roar. Wooden chairs scraped aggressively against stone floors, and groups shouted across the room. It was an auditory nightmare. I swallowed hard and forced my feet forward. I needed that card, and I needed a room. The reception desk sat roughly 20 meters away, my ultimate target. By my 4th step, an adventurer blundered directly into my path, forcing me to halt. Another burly mercenary carrying 3 heavy mugs of beer crossed right in front of me. A sudden roar of laughter erupted to my left, louder than a thunderstorm. I seriously considered turning right back around. I should leave. No, I crushed the thought immediately. The paperwork was non-negotiable. When I finally squeezed through the sea of bodies and reached the reception area, my heart sank. More than a dozen people stood shoulder to shoulder in the queue. I shuffled in a line and prayed for swift mercy. I managed to advance a single spot before someone stepped in right behind me. I kept my gaze fixed straight ahead, refusing to acknowledge them in hopes they would lose interest. A voice piped up from directly over my shoulder. I locked up. Nobody was talking to me. I repeated the mantra internally. The voice excused itself, seeking my attention. Refusing to be openly rude, I took a slow, painful breath and turned my head. A young woman stood right behind me, slightly shorter than average and draped in standard mage robes. Her golden brown hair was pulled back neatly, and striking amethyst eyes stared right at me. She asked if it was my first time at the guild. I muttered that it was. The woman chuckled lightly and remarked that I looked nervous. I gave a stiff nod. She introduced herself as Alira with a bright smile. I offered the name Dareth in return. She expressed pleasure at meeting me and told me not to worry about the receptionist up front, adding that while she looked terrifying, she was actually quite sweet once you got past the glare. I nodded again, praying she would take the hint. Did she seriously not understand social cues? She mentioned the receptionist's name was Hilda, suggesting I toss in a few flowery compliments, so she would sort my paperwork out in no time. I offer my thanks for the advice. Alira continued babbling about how slowly the line was moving today, tapping her boot rhythmically against the stone floor. I muttered that I suppose so. This was my absolute worst nightmare. Small talk with people who possessed zero radar for personal space. I could literally feel my internal energy reserves draining with every syllable she uttered. She launched into a detailed retelling of her latest quest involving a local goblin tribe, going so far as to pull out a small pouch of goblin ears to verify her kill count. I offered zero facial feedback. She kept talking right up until the person ahead of me cleared out, leaving me next in line. Elira whispered brightly that it was my turn, telling me not to keep Hilda waiting or she would make me regret it. I stepped forward instantly, putting maximum distance between us, and stood face to face with the receptionist. Hilda was a dwarf. Wonderful. I needed to make this transaction lightning fast. Alira's advice echoed in my head about using flowery words. Right? Time to charm the local bureaucracy. I blurted out my demand for an identification card, immediately appending a strained request for politeness. My stomach churned violently. That was a disaster. I found maintaining eye contact with the dwarf nearly impossible. A soft giggle drifted over from the queue behind me. Hilda stared across the counter, her lips pressed into a razor-thin line. I cleared my throat aggressively. Greeting her as an esteemed madam, I stated that I would like to formally register with the guild, enunciating each word with excruciating care. A soft, teasing whisper brushed against my ear from behind, noting that was much better with palpable amusement. Alira added that maybe I should have led with that. Hilda remarked dryly that perhaps I should have. I stared miserably at the wooden grain of the desk, agreeing and offering my apologies. Hilda prompted me for my ID card. I admitted that I had lost it. Hilda muttered an unenthusiastic curse under her breath, grabbed a ledger, and demanded my name. I provided the name Darethwood. She asked for my place of birth. I replied with the town of Grest. The interrogation continued while Hilda scratched down notes without ever looking up. She demanded my current level. I hesitated, silently summoning my interface. Status. I stated flatly that I was level 9. Hilda rolled her eyes, informing me that Bronze Tier was the highest classification my records permitted, restricting me strictly to Bronze Tier requests. Tapping the counter twice, she demanded 2 gold coins for the registration fee. It felt like someone had driven a dagger straight through my wallet. My hard-earned, noble-sponsored gold vanishing instantly. I forced 2 coins onto the counter. Hilda announced that my permanent ID would be ready the following morning. I asked how I was supposed to secure an room tonight without one, hoping for a shred of administrative flexibility. Hilda rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. She snatched a scrap of parchment, scribbled a hasty note, stamped it with an official guild seal, and handed over the temporary identification, warning that it expired in 2 days. I mumbled my thanks and snatched the parchment. I bolted away from the desk and gave Alira a stiff, functional nod as I passed. Alira called out cheerfully with a parting wink, expressing hope for a next time. I exited the guild at maximum speed. I was completely socially bankrupt. All I wanted was a dark, soundproof hole to hibernate in for the next 48 hours. My next logical stop was the nearest inn. The driver had mentioned the garden inn located in the Academy District, the exact establishment Edouard had recommended for dropping off updates about the Count. Under normal circumstances, I might have deliberately chosen a different venue out of pure spite, but right now, exhaustion completely overrode my stubbornness. I just needed a bed. The walk was short, situated just a few streets away toward the academy. The garden inn looked respectable enough, featuring a charming front courtyard filled with ivy-covered tables, most of which were occupied. I kept my head down, avoided eye contact with every living soul, and marched straight through the front entrance. The moment the heavy oak door closed behind me, my shoulders finally dropped. This environment was infinitely better than the guild hall. A bored bartender stood wiping down glasses behind the counter. I requested a room for the night. The bartender demanded identification. I slapped the temporary guild parchment onto the wood. The bartender gave it a quick, indifferent glance and nodded, demanding 50 silver coins. My heart gave another painful lurch. I silently cursed Dareth's entire ancestral lineage, pulled out a gold coin, and dropped it onto the counter. The bartender tossed my change and a brass key across the surface, instructing me to head to the 3rd floor, last door on the right. I did not waste a microsecond. Within 60 seconds, I was inside my rented room. A solid wooden bed occupied the center of the space, and frankly, That was all the luxury required to sustain human life at this exact moment. My energy reserves were bottoming out. I kicked off my boots and sprawled face first across the mattress. The sheer stress of the day suddenly reminded me of Aelinth. If she were currently standing in this room, I never would have been lowballed by Edward. I never would have had to navigate public bureaucracies, and I certainly would not have been forced to suffer through small talk with chatty mages. She handled all the painful social heavy lifting. Now that I reflected on it, she truly had made my life exponentially easier. But the moment my mental trajectory wandered toward the rest of my former party members, my stomach violently rebelled. No, absolutely not. I was doing this solo. It was infinitely better this way. I just needed to figure out how to clone another Aelinth exclusively for handling human interaction. That thought naturally brought Lyra back to mind. Tomorrow, I told myself, she might be worried about my absence, but there was zero chance I was stepping foot outside today. And honestly, probably not tomorrow either. The outside world required entirely too much socialization. There was also the small matter of finding a proper public library, not to mention the fact that my remaining funds were dangerously inadequate. Maybe I should downgrade to a cheaper tavern. No, I firmly shut that train of thought down before it could take root. I was not about to rot in some rat-infested flophouse. This room would have to suffice. I stopped caring about the logistics entirely. I would deal with tomorrow's disasters tomorrow. With that final comforting resolution, I passed out cold. I lay flat on my back, staring up at the white plaster ceiling. Though I had been awake for a while, the bed was far too comfortable to abandon just yet. I had experienced a bizarre dream, a retelling of my arrival in this new world where Aelinth had been right by my side from the very first second. That wasn't even the weirdest part. What genuinely bugged me was how uncannily accurate it felt. Things had simply gone better. Not through any impossible miracles, but just smoother. I hadn't spent an entire day stumbling around looking like a half-starved vagrant. Barely an hour after waking up in that dream, I'd already been fitted in decent clothes. How she managed that feat was a complete mystery. I never saw her do the legwork in a dream, just like I had never witnessed how she effortlessly solved most of the logistical nightmares my old adventuring party dragged me into. Back at the Count's estate, she probably would have handled Edward before I ever felt the urge to summon Earth Spikes. And she definitely would have scammed the man out of at least 500 gold coins instead of a measly 25. A genuine smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. 500 gold coins. Now, that was a proper payout. Even at the guild, the bureaucratic headache would have vanished. I wouldn't even have had to step inside the chaotic building. I let out a quiet, wistful sigh. Maybe spending an entire decade without her wasn't strictly necessary. She undeniably made life easier. Infinitely easier. My smile faded into a thoughtful frown. Reflecting on it, my past always seemed to operate like that. Whenever a problem popped up, it was practically resolved the moment it appeared. I had never needed to stress over minor crises because they never stuck around long enough to bother me. I should probably express some actual gratitude the next time our paths crossed. I groaned and forced my limbs into a long, dramatic stretch. I couldn't stay in bed forever. It would be entirely unfair to Lyra, who was probably still convinced I had been permanently liquidated by street thugs. Yet here I was, locked in an existential debate over whether lifting my legs off the mattress was worth the effort. I clicked my tongue in self-annoyance and heaved myself upright. The immediate financial situation remained a pressing issue. At best, I had enough capital to cover 10 days at the inn, but that didn't include meals. The funds were burning down fast, meaning a paying gig was non-negotiable. Plus, I needed to cycle through a few basic spells so the blessing could log them into my system. That particular chore would have to wait until I returned to the safety of my room, though. The lingering sensation of low mana was deeply unsettling, especially in a city where aristocratic thugs routinely kidnapped random pedestrians off the pavement. I chuckled darkly and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The room was shrouded in dim morning shadows, prompting me to cross to the window and draw back the heavy fabric covers. A flood of warm, golden sunlight spilled across the floorboards. The quarters were compact, furnished only with a simple bed, a wooden drawer, and a modest writing desk. More importantly, it was impeccably clean. Having zero luggage to pack, I simply shoved the window open to air out the space and stepped out into the hallway. The common room was dead quiet, echoing the atmosphere of my arrival. The same bored bartender stood behind the counter, methodically polishing a glass. I stated my request to extend my stay for 2 more nights. The bartender didn't even break his rhythm, demanding a single gold coin. I slapped the payment onto the wood and walked out into the street. The morning rush was already in full swing, a chaotic symphony of overlapping voices and iron-rimmed carriage wheels rattling against cobblestones. Having a solid night of uninterrupted sleep made the crowd slightly more tolerable than yesterday, but I still accelerated my pace. It didn't take long to reach the upscale residential district where Lyra's mother lived. The only minor inconvenience was that I had completely forgotten the exact house number, which meant I was either going to have to interrogate strangers or get phenomenally lucky and bump into Lyra or Tellian. I paused on the exact stretch of pavement where I had been ambushed a couple of days prior. Directly ahead lay the alley where Lyra and Tellian had vanished during the commotion. I walked down the corridor and took a sharp right, entering a sprawling avenue lined with sprawling estates. Casting Time Rewind would easily track their path, but my mana pool was still far too modest for such high-end utility spells. I knew the house was tucked away somewhere in this specific neighborhood, and I knew it sat relatively close to the academy. That at least narrowed down the geography, but the district was still massive. Far too massive. I weighed my options. I could spend the next week grinding my mana pool up, but I dismissed that infuriatingly slow idea instantly. The remaining alternatives were paths I desperately wanted to avoid, though escaping them proved impossible. I immediately scratched the first one off the list. There was zero chance I was marching up to the academy gates to ask random faculty members about a professor's daughter. I didn't know the mother's name, nor did I know Lyra's last name. Showing up unannounced would probably get me bounced out by campus security before I could even form a coherent sentence. That left me with the single, agonizing option remaining: locate the academy perimeter, estimate the search radius, and start interrogating innocent pedestrians. Muttering under my breath, I questioned where Aelinth was when I actually needed her. I had to hand it to the city planners, though. The district was undeniably picturesque. Every single house featured a distinct architectural style, as if the wealthy owners were locked in a perpetual neighborhood competition. Furthermore, every property possessed a garden. Without exception, a compact, decorative garden near the front gate and an expansive private sanctuary out back. It matched the aesthetic of the Count's estate. The local elite clearly possessed an obsession with botany. I didn't mind it. In fact, Luke would probably lose his mind over the landscaping. Adding a secondary long-term goal to my minimalist list felt surprisingly appealing. Buying a house right here with a private garden would do wonders for my long-term mental health. A quiet garden. Evenings spent sipping tea in absolute silence. A genuinely pleasant fantasy. I took a few wrong turns before finally correcting my trajectory. Half an hour later, the academy loomed into view at the end of the avenue. It was a staggering architectural marvel, more like a fortified stone castle crowned with soaring magic towers. My old world had featured a few similar towers, though I had deliberately avoided them to steer clear of unwanted attention. Naturally, the campus was surrounded by lush botanical gardens, exactly as predicted. It made total sense. Gardens weren't merely for aesthetics in this part of town. They were literal status symbols for the filthy rich. The slums had 0 trees and 0 grass. The artisan district had a few patchouli pots. But here, greenery was currency. I vastly preferred how this world flaunted its wealth. The good news was that my search grid was now dramatically compressed. The bad news was that the remaining area was still sprawling. From my starting point to the academy gates spanned 5 massive streets, housing well over 100 properties. Based on my rough geographical knowledge, I could safely eliminate the first 2 streets from the equation, though I could easily be misremembering Lyra's definition of close. It could either mean the literal street bordering the academy wall or the furthest street from where I entered the district. I clicked my tongue in quiet frustration. I needed a structured approach. I would interview 2 locals per street, starting with the closest option. On second thought, checking the street directly touching the academy wall felt redundant. If the house sat right against the campus, Lyra would have phrased it differently. So I crossed that one off the list as well, along with the furthest entry street. That left 3 target streets. 6 total conversations. Entirely manageable. Moments later, I arrived at the first candidate street. My one major grievance with the local urban design was the absurd length of the avenues without any cross paths. It felt deliberately engineered to force pedestrians past every single household. Fortunately, I spotted an elderly man tending to a front flower bed. Target acquired. The old codger looked peaceful enough and entirely disinclined to indulge in long-winded small talk. I offered a stiff, polite nod, mimicking the local pleasantries I had observed over the past few days, wishing him a good day. The old man straightened up, wiping dirt from his gardening gloves, and returned the greeting. I asked if I might trouble him with a brief inquiry. I had briefly debated opening with a blunt, direct demand, but common sense dictated that a softer approach yielded better results. Following Lyra's advice, at least partially in a heavily filtered manner, seemed prudent. The old-timer grunted for me to spit out. A man of few words. I instantly approved of him. I explained that I was searching for an acquaintance named Lyra, adding that I had unfortunately missed getting her residential address. The old man let out a dry chuckle, noting that those details were rather sparse. I rubbed the back of my neck sheepishly, clarifying that her mother was a professor at the academy. The gardener stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking that an academy professor still did not narrow it down much since half the residents on this side of town held faculty chairs. That checked out. Still, mentioning that the professor's daughter was a local drug addict felt entirely too inappropriate for a casual morning chat. I stated my appreciation for his time. I offered a parting nod and resumed my march. I spent the next hour working through the remaining streets, buttonholing various locals, but hit a brick wall at every turn. After 6 full conversations, I was no closer to locating Lyra than when I woke up. Finding a specific academic staff member in this neighborhood was the textbook definition of searching for a needle in a haystack. As I pondered my next move, a young boy came sprinting down the pavement, waving a carved wooden stick like a grand staff. I stepped into his path with a raised hand, causing the kid to slide to a halt. With a faint, restrained smile, I asked if he was playing wizard. The boy's face lit up instantly as he enthusiastically confirmed it, declaring himself to be Archmage Belion. I asked if he cared to witness actual magic. The kid bounced eagerly on his heels, vibrating with excitement, confirming that he did. I laid out the deal, explaining that I was trying to locate a kid named Tellian who lived somewhere around this district, and asked if he happened to know him. The boy furrowed his brow in concentration, asking if I meant the weird kid who always showed up covered in dirt every few days. That description aligned perfectly with reality. Tellian frequently visited his mother down in the slums, and he always looked like a mudslide. I gave a simple nod without elaborating. The kid blurted out that Tellian lived on the street running right alongside the academy wall, inside the house with the blindingly pink garden. I asked how he was privy to that information. The boy shrugged defensively, explaining that his mom had told him, adding that everyone around there knew about the local attic household, since it was the only one in the whole neighborhood. Well, if I had simply bypassed all my polite conversational efforts, I could have saved myself an hour of wandering. On the other hand, dragging random children into neighborhood gossip felt mildly unethical, so I didn't feel too guilty about skipping the pleasantries. Gossip was simply the baseline currency of civilization, which probably explained why Lyra kept getting ostracized. I would handle her little substance problem eventually. Once she was clean, the neighborhood whispers would naturally dry up. The kid reminded me of my promise, demanding to see the magic. I asked what variety of spell he was hoping to witness. The boy fell into intense, profound contemplation before declaring he wanted to see a fire spell, just like Archmage Belion. I smirked inwardly. To conserve my precious mana reserves, I opted for a clean, non-combative mana construct. It wasn't a true illusion, but rather a localized shaping of raw ambient mana with a thermal overlay. I let my internal energy bleed outward, weaving it into a miniature dragon. With a subtle mental tweak, I shifted its elemental nature to produce harmless, warm illumination. A tiny, vibrant dragon materialized directly in front of the kid, flapping ethereal wings and spitting harmless sparks of golden light as it looped through the air. The boy's eyes dilated to the size of saucers in sheer awe. He stumbled backward half a step before leaning in close, completely transfixed, shouting at the empty street to ask if anyone saw that, and declaring that he was going to be a real archmage just like this. I entertained the kid for a full 60 seconds before dissolving the construct with a flick of my wrist and continuing toward my destination. I really needed to have a stern word with Lyra about precision and communication. Describing her location as close to the academy when it literally backed onto the campus wall was a massive understatement. Sure enough, a few minutes later, I laid eyes on the property the boy had described. It stood out like a sore thumb. The front yard was an absolute explosion of pink. Miniature weeping trees with pale pink foliage sat nestled among dense clusters of vibrant pink blossoms, while the boundary fence was completely smothered by climbing vines dripping with identical pastel flowers. It was aggressively loud to the eyes. However, it made finding the place completely foolproof. I stepped up to the front entrance. The morning had been mildly draining, though infinitely more peaceful than yesterday. A solid night's rest had effectively reset my baseline stamina, and I sincerely hoped my energy wouldn't bottom out like that again anytime soon. I was well aware that sleep-deprived Adulin was a public menace. Reflecting on my recent violent tendencies at the Count's estate, I admitted to myself that I might have overreacted. Escalating straight to earthen execution spikes probably wasn't strictly necessary. A civilized negotiation might have yielded the exact same result without traumatizing the guards. I shrugged off the internal critique. Too late to worry about diplomatic tact now. I took a measured breath and rapped my knuckles firmly against the heavy wood. Dealing with Lyra's mother promised to be an exhausting social endurance test, but I was fully prepared. The front door swung inward, revealing a tired-looking woman draped in formal academic mage robes. The woman standing at the entrance wore a formal black mage robe accented with striking pink details. Judging by the sea of pink foliage surrounding the front lawn, identifying her as Lyra's mother required zero deductive reasoning. A formal greeting had completely slipped my mind. I had envisioned a proper conversation, but only after securely crossing the threshold, under the assumption that Talion or Lyra would answer the summons. In hindsight, given Lyra's recent history of expulsion, her mother naturally monitored the front entrance herself. I cleared my throat and stated my business regarding Lyra. The omission of basic etiquette felt glaringly awkward. Adding a delayed polite pleasantry now would only make the tension worse. Her expression instantly twisted into visible irritation, though the underlying cause remained obscure. She offered a brief, tense silence before instructing me to enter. I nodded, stepped across the threshold, and pulled the heavy door shut behind me. Still thoroughly perplexed by her sudden hostility, I followed her down a hallway leading to a ground-floor study. Tall bookshelves stretched all the way to the vaulted ceiling, crammed tightly with heavy tomes. A large mahogany desk anchored the center of the room, flanked by two facing couches separated by a low tea table. She directed me to take a seat. I complied, mentally retracing my steps to find where I might have miscalculated. She settled onto the opposite couch, keeping her gaze locked on me. She demanded to know why I would dare use healing magic in public. Finding a logical justification for that action proved difficult. Because the whim struck me, that honestly accounted for most of my motivation. Still, formulating an appropriate social response required some tact, though honesty seemed safer than fabricating an elaborate lie. My response was honest, attributing it to personal impulse and the boy's request. She stared at me, momentarily stunned before tilting her head, questioning whether I grasped the severity of the penalty for such an infraction. At the exact moment of the incident, I had been entirely clueless, though Edouard had thoroughly enlightened me later. I acknowledged my current awareness of the punishment. She pressed further, asking if I held any affiliation with the church. I let out an exhausted internal sigh, offering a negative response. A subtle frown shadowed her features. She questioned how the mechanics of restorative magic were accessible to me under those conditions. The logical response eluded me. Because I knew the formula? Through raw mana manipulation? I awkwardly muttered an explanation involving mana. Even to my own ears, the explanation sounded hopelessly inadequate. The woman offered no immediate counter. She probed for my current level, tracking whether my attributes had shifted since the last status check was difficult, but the memory of those numbers hardly inspired confidence. I stated my level as 9. She went utterly still. She repeated the figure in disbelief, questioning if healing magic was genuinely attainable at such a tier. I countered by asking if advanced restorative spells unlocked at significantly higher brackets, genuine curiosity slipping into my tone. She paused, her eyes narrowing as she measured me up with renewed scrutiny. She confirmed that high-tier variants existed around level 200, though the exorbitant mana consumption made them impractical for general use. That piece of information clicked into place. The holy institution's monopoly on healing made sense if conventional mages found the alternative completely impractical. However, the revelation sparked an intriguing concept. If I managed to codify and distribute basic healing magic so that ordinary practitioners could wield it, the church's stranglehold would collapse. The mere thought brought a profound sense of quiet gratification. After several moments of contemplative silence on my part, she broke the quiet. She demanded to know who had trained me. My patience for an interrogation was rapidly running dry. I deflected by asking after the whereabouts of Lyra and Tellian. She informed me they were in the rear garden, conditioning my access upon an explanation of how I managed to evade captivity. I briefly mentioned the kidnapping. She acknowledged the event, noting that Lyra had been frantic and that her own independent inquiries revealed I had vanished without a trace in the city center. I remarked on Lyra's consideration, clarifying that I hadn't strictly escaped, but simply walked out of my own accord. She questioned my claim of leaving voluntarily. I leaned back against the cushions, reiterating that my captors lacked the leverage to detain me. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she demanded identification of the opposing party. Sharing those specific political entanglements felt entirely unnecessary, especially since I still lacked her proper acquaintance. I deflected by asking for her identity in return. She held my gaze for a long beat, mentally weighing the risk before revealing her name as Lysandra. I gave a slow nod, locking the name away in my memory. A heavy pause settled over the study. She repeated her demand regarding the identity of my captors. I dismissed them as insignificant, noting only that a prominent individual required medical intervention. Lysandra fell into deep thought before correctly deducing the patient as Aldrich Velmuth. While I certainly hadn't leaked that information, her network of intelligence was impressive. At the very least, I now officially possessed the name of my wealthy patient. I questioned how she arrived at that conclusion. Either the Count was the sole prominent noble blacklisted by the religious order, or local aristocratic gossip made it an easy guess. Either way, the specifics held little weight for me. Lysandra ignored the question, stood up from the couch, and motioned for me to follow. I complied without hesitation. As we walked down the corridor, Lysandra tossed another question over her shoulder regarding my intentions toward Lyra. I answered simply that my goal was to assist her, finding any alternative formulation impossible. She pressed for my motives. I explained the sequence, starting from the boy's request and evolving into a desire to alleviate the harsh hand life had dealt her by purging the shade addiction. She checked for ulterior motives. I denied any hidden agendas. We were rapidly approaching the rear exit, the lush greenery of the courtyard visible through the glass panels. She halted right in front of the door, questioning my confidence in securing a permanent cure. I confirmed my capability to eradicate the affliction entirely within a few days. She demanded to know the mechanism. I cited possessing the requisite spell. She questioned the necessity of a multi-day timeline. The relentless questioning felt uncomfortably like a judicial trial. Yet this time, Lysandra seemed to be guiding me toward a specific realization. Did she harbor suspicions about my origins, or was she fishing for something else? I simply offered a polite, non-committal smile. Lysandra studied me piercingly for a few heartbeats before turning the latch and pushing the door wide. We stepped out into the sprawling back garden. A small blur came hurtling across the flagstones as Tellian rushed over. The boy collided straight into my shins, wrapping his arms tightly around my leg and expressing profuse gratitude. Caught entirely off guard, I blinked, offered a faint, uncharacteristic smile, and patted the child's head gently while inquiring about his mother's health. The boy reported a marked improvement, noting sustained wakefulness and frequent smiling before releasing his grip. Before a reply could form, Lyra emerged from the same stone pathway, jogging up to meet us. She halted abruptly right in front of me, her hands rising before curling into hovering gestures and dropping limply back to her sides as she expressed relief at my safety. Her appearance was alarming. She looked hollowed out, dramatic dark bruises carved beneath her eyes, facial color entirely drained, and her fingers trembling uncontrollably. I gave a slow nod of acknowledgement. My eyes lingered on her frail frame, bluntly noting her deteriorated appearance. She stammered defensively, attempting to suppress the shakes in her hands while inquiring about my ordeal. Lysandra intervened sharply, directing Tellian to return indoors and review his reading material. The boy protested briefly. Lysandra cut off the argument with a stern directive, pointing toward the interior door. The boy trudged away, visibly crestfallen. I offered a casual summary of my abduction, highlighting the pleasant stroll, luxurious estate, baths, gourmet meals, and subsequent departure. Lyra stared blankly, hunting for any trace of sarcasm. Realization finally dawned upon her. She managed a fragile smile, expressing gladness at my safe return. Lysandra cut in briskly, suggesting we relocate to the seating area. We trailed behind her along a pristine white marble walkway identical to the one at the noble estate. At the center of the manicured lawn stood a large latticed pavilion draped in heavy vines and blooming with the exact same pastel pink blossoms that choked the front fence. The sweet, cloying aroma of flowers hung thick in the air. Luke would undoubtedly appreciate the landscaping, provided the color palette was dialed back significantly. Beneath the canopy sat a heavy stone table accompanied by stiff marble benches that looked thoroughly unergonomic. The domestic fantasy of purchasing a local estate with a private garden gained immediate priority in my mental hierarchy. Naturally, it would require a much larger footprint to accommodate private quarters for every member of a future party. After a prolonged period of solitude, of course, we took our seats around the stone table. Lysandra offered tea. I gave an affirmative nod. Lyra sat directly across from me, forcing a strained, polite smile onto her pale lips. A slender wooden staff materialized in Lysandra's palm, crowned with a glowing pink crystal. A delicate porcelain teapot and matching cups spontaneously crystallized on the table surface. A quiet incantation accompanied her precise movements as she poured the steaming brew. I shifted my attention back to Lyra, asking if the withdrawal symptoms were returning. She kept her gaze stubbornly fixed on her teacup, confirming the relapse. I inquired about the elapsed time since her last dose. She noted it had been barely a day, reassuring me that her mother was assisting. Lysandra intervened flatly, expressing frustration that conventional alchemical remedies and rest yielded zero results, leaving only high-ranking clergy capable of providing the necessary restoration. Multiple factors could explain the failure. Residual corrupted mana might still be embedded in her tissue, though purging the demanded an advanced spell currently outside my repertoire. Alternatively, the addiction was psychological rather than physical, requiring mental restructuring or a mind-affecting hex to sever the dependency loop. I lacked those tools as well. However, alternative stabilization methods existed to prevent an immediate relapse. I requested permission to touch her hand. She hesitated for a fraction of a second before placing her cold, shaking palm into mine. Lysandra leaned forward, watching our interaction with hawk-like intensity. I made light contact with her skin, mentally summoning a targeted cleansing spell. While primarily designed to flush foreign toxins from a host body, the formula carried a potent secondary regenerative surge. That exact revitalizing effect was my primary target. My current mana pool dwarfed the reserves I possessed during our initial encounter, unlocking significantly broader casting parameters. Even so, a complete, permanent cure remained just out of reach. Skipping hesitation, I cast the Purification Protocol. A faint, pale luminescence washed over her hand and vanished instantly. The biological response was immediate. Healthy color surged back into Lyra's cheeks. The vacant, glassy film over her eyes cleared, replaced by sharp cognitive awareness. The violent tremors in her fingers slowed down instantly before ceasing altogether. She blinked rapidly. Her breath hitched in her throat as if a heavy iron anchor had suddenly been unclipped from her chest. A genuine, unforced smile broke across her features. She stared down at her palms, flexing her fingers in disbelief at the restoration of her faculties. Lysandra observed the dramatic physical turnaround in stunned silence, biting back any immediate commentary. It took several seconds for Lyra to regulate her breathing and express hesitant gratitude. Lysandra pressed her for an internal assessment. Lyra reported feeling normal, noting the complete disappearance of cravings and a remarkably clear head. Lysandra spared a sharp, scrutinizing glance toward me, though she remained verbally silent. Anticipating a rigorous debriefing regarding my magical methodology, I picked up my teacup and closed my eyes. The flavor was absolute perfection. That singular realization dominated my thoughts. Extracting the precise brewing formula from Lysandra became a mandatory objective. If there was one major deficiency in my tactical repertoire, it was a severe lack of non-combat utility magic, convenience spells unrelated to destruction or lethal application. Lysandra offered a faint, appreciative smirk upon noticing my reaction to the tea. Lyra continued inspecting her hands, testing her motor functions with quiet wonder as she whispered about the affliction vanishing. I confirmed the temporary nature of the relief, noting that daily administration would be necessary until the underlying root was completely eradicated to prevent dependency reassertion. Her momentary sense of relief faltered visibly. I rushed to clarify that the total removal phase would require a week or two at maximum. She questioned the reliability of my timeline. I reaffirmed the estimate, framing it as a minor technical hurdle. Lysandra interjected, pressing for confirmation on whether I would manage the recurring treatments. I agreed, offering to drop by daily or receive her at the Garden Inn. Lysandra firmly stated she would escort her daughter personally. Relief bloomed across Lyra's face again, accompanied by a noticeable resurgence in her baseline self-assurance. Providing unrealistic guarantees that might result in failure later was poor practice, which explained why I deliberately buffered my operational schedule. This marked the second time representatives of the state religion had been brought up as a looming threat. Would interference from the church actually pose a genuine operational hazard? Self-defense was well within my capabilities. Exceptionally so. While my raw mana pool remained modest, offensive combat spells operated with vastly superior efficiency compared to intricate restorative magic. Basic kinetic and spatial mana control alone proved lethal against human targets, and the energetic cost was negligible. Furthermore, accelerating my personal level progression was merely a matter of tactical execution. I simply needed to optimize my grinding speed. I broke the silence by inquiring whether local ecclesiastical authorities presented a significant complication. Lysandra evaluated me coldly, confirming that they did and questioning whether I possessed sufficient political backing or aristocratic protection to buffer their immediate response. I offered a dry, amused huff regarding my lack of backing. Lysandra's expression hardened into stark disbelief as she processed my independent operation without institutional sanction. Her fingers tightened around the porcelain handle of her cup until her knuckles turned ivory white, her facial complexion turning ashen as she warned me of the magnitude of my actions. Lysandra's complexion drained to a shade of pristine porcelain, likely because the mere thought of navigating church politics without an institutional security blanket was enough to give any respectable academic a mild existential crisis. The entire ecclesiastical situation appeared vastly more critical than my initial assumption suggested. The fault hardly rested with me. Actions of that nature had remained entirely absent since my arrival in this realm. Yet Edouard's previous gravity regarding the subject now made complete sense. Did they both operate under the assumption that a powerful patron stood behind me? That hypothesis offered the sole logical rationale for Lysandra's sudden paleness upon learning of my independence, as if she had just discovered her prized coffee mug was actively plotting regicide. A brief pause preceded her response, followed by the revelation that pursuit operations were already active. Apparently, local inquisitors lacked hobbies and preferred hunting rogue spellcasters for cardio. I inquired regarding their underlying objectives, mostly out of professional curiosity. Lyra's initial confusion quickly yielded to creeping apprehension, whereas I remained profoundly unbothered. Lysandra provided historical context, explaining the absolute ecclesiastical monopoly on clerical duties established 23 years prior, carrying a mandatory death sentence for unsanctioned restorative magic and resulting in over 100 executions to date, an impressive bureaucratic body count for an organization supposedly devoted to charity. I dismissed the danger based on my non-clerical status, operating under the bulletproof legal theory that technicalities always hold up against religious fanatics. Sarcasm laced her counter regarding the insignificance of a level 10 practitioner wielding forbidden restorative spells, proving that dry wit was apparently universal across dimensions. A quiet chuckle escaped me. The underlying logic was sound. Public dissemination of the spell would severely compromise the church's primary source of authority and revenue. Public sentiment toward the religious order was universally poor, tolerated merely out of absolute necessity within the capital, much like a particularly aggressive landlord. Lysandra forcefully returned her teacup to the saucer with an audible click, effectively punctuation marking my persistent lack of appropriate panic. I leaned back slightly against the marble bench, asserting that any hostile action exceeding my defensive capacity resulting in injury would spell the definitive end of the religious institution. Total annihilation might not occur immediately, but their ultimate doom would be sealed. Companionship in my former life had consisted entirely of monsters. Monsters fiercely protective of their own and remarkably difficult to put down with holy water and stern lectures. Several political factions and aristocratic houses in my previous existence had failed to grasp that fundamental dynamic. The consequences for those entities had proven exceptionally grim, mostly involving smoking craters and early retirement. Lysandra stared in stunned silence, struggling to reconcile my claimed independence with my utter disregard for divine wrath. I clarified that my reference was to an active veteran party rather than a traditional sponsor, which probably sounded to her like a teenager threatening local law enforcement with an international syndicate of mercenaries. Skeptical gazes converged on me from both directions. Formulating a coherent explanation proved impossible. Any observer in their position would react identically to a 16-year-old casually claiming association with a faction capable of raising the dominant church. Rational evaluation suggested they shouldn't even be granting my words any credence. Credibility likely stemmed from my restorative capabilities and their lingering suspicion of a hidden patron. Weighing the potential risks of disclosing my status as an otherworlder brought hesitation. The existence of dimensional travelers in this world remained unverified, though precedents existed in my past reality. Such a revelation might trigger mass panic or foster genuine comprehension, or get me drafted into a royal laboratory for dissection. Premature disclosure carried unnecessary risk. Prudence dictated withholding the truth until familiarity deepened and the local socio-political stance on otherworlders became clear. Normalization of the phenomenon would warrant full disclosure later, preferably over drinks. I offered a vague assertion regarding shared proficiency levels, bringing little personal satisfaction. Lysandra strongly advised immediate and prolonged absence from the Metropolitan Center, demonstrating her profound talent for stating the obvious. I questioned potential relocation destinations. Lysandra suggested taking on Adventurer Guild commissions for caravan escort duties, conditional upon taking Lyra along, effectively outsourcing her daughter's physical therapy to a teenager with a god complex. A flicker of profound hope ignited in Lyra's eyes before instantly extinguishing as she glanced toward her mother. She voiced immediate concern regarding Telian's supervision during her absence. Lysandra volunteered for the guardian role with an expressive eye roll, proving that grandmothers are universally burdened with babysitting duties regardless of the multiverse. Lyra responded with a quiet, suppressed giggle. Lingering doubts regarding the necessity of immediate departure remained, accompanied by an internal acknowledgement of my recent arrogance regarding elevated mana reserves. Adapting to the expanded pool proved challenging, and terminal carelessness remained an entirely plausible outcome if I accidentally sneezed too hard and leveled a city block. Inflicting massive localized destruction was well within my current capacity, followed swiftly by total operational exhaustion and physical fragility, the magical equivalent of driving a sports car with bicycle tires. A low clucking sound registered my displeasure with my current mortal container. The emotional response was entirely unacceptable. Immediate operational priorities required a definitive shift toward rapid attribute cultivation, mirroring the relentless progression standard among former party members. Luke undoubtedly held a 50-level advantage by now and was probably bench-pressing tectonic plates, while Aelinth likely secured massive financial capital through questionable market manipulation. I raised procedural doubts regarding bronze rank restrictions on escort commissions, because bureaucratic red tape transcends dimensional boundaries. Lysandra offered full administrative intervention, including party assembly via her former students, and framing the assignment as a disciplinary measure for Lyra to deter deep investigations, a masterclass in academic nepotism. The administrative logistics were acceptable, though personal capital remained insufficient for travel expenses. Financial accumulation was mandatory, highlighting the grueling reality of rebuilding an existence entirely from scratch. Worse than scratch, considering the circumstances. I accepted the general arrangement while requesting priority access to the tea replication spell, because caffeine and convenience magic were the true foundations of civilization. Lysandra offered an amused confirmation and promised a transcribed copy. Lyra pressed for an exact departure schedule. Lysandra set the timeline for the immediate or subsequent day, promising an advance visit to the inn to ensure I didn't accidentally transmigrate into another dimension out of sheer boredom. Aversion to abrupt travel arrangements without mental preparation was a persistent trait, though external circumstances consistently ignored personal preferences across both existences. I requested details concerning party composition. Lysandra outlined a 3-member roster comprising 2 mages and a warrior or hero class fighter, essentially a walking disaster area waiting for a dungeon boss to trigger. Lyra straightened with localized pride, affirming her own mage classification. I offered a dry remark regarding party balance, noting that adding more glass cannons to a fragile setup was an exceptional strategy for collective suicide. Sandra defended the emergency roster as competent junior practitioners. I checked for mandatory guild intervention on my part. Upon learning no further guild presence was required beyond baseline credentialing, I accepted the reality of enforced socialization. Reluctance toward enforced association with junior adventurers was palpable, yet practical application pointed to fieldwork as the optimal catalyst for rapid leveling. Remaining hours before departure offered sufficient time for mental recuperation, and youthful companions facilitated easy avoidance behaviors, provided they didn't ask too many questions. Sandra inquired about expedition equipment readiness. I admitted a lack of proper gear. She instructed me to procure supplies immediately. I raised financial constraints regarding the estimated dozen gold coin expenditure. Sandra offered a professional settlement for the medical services rendered, treating divine tier addiction purging like an overpriced HVAC repair. I declined direct payment in favor of a formal loan, maintaining a shred of capitalist dignity. She confirmed the loan terms and proceeded to outline the escort parameters. A merchant colleague required protective transit across 3 restocking villages before heading north to the city of Wolk, projecting a total duration of 4 to 6 weeks, with existing party assignments already secured. She added logistical contingencies involving a correspondence dispatch to Mage Nerith regarding Lyra's placement. Lyra verified the recipient's identity. Sandra finalized the protocol. Safe conditions permitted return travel with a merchant caravan, whereas hostility mandated remaining in Wolk to leverage local dungeon infrastructure and guild contracts. A lovely vacation plan involving heavy combat. Subsequent discussions consumed the following hour, mapping out preliminary expedition protocols. Interaction with Tellian occupied a brief interval before final departure from the residence. The extended stay exceeded original estimates, leaving physical energy depleted while operational demands remained high, spanning library research and equipment acquisition prior to tomorrow's deployment. Utilizing the Adventurers Guild for gear purchases aligned with mandatory registration tasks, preserving several valuable hours for archival study. Securing access to a private corral remained a primary objective. Arrival at the Grand Municipal Library placed me mere minutes from the Academy grounds. Imposing white stone architecture featured soaring glass facades reflecting the amber afternoon light, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Steady pedestrian traffic flowed through the entrance without causing disruption. Libraries had consistently served as sanctuaries across lifetimes, defined by profound silence, mutual respect, and absolute freedom from interpersonal intrusion. Ideal conditions for plotting the overthrow of theological monopolies. Crossing the threshold instantly muted urban clamor under an olfactory blanket of aged paper and fine dust. Narrow aisles flanked by floor-to-ceiling shelving units accommodated solitary readers scattered across reading tables. Silent page turns provided the sole auditory backdrop beneath natural illumination filtering through towering windows. A quiet exhale signaled immediate mental stabilization. Increasing frequency of library visits was promptly integrated into long-term behavioral adjustments. Surveying the vast literary expanse triggered momentary cognitive overload regarding reading priorities and baseline literacy verification. Calm deliberation restored focus. Systematic execution was essential. Approaching the circulation desk, initial contact was established with the attendant. 50 silver coins for day access were exchanged without issue, making me poorer but theoretically wiser. Acceptance of the paper receipt permitted deeper penetration into the archival stacks. Browsing the extensive catalog revealed diverse classifications encompassing historical chronicles, magical theory, classical literature, theological texts, and theoretical treatises. Self-correction halted sprawling exploration. Strict prioritization was mandatory given severe time constraints. 30 minutes of the 3-hour window had already evaporated without textual engagement. Core objectives centered on decoding the system, designated locally as a divine blessing, a terminology carrying unpleasant connotations, and analyzing operational mechanics, class parameters, and accelerated progression routes. Cross-referencing Dareth's historical memories with verified system behavior was equally critical. Returning to the Blessing archive initiated targeted searches through voluminous secondary literature. Native literacy functioned seamlessly via instinctive cognitive translation. A promising treatise emerged after brief screening. Foundations of the Blessing. Opening the binding revealed foundational lore on the introductory pages. The blessing is granted by the goddess Aurelia to all who reach the age of 18. It is said to guide individuals toward growth through learning, training, and effort. Divine patronage provided little comfort, leaving a persistent metallic taste of resentment toward absentee deities. Skimming past redundant philosophical preambles and basic definitions led directly to structural attribute mechanics. Attributes represent the fundamental aspects of an individual's body and mind. They determine capability, growth, and the limits of one's potential. An untrained individual will typically reach a value of 10 by adulthood, accumulated gradually from birth. The blessing records all effort. Work, training, study, anything repeated with intent contributes to growth. Without effort, growth slows. With it, the attributes continue to rise. Underlying mechanics proved remarkably straightforward and equitable, implying that Dareth's previous stagnation stemmed entirely from a catastrophic lack of personal discipline. Advancing chapters detailed individual stat parameters. Strength governs physical power. It determines how much force one can exert. Agility reflects speed and coordination. It affects movement, balance, and precision. Endurance represents stamina. It allows the body to sustain effort over time. Intelligence influences mana capacity and control. It determines how efficiently one can use spells. Constitution reflects overall resilience. It strengthens the body against damage, illness, and strain. Subjective analysis indicated severe personal deficiency in endurance parameters, marking a clear target for future optimization. Heavy reliance on mana manipulation could offset deficits in other categories, yet baseline physical stamina remained non-negotiable for sustained combat operations, mostly because dying of exhaustion before casting a spell is deeply embarrassing. Sustained physical endurance had served as the critical margin ensuring survival up to the Demon King's citadel in past campaigns. Secondary study targets encompassed spell tier classifications and systemic hierarchy structures. Subsequent indexing located the technical breakdown. What are spells? What are skills? Spells are structured applications of mana, shaped through intent and control to produce a desired effect. They are most commonly used by magic-oriented classes, allowing individuals to manipulate mana in precise and repeatable ways. Alongside spells, there exist skills. Skills are abilities tied to the body rather than mana, gained through training, experience, and repetition. While spells rely on control and understanding of mana, skills depend on physical mastery and instinct. Universal laws governing supernatural mechanics mirrored previous dimensional physics, rendering introductory definitions largely redundant. Spell and skill tiers. Spells and skills are divided into 12 tiers. The tier reflects the complexity and control required, as well as the potential power of the ability. While spells rely on mana and control, and skills rely on the body and experience, both follow the same progression. Expeditious page-turning bypass, general commentary. Spells and skills are divided into tiers, beginning with the most basic applications and progressing in complexity and power. Tier 1 to Tier 2, Beginner Tier 3 to Tier 4, Initiate Tier 5 to Tier 6, Intermediate Tier 7 to Tier 8, Advanced Tier 9 to Tier 10, Elite Tier 11 to Tier 12, Master. Beyond these, there are mentions of a higher state, often referred to as Grandmaster. Such individuals are recorded only in historical accounts. Whether such individuals truly existed remains uncertain. Official classification tiers offered minimal strategic utility for high-tier combatants. Standard foundational spells in my arsenal routinely bypassed intermediate brackets, with absolute mana control registering at Tier 9. Whether Tier 9 represented genuine elite status locally or merely scratched the surface of professional optimization remained ambiguous. Dimensional peers like Luke likely commanded Tier 12 outputs upon initial materialization, assuming viable host integration and adequate coffee. Theoretical reading sessions began to resemble wasted temporal resources, though attribute optimization guidelines provided tangible value for future allocation strategies. Final informational requirements focused on systemic class designation. Locating the relevant chapter required minimal browsing. A class reflects an individual's natural inclination and shapes how they grow, learn, and apply their abilities. The ecclesiastical bureaucracy behind the divine blessing system was essentially a cosmic game of rigged slot machines, where one's entire career path was determined by a goddess who apparently had a sense of humor darker than a dungeon floor. Specialization was the name of the game, limiting growth in some areas to maximize efficiency in others. Class selection unlocked at level 25, serving as a metaphysical personality test that took my life history and pigeonholed me accordingly. If someone spent a lifetime elbow-deep in mud, the system, with all the nuance of a sledgehammer, would designate them a farmer. The perks of such a class were as mundane as one might expect: boost to strength and endurance, plus support skills at level 50 that required 0 mana. Scholars speculated that the goddess herself footed the bill, which sounded less like divine providence and more like a celestial intern doing the heavy lifting for free. Skills like soil assessment or water detection were the rewards for a lifetime of agricultural labor, presumably so the local deity could watch her followers play pretend as advanced dowsing rods. The true comedy, however, lay in the rare classes, like the hero class. These were handed out based on conviction rather than morality. The system didn't care if a hero was a saint or a sociopath, as long as they were sufficiently fanatical about their own brand of justice. History was littered with hero-class adventurers who were objectively worse than the monsters they were saving everyone from, yet they remained convinced of their own righteousness. A classic case of divine gaslighting. Luke was undoubtedly destined for the hero track, likely with enough arrogance to power a small city. The system also had a habit of inflating hero production during times of crisis, a classic emergency supply mechanism that conveniently disappeared once things were actually peaceful. Further progression occurred every 25 levels, often triggered by significant life changes, which was just a polite way of saying the universe liked to throw curveballs at people who were finally getting comfortable. History had examples of this absurdity: a depressed hero becoming a failed hero, a farmer with a knack for tinkering becoming a pioneer of the fields, and mages who broke the tier system being knighted as archmages. It was all highly documented, yet still felt like the universe was just making things up as it went along. I sat back, letting the information wash over me. I was already an archmage by my own standards. Having the system acknowledge it would just be a bureaucratic formality. The real question was what I wanted to be. Another archmage? A bit redundant. An alchemist? Perhaps. A stray thought drifted into my mind. What if the system decided I was a convenient mage? I chuckled, earning a few sharp, judgmental glares from the library's resident hermits. I clamped my mouth shut, though the irony of being reprimanded by people who clearly had nothing better to do than exist in silence was not lost on me. Then there was the ghost of Dareth, the body's previous inhabitant, with a resume that read like a tour of minimum wage labor. Waiter, shop clerk, woodworker. He was a professional jack of all trades, master of none. If the system calculated my class based on that, the result would be a total catastrophe. A directionless mage? The title was almost too accurate. I mentally to-do listed my life. Regain power, fix Lyra, heal the Count, get rich, find a hobby, build a house with a garden, and enjoy 10 years of peace. I felt terrifyingly productive. Outside, the sky was bruising into a deep purple, signaling the end of my study time. It was time for the guild. The walkthrough was punctuated by whispers of the church hunting a rogue priest in the slums. I barely blinked. I transitioned from sketchy addict to upstanding citizen with remarkable ease. The guild was a chaotic cacophony of amateur hour. I headed straight for the counter where Hilda was holding court, a woman whose personality was roughly as warm as a headstone. I offered good day, deploying a smile. She deadpanned that it was night. I swallowed my irritation and offered a good night instead. She asked if I was going to bed, using the flat effect of a tax auditor. Confirmed, she is a misery-fueled automaton. I ignored the jab and asked for my ID. She sent me to a side door, which led me to Aaliyah, an elf who was clearly overqualified for the job. Her desk was a temple of organization, a stark contrast to the beer-soaked chaos of the common room. She handed me my ID, Dareth Wood, a smooth, heavy card that linked me directly to the blessing. I paid my 12 gold coins for the premium equipment package and returned to Hilda. Hilda returned with a bag, dumped it on the counter, and refused to acknowledge my existence further. I left, feeling a bizarre sense of victory for surviving the transaction without engaging in a brawl. Then, I stepped out into the night and saw them. 3 men in priest robes were watching me from across the street. Well, I thought that escalated quickly. I remained completely still in the dim street illumination, the surrounding urban noise suddenly fading into an irritating, distant hum. Of all the temporal intervals available for ecclesiastical visitation, tonight of all nights had to win some cosmic lottery of inconvenience. After an entire, grueling day spent tolerating institutional incompetence, clerical condescension, and civic bureaucracy, my internal reserves of patience were hovering somewhere near absolute zero. The 3 priests closed the distance across the pavement with the coordinated, predatory precision of hunting hounds closing in on a stray calf. I clicked my tongue sharply against my teeth. Maintain emotional regulation. Several potential resolutions flickered through my mental queue, contingent entirely upon how aggressively my personal boundaries were about to be violated. My official status as a level 9 civilian theoretically precluded the casting of advanced restorative magic, a convenient alibi that neatly matched my current forged or acquired documentation. Strategic tactical withdrawal remained a secondary option, though abandoning the operational framework established with Lysandra carried unacceptable collateral delays and administrative setbacks. The final alternative involved the immediate, aggressive kinetic elimination of the variables. This particular path promised cascading administrative headaches, far outstripping the immediate annoyance of a minor street interrogation. I resolved to exercise restrained diplomacy, provided they maintained a civilized baseline of discourse. Hopefully, this interaction would not require a dramatic repeat of the structural demolition I had recently executed back at the Count's estate, an outcome that would prove equally detrimental to local infrastructure and my own carefully guarded peace of mind. That particular dormant reflex usually stayed safely suppressed beneath layers of modern adaptation. But chronic physical fatigue, combined with aggressively hostile individuals, invariably triggered the protocol. It had a notorious, blood-soaked track record for resolving interpersonal friction with maximum velocity. The acolytes halted just inches away, invading my personal space with deliberate insolence. Exercise diplomacy. I curved my lips into an agreeable, placid expression, locking eyes with the central figure. Dark, somber vestments draped their frames, anchored by heavy silver medallions displaying the canonical insignia. A blazing solar orb encircled by 3 distinct lunar satellites. The lead inquisitor announced his identity and remarked upon my elusive nature, his tone dripping with manufactured exhaustion and bureaucratic boredom. I tilted my chin at an inquisitive angle, feigning innocent confusion regarding the accusation. The investigator evaluated me like an experienced merchant appraising a piece of bruised fruit at a market stall, citing credible intelligence that placed me squarely in the destitute sector during the exact window of an unsanctioned magical incident. The flanking acolytes stared without blinking, a deeply unsettling physiological choice that immediately spiked my internal discomfort index and tested my restraint. When questioned about illicit restorative manipulation and the mending of local dregs, I offered a light, dismissive huff, questioning how such subterranean matters could possibly concern an ordinary citizen. The priest let out a dry, condescending snort, clarifying that they cared nothing for the subterranean refuse of the slums, but urgently required a first-hand accounting of the evening's events from anyone present. From the folds of his vestments, the official produced a fist-sized metaphysical instrument pulsing with latent, unstable energy. Diplomacy was rapidly losing its structural integrity under the weight of their arrogance. A localized chemical compound designed to neutralize the acidic taste of clerical proximity would have been exceptionally useful right about now. Failing that, a bespoke counterspell was rapidly moving up my internal project backlog. Upon identifying the device as a truth seeker, I mentally noted the absurd nomenclature while observing the artifact's embedded crystal flare with a harsh, cerulean radiance. Circumventing a truth seeker was mathematically trivial, provided one understood its underlying systemic feedback loops. Testing the instrument blindly carried unnecessary detection risks, prompting me to quietly cast an analytical probe on my own internal energy pathways to monitor how the foreign device interacted with baseline versus falsified statements. As the foreign spell tendrils interfaced with my personal mana reserve, I deliberately permitted the intrusion. Simulating mixed baseline feedback would allow me to dynamically modulate my output on demand without triggering a false positive. Instructed to respond strictly in the affirmative or negative, I offered a concise nod. When asked if my legal designation was Dareth Wood, a profound desire to unleash a string of creative profanities flared up. Technically, my consciousness belonged to a Dulin, while the somatic vessel answered to Dareth. Whether the metaphysical sensor recognized the existential discrepancy remained an open research question. I clicked my tongue in silent irritation. Without warning, the left-hand acolyte drove a thick wooden truncheon directly into my solar plexus. My air escaped in a sharp, violent wheeze. My torso doubled inward before sheer muscle memory snapped my posture back to vertical. For a fractional second, my disciplinary restraint cracked at the seams. My grip locked tight. Then, deliberately, I released the tension. That impact registered as distinctly unpleasant, sending a shockwave of fiery pain through my core. I clicked my tongue again, blowing out a controlled breath as a sharp spasm dissolved into a dull, thumping ache. My eyes drifted to the assailant, questioning whether that exhibition of kinetic diplomacy was strictly mandatory. Silence answered me from the guards, while the Central Inquisitor chuckled softly, asking if my theatrics were concluded. Affirmative, I murmured internally, focusing inward. My mana remained perfectly laminar, quietly absorbing the diagnostic probe without throwing errors. I mapped the device's threshold. Absolute stillness equaled truth. Turbulent variance equaled deception. Armed with this operational profile, I could now feed the Inquisitor any desired narrative wrapper. When asked if the physical correction registered as painful, I stated a flat negative, one palm pressed flat against my bruised abdomen. Internally, I flicked a small wave through my mana. Instead of flat stability, the energy rippled like a disturbed pond. Perfect. The false negative calibration was successfully locked in. I could now output whatever semantic response suited my survival parameters. Satisfied, the Inquisitor pressed further, inquiring if I had administered restorative magic within the slums. I maintained a perfectly neutral, energetic baseline, replying in the negative. I felt the Inquisitor's foreign mana attempt to agitate my reserves, but met it with an unyielding wall of absolute calm. Subsequent inquiries regarding whether I observed anyone operating illicit healing arts or suspicious actors yielded identical negative responses, save for a sardonic observation that 90% of the slum population qualified as comprehensively shady. The Inquisitor narrowed his gaze, noting the discrepancy in intelligence logs that suggested I had presented all the classic symptoms of an addict myself, prompting a demand for an explanation. I attributed it to a statistical anomaly. When asked if I had been subjected to restorative intervention, I recognized the tactical pivot point. They clearly knew I had been a patient, hunting the unknown practitioner rather than pinning the crime on the patient. Adopting absolute operational ignorance as my shield, I expressed uncertainty, explaining that a puncture wound to the torso served as my terminal chronological marker prior to regaining consciousness saturated in biological fluids, completely healed and remarkably alive. The Inquisitor fell silent, letting the weighted pause stretch while he scanned my expression for microscopic tells before acknowledging the event as fortunate. Stepping forward to close the personal buffer zone with deliberate slowness, the Inquisitor offered a parting warning regarding the expiration of fortune, tapping my bruised shoulder with calculated condescension as he brushed past. True to form, the left acolyte delivered a second punishing crack with a wooden rod as he passed, driving the remaining oxygen from my lungs under the guise of a reinforcing mnemonic. The trio vanished directly through the entrance of the Adventurers Guild, leaving me rooted to the pavement. Utilizing the local administrative hub as a safe house showed a distinct lack of situational awareness on their part, though drawing their ire had at least completely purged the bitter taste of clerical interaction from my mouth. I pivoted and resumed my trajectory toward the inn. Credit where credit was due. Their operational methodology was surprisingly competent. They correctly deduced that I was merely a beneficiary rather than the clandestine practitioner, using the truth seeker strictly to map the parameter space. Had I lacked the arcane versatility to spoof the artifact's diagnostic feedback loop, the evening would have concluded in a subterranean interrogation cell. The first physical blow nearly triggered my defensive countermeasures, but channeling the mental image of Aelintha's relentless pragmatism had successfully maintained my emotional leash. The second impact was merely an anticipated variable. I paused outside the weathered facade of the inn, noting the exterior patio tables were packed to capacity with noisy patrons. Hustling past the threshold, I offered a brief nod to the barkeep, requesting standard sustenance accompanied by an ale. The bartender shot me a lukewarm evaluation, reached for a heavy stoneware mug, filled it directly from the maturation cask behind the counter, and slammed it down onto the scarred timber surface with a dull thud, spilling white froth lazily over the lip while muttering about delayed kitchen turnaround. I curled my fingers around the handle and raised it for a prolonged draft. The liquid was aggressively bitter. Excellent. Requesting that the meal be dispatched to my designated quarters upon completion, I received a curt, silent jerk of his chin in response. I mounted the creaking staircase, produced my key, and unlocked the door to my room. As I nudged the portal inward, my progression halted dead in its tracks. Two distinct silhouettes occupied the edge of my mattress. I froze in my tracks the instant I perceived the figures occupying the edge of my mattress. Two silhouettes sat shrouded in the gloom, draped in somber textiles. The chamber was bathed in a melancholic dimness, illuminated solely by the pale luminescence of the moon bleeding through the glass panes. A profound olfactory shift defined the space. A delicate botanical fragrance lingered in the atmosphere, accompanied by the distinct aroma of tea, the exact brew I had sampled earlier that afternoon. Lysandra's signature blend. A quiet imperative to secure the portal breached my auditory senses, pitched to a low register. I remained entirely stationary, an acute spike of irritation piercing my exhaustion. Why did uninvited academic auditors feel compelled to colonize my designated recovery window? This interval was strictly designated for repose, not for unauthorized late-night strategy briefings. I clicked my tongue against my teeth and terminated my advance 2 paces short of the bedding, demanding an explanation. Lysandra instructed me to lower my acoustic projection and secure the barrier, while the second entity remained motionless, head lowered in submissive repose. I rotated on my heel, executed the command to shut the portal, and resumed my position near the edge of the cot, locking my eyes onto the older mage. The ecclesiastical faction was mobilizing, Lysandra warned me, detailing how they had infiltrated her residence seeking Lyra, operating under the mistaken assumption that my apprehension was already complete. Perhaps an excess of cynicism colored my prior judgment, but the operational logic held. If the religious authorities were actively hunting me, their dragnet would naturally target any secondary nodes of contact. Still, the intrusion remained an egregious breach of boundaries. I swept my gaze toward the secondary figure seated beside the senior scholar, tilting my cervical vertebrae in mild curiosity. Lysandra identified her as Revel, an apprentice destined to spearhead the auxiliary security detail, escorting the caravan alongside me and Lyra. Revel elevated her cranium, meeting my gaze directly with a deliberate flicker of her eyelids, to which I offered total indifference before demanding a status report on Lyra. Revel responded with an expressive rotation of her ocular globes, while Lysandra ground her jaw, explaining that the girl had already been extracted beyond the municipal perimeter to await our rendezvous. They needed to expedite my relocation tonight, she insisted, before the Inquisitors located and interrogated me with their newly deployed truth seekers. The minor anxiety hovering at the periphery of my consciousness dissipated. Furthermore, their operational timeline suffered from a fundamental flaw. The religious operatives had already cornered me. Too late, I thought, noting that the interrogation had already concluded prior to my arrival. Both pairs of eyes dilated in synchronization. Revel whipped her head toward the aperture to scan the external lane, while Lysandra stared in frozen disbelief. A low chuckle escaped my lips at their theatrical overreaction. When Lysandra demanded to know what disclosures I had rendered, her tone dropping into an icy sub-zero register, I furrowed my brow. Revel shot a sideways glance at her mentor before urging immediate egress. I dismissed their panic as exaggerated, explaining that I had merely answered standard baseline inquiries. I reached up to massage the bruised tissue over my abdomen where the truncheon had connected. The contusion still throbbed. The original agenda dictated treating the trauma immediately upon entry. Yet here I remained, anchored in an impromptu strategy session. Lysandra's fingers shifted toward her side, where a dense wooden staff materialized from spatial storage. Revel remained static, her optic focus locked entirely on my posture. Demanding a granular enumeration of the interrogatory lines, Lysandra's ocular tension revealed that her conveneer had entirely fractured. Naturally, they calculated that I had folded under pressure and compromised their clandestine network. Such concerns fell entirely outside my sphere of responsibility. After all, they were the ones who breached my locked domicile during mandated resting hours, following an excessively prolonged diurnal cycle filled with redundant social friction. My expression tightened into a frown as I outlined the triviality of the basic questions regarding my identity, spatial coordinates, and environmental observations. When they continued staring in stony silence, I clicked my tongue, dropping the revelation that I had bypassed the verification parameters because the truth seeker lacked operational efficacy. Absolute stillness gripped both practitioners for several heartbeats before Lysandra demanded to know my methodology. The desire for this interaction to reach an immediate termination point was absolute. A comprehensive technical breakdown might finally secure my isolation. The instrument functioned by reading underlying mana fluctuations, I explained with clinical detachment. Deception induced a microvariance in internal circulation, which the artifact amplified, whereas veracity maintained laminar flow. The operational protocol required nothing more than voluntary self-regulation, modulating my internal energy state to mimic stability or variance contingent upon the desired output. Revel's visual organs expanded to their absolute mechanical limits as she gasped at the concept of conscious kinetic manipulation of internal mana channels. Such a baseline capability was universal, making the conceptual gap genuinely incomprehensible. Instruction in internal flow regulation constituted the absolute foundational curriculum of my previous reality. Absent course circuit mastery, the execution of even rudimentary incantations remained physically impossible. When I inquired if the alternative was impossible, tilting my head in genuine confusion, both women executed simultaneous negative headshakes. A heavy, suffocating quiet blanketed the quarters until the material staff vanished from Lysandra's grip with the muttered conclusion that I operated outside standard biological parameters. I permitted my features to settle into a neutral mask, extending a hand toward the timber entrance as a subtle hint for departure, instructing me to prepare my provisions for a transport vector that would intercept me at the north gate during the early diurnal shift. Lysandra pinned me with a piercing ocular lock, warning that a rigorous accounting of my operational capabilities would be mandatory upon my return. I sealed the barrier mid-sentence, cutting off any subsequent directives. The temporal span had exhausted my psychological reserves, and drama remained an entirely non-essential variable. I threw the deadbolt and immediately cast an overlapping spatial awareness barrier across the entryway, ensuring no external entity would manipulate the portal without triggering a distinct sensory alarm. Yawning deeply, I migrated toward the bedding. An immediate evacuation of the capital represented a troublesome trajectory. Revel projected the distinct aura of an individual who derived sustained psychological nourishment from annoying her peers. My current safety margin was ephemeral. Clerical organizations possessed institutional memory and systemic reach. If their diagnostic tools failed against an adept manipulator, higher-tier inquisitorial assets would inevitably deploy a distinct operational headache. Yet, autonomy of choice remained severely constrained. External agents dictated the macro trajectory, reducing my role to reactive navigation. Regardless, the macro goals remained distant, and a structured caravan escort might serendipitously accelerate my resource accumulation vector. Establishing strict interpersonal boundaries with the tactical unit represented an absolute prerequisite before departure, followed by an extended, uninterrupted sabbatical spanning a minimum of 4 standard weeks post-operation once capital reserves reached saturation. The dull ache in my solar plexus persisted, prompting the invocation of an internal restorative sequence. A wave of localized thermal energy diffused through my core, rapidly dissolving the muscular inflammation with vastly superior efficiency compared to the precision-targeted medical spells utilized previously. Immediate asset auditing was required. Equipment inventory and systematic metrics demanded verification prior to the deployment vector. Surrendering to the overwhelming gravitational pull of the mattress, I abandoned all immediate intentions of vertical motion and invoked my system interface. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 72 out of 170. Level: 13. Class: Blank. Attributes: Strength: 14. Agility: 15. Endurance: 16. Intelligence: 17. Constitution: 14. Attribute points available: 4. For additional level increments had accrued since the prior audit. Attention shifted to the newly registered spell formations logged by the blessing mechanism. A series of unread notifications awaited processing. New skill detected. Mana construct. Skill tier: 4. Level increased. Attribute points available: 1. New skill detected. Toxin removal. Skill tier: 5. New skill detected. Small barrier. Skill tier: 4. New skill detected. Body heal. Skill tier: 6. Attribute points available: 4. Every novel incantation processed by my cognitive framework triggered an automatic systemic leveling event. The infrequency of my casting since materializing in this realm suggested that deploying higher-tier structural formulas would yield exponential progression leaps. The hypothesis was immediately discarded. Operating without a secure energy buffer was fundamentally flawed. Exhausting personal mana reservoirs for the sake of rapid leveling introduced unacceptable vulnerability parameters. Even across the protracted campaigns of the Demon Continent, complete resource depletion had been assiduously avoided, driven by the persistent fear of leaving operational assets or allied units exposed. That tactical constraint remained unchanged. Executing internal respiratory techniques to expand baseline mana capacity was a lingering project on my theoretical backlog, but continuous external disruptions precluded disciplined execution. The window of quiet never materialized. Even now, physical exhaustion precluded experimental breathing protocols, requiring postponement until a secure staging post, such as a remote provincial inn, was secured. One specific metric warranted analytical attention. My internal mana control parameter had not experienced upward revision, confirming that the deception of the truth-seeker mechanism operated well below advanced thresholds, likely resting securely within Tier 5 or Tier 6 equivalency. The accumulated attribute points remained unallocated within the system ledger. Current defensive metrics were adequate. Hoarding the pool for unexpected tactical emergencies represented the optimal risk mitigation strategy. My ocular focus drifted toward the heavy leather acquisition sack resting beside the writing desk, but the physical effort required to inspect its contents exceeded my remaining motivational reserves. Consciousness dissolved into the steady onset of slumber. I regained consciousness ahead of schedule, the lingering remnants of sleep refusing to offer any further refuge. With the caravan escort scheduled to mobilize in a matter of hours, remaining horizontal felt entirely counterproductive, a direct forfeit of the final sliver of autonomous time at my disposal. I possessed full awareness of the physiological penalty awaiting me. Chronic sleep deprivation historically acted as a reliable multiplier for operational friction. Nevertheless, opting for wakefulness served the broader tactical objective of avoiding premature social synchronization with my traveling companions. Of that calculus, I entertained zero doubt. I fixed my gaze upon the glass pane, observing the stagnant urban backdrop. A sparse trickle of pedestrians drifted past, punctuated by the rhythmic cadence of a municipal guard patrol sweeping the lane. Complete narrative stagnation. Boredom manifested with remarkable velocity. In my previous incarnation, extended periods of inactivity featured dependable default loops, analytical grimoire study, material synthesis, or structural recreation. Occasionally, feline diversion parameters. Presently, my systemic inventory was entirely devoid of recreational scaffolding. Establishing a repertoire of solitary hobbies represented an urgent lifestyle upgrade. Cultivating convenience spells remained priority number one on my theoretical backlog, yet the requisite structural blueprints were glaringly absent. And independent spell formulation from the ground up remained entirely non-viable under current resource constraints. Virtually my entire esoteric repertoire had been optimized for singular purposes: kinetic suppression, cellular necrosis, and large-scale terminal elimination. A meager handful of utility manifestations existed, yet even those have been mastered exclusively because they streamlined the mechanics of mass casualties. Consequently, my administrative capacity for domestic convenience sat near absolute zero. Initiating the corrective protocol required tackling the most critical domestic deficit first: the absolute mathematical formulation for the optimal cup of tea. I maintained a lingering, fragile hope that Lyssandra's designated supply network had accommodated that specific priority. Securing a reliable infusion would render the impending caravan escort marginally more tolerable. As the exterior pedestrian density escalated, the urban environment transitioned into active diurnal mode. Execution phase initiated, commencing with structural inventory verification. The contents of the acquisition sack provided by the senior mage remained an entirely unverified black box. Relying entirely on Lyssandra's administrative competence involved a calculated leap of faith, but second-guessing the logistics vector served no immediate purpose. With a deliberate shift in posture, I uncurled from the mattress, retrieved the heavy leather receptacle, hoisted it onto the writing surface, and unlatched the drawstrings. At the apex of the contents rested an obsidian textile interwoven with micro-fine silver filaments. Extracting the garment, I allowed the fabric to cascade across my palms. A heavy, tactile cloak, Hydrophobic weave configurations were immediately apparent upon sensory evaluation, while the metallic embroidery imparted a deceptive aura of professional refinement. I registered a favorable aesthetic impression. A glance toward the window confirmed a cloudless, high-luminance sky devoid of atmospheric precipitation. Naturally, the downpour was imminent. I donned the garment, drawing the heavy cowl deep over my forehead. The dead weight was noticeable, yet the physical encumbrance failed to impede joint articulation. Furthermore, the visual silhouette achieved acceptable parameters. A low chuckle escaped my lips. Vanity served as a sufficiently valid operational justification. Regrettably, my apartment lacked a reflective silvered plane. Reconstructing my facial topology from Dareth's fragmented neurological archives offered a baseline mental model, but direct empirical verification remained absent. A minor maintenance item flagged for future resolution. A momentary impulse to invoke a localized condensation surface spell flickered through my processing queues before being summarily purged as an inefficient waste of mana. Subsequent exploratory excavation of the sack yielded a standard-issue bedroll, followed by an assortment of foundational field gear, braided hemp cordage, a dried hide hydration vessel, concentrated caloric rations, linen compress bandages, and a pair of dual-purpose cutting implements, one configured for pelt processing, the other for generic utilitarian friction. The payload strictly adhered to minimalist survival parameters. Countless variables remained unaddressed. Hopefully, the remaining expeditionary assets possessed the specialized redundancies I lacked, given that my current liquidity levels precluded secondary market acquisitions. At the very least, acquiring a waterproof cloak of this caliber represented a net positive variance. I restowed the equipment with methodical precision, paused to interface with my internal circuitry, and directed a controlled mana transfer to hydraulically fill the hydration vessel. Utilizing direct arcane injection bypassed the tedious necessity of interacting with municipal civic infrastructure or interrogating strangers regarding public wellhead coordinates. Within minutes, departure protocols were finalized. I exited the chamber and initiated transit toward the northern municipal portal. The commute proved uneventful, culminating at the massive defensive gate well ahead of critical threshold limits. The congestion exceeded acceptable ergonomic tolerances. Security forces had augmented their perimeter presence substantially, deploying roughly a dozen additional operational units compared to baselines. 3 distinct processing queues choked the egress zone. The aristocratic priority lane predictably exhibited maximum throughput velocity, vastly outperforming the pedestrian foot traffic channels. I established a defenseless perimeter position within an obscured structural alcove, safely removed from the surging masses. Standard tactical doctrine dictated a designated rendezvous vector, though precise identification credentials for my contact remained entirely unspecified. Scanning the sea of uniforms, itinerant merchants, mercenary applicants, and aspiring colonists yielded 0 matches. The demographic mirror of Dareth's original arrival trajectory. A short interval elapsed before a solitary vector detached from the central flow, vectoring directly toward my position. The approaching silhouette wore heavy academic robes of midnight hue, boldly accented with vibrant magenta botanical embroidery. As the distance closed, resolution increased. A sleek cascade of raven hair secured by a distinctive butterfly-shaped fastening mechanism. She advanced with deliberate, high-tension strides, her facial topography locked into an acute, aggressive pout. Visual recognition matrices locked on instantly. She halted directly within my personal buffer zone, folding her upper extremities across her thoracic region and issuing a silent, commanding demand to trail her movement. Without pausing for acknowledgement, she pivoted toward the checkpoint. I executed a silent lateral shift, trailing her trajectory. Her demeanor radiated sustained hostility and acute displeasure, underlying variables that defied logical classification from my current dataset. Regardless, her identity was definitively confirmed as Revel, the primary operative from the previous evening's unauthorized nocturnal audit. Approaching the security checkpoint, she bypassed the logistical friction by flashing a high-clearance administrative insignia directly at the primary sentinel. I attempted a peripheral scan of the credential details, but the focal angle obscured the embedded runes. The guard executed an immediate postural correction, dipping his chin in a synchronized display of institutional deference while manually overriding the barrier mechanism to clear our passage. Egress achieved with zero administrative friction. The transition velocity vastly outpaced aristocratic carriage queues. A fleeting hypothesis regarding Revel's potential aristocratic lineage crossed my cognitive processors, only to be immediately discarded as an irrelevant data point. Macro stratification categories held minimal interest. She maintained a rapid, unrelenting march northward along the paved arterial ribbon. To my sinister flank stood the colossal megalithic ramparts of the capital. To my dexter flank stretched a cleared municipal glacis spanning several hundred meters before terminating at the dense, emerald boundary of an old-growth timberland. The roadway surface consisted of tightly fitted cobblestones, inferior to modern composite paving, yet a distinct operational upgrade over the treacherous, shifting soils of the Demon Continent. Adaptation matrices would simply process the friction. I remained entirely indifferent to Revel's acute psychological agitation, provided the silence held. The absence of conversational friction maintained a remarkably peaceful transit vector, even if her synchronized body language screamed suppressed frustration. 10 minutes of continuous locomotion cleared the immediate urban sprawl and auxiliary trading encampments. We bypassed stationary patrols and overtook an immense commercial wagon train. A lumbering convoy of 12 heavy haulers laden with agricultural produce, coarse textiles, and stacked bundles of iron-shod infantry pikes, independent merchants had established improvised satellite stalls along the road shoulders, attempting direct-to-consumer transactions prior to entering the city gates. I swept a diagnostic glance across the merchant stalls. Exploratory retail acquisition possessed intrinsic appeal, but Revel's kinetic velocity precluded any deviation from a vector. A sharp verbal projection from ahead broke the silence, questioning my absolute lack of communicative output without decelerating her cadence. An internal groan of pure administrative fatigue registered instantly. The predicted conversational intervention had initiated. Maintaining my earlier heuristic forecast proved entirely accurate, yet the timing remained deeply inconvenient. Revel represented a distinct evolutionary step up from yesterday's raw anxiety, yet tolerating unsolicited interpersonal engagement remained an exhausting expenditure of mental bandwidth. Formulating an appropriate linguistic response required an annoying allocation of cognitive cycles, particularly when the underlying grievance remained entirely opaque. I cleared my throat of particulate matter. My response attributed her prior nonverbal projection to a clear preference for unilateral forward motion, which met with an immediate negative correlation. I furrowed my brow, adjusting my cowl. The conversational trajectory was deteriorating precisely as anticipated. She remained anchored to a specific emotional grievance. Should an apology be deployed? Cost-benefit analysis yielded ambiguous results. An ungrounded concession might inadvertently validate accusations I hadn't committed, while recalcitrance risked destabilizing the operational cohesion of the escort unit. Deploying a standardized social placeholder, I offered a concise apology. Revel exhibited a micro-stutter in her gait before pressing onward, her scapular muscles bunching tightly under her vestments, demanding to know if historical comprehension metrics registered at absolute zero and emphasizing that my operational negligence induced severe physiological stress. Zero empirical data supported her premise. Requesting empirical quantification, I scratched at the nape of my neck beneath the heavy fabric. Revel executed a sharp pivot on her heel, locking her glare onto my path, halting abruptly before turning away with rigid shoulders to elaborate upon the substantial exposure risk. She noted that had ecclesiastical intelligence isolated our operational nodes, structural liquidation of familial holdings was mathematically guaranteed, and that absent clerical restorative allocations within the northern garrison zones, territorial defense parameters would collapse entirely. The scattered puzzle pieces suddenly snapped into a coherent structural matrix. The underlying systemic paranoia was no longer entirely irrational. My casual dismissal of the inquisitorial visit had bypassed the severe geopolitical stakes tied to her bloodline survival. I had operated from the narrow paradigm of personal inconvenience, completely blind to the macro consequences affecting her kin. An interesting structural vulnerability. Prompting her for further clarification, I observe her incredulous reaction as she rebuked my ignorance of regional security parameters concerning her familial syndicate. Were external entities supposed to possess intuitive access to classified military lineages? Lysandra had omitted all background dossiers regarding the auxiliary personnel assigned to my file. My negative response prompted Revel to exhale a sharp breath laden with pure exasperation, explaining that the northern border defenses fell under familial jurisdiction where they maintained the line against active incursions, elevating her chin fractionally. The confession reframed the operational theater. Dareth's baseline memories contained vague, unindexed anxieties regarding northern incursions, but practical details have been non-existent. The kingdom's northern perimeter was maintained as a militarized buffer against external existential threats. Inquiring regarding the classification of said incursions, I listened as Revel's pupils constricted aggressively in disbelief at my apparent satire. Clarifying my southerly origin and agricultural background within Grest, where macro conflict remained entirely abstract, I noted my clearly sheltered demographic background. Rolling her eyes toward the canopy, she muttered about Southerners and their catastrophic detachment from reality born of capital proximity. I permitted the regional chauvinism to pass without kinetic or verbal friction. My primary objective remained the acquisition of empirical data regarding the northern anomaly. Resuming forward momentum at a steady march, she defined the corrupted as an extra-dimensional vector, hostile entities bleeding through spatial tiers, punctuating the assertion with an aggressive expectoration into the roadside brush and describing them as pathological entities resulting in absolute, systemic erasure upon contact, where biological matter underwent complete structural conversion. We executed a tactical lateral step to yield the right-of-way to a passing supply carriage, remaining silent until the rumbling, iron-rimmed wheels faded into the ambient background noise. Describing the fate of the Purple Forest, their ancestral territorial seat, she exhaled a heavy, visceral exhaustion, detailing its total structural conversion by the taint which forced the frontline boundaries to retreat by 40 leagues. Offering genuine condolences, I acknowledged that the loss of a biological and territorial stronghold carried massive logistical and psychological repercussions, while noting that visually processing a violet-hued arboreal biome would have possessed undeniable aesthetic value. Revel offered no verbal acknowledgement of the sympathy, demanding to know if comprehension had been achieved. Confirming in the affirmative, I received a dismissive scoff in response. Pausing, she extended an index finger toward a weathered timber structure situated just off the cobblestone artery, identifying it as our operational staging post. I tracked her indicated vector, an isolated roadside hostelry bearing a roughly hewn signboard reading the faraway inn. A dozen weather-beaten timber tables occupied the exterior patio zone, populated by a scattering of rough-hewn travelers. To the structural dexter lay an expansive, odoriferous stable block overflowing with draft equines, feed carts, and heavy transport beasts. Standard logistics hub for mercantile traffic preparing to breach the northern gates or transition into provincial frontiers. Simultaneously, an aggressive olfactory assault slammed into my sensory receptors. An overwhelming, concentrated wave of livestock waste and decaying organic matter. My tongue clicked automatically against my teeth, directing her attention toward a perimeter table immediately adjacent to the main access path, Revel instructed me forward. I adjusted my cowl and tracked her line of sight. Lyra occupied a scarred wooden bench, flanked by two armed male operatives in standardized mercenary leather. Confirming the identity of the tactical element, Revel led the final approach. I halted my stride directly before the scarred timber seating assembly. Revel introduced me as Dareth, classifying my functional designation as a mage, to which Lyra offered a subdued facial gesture of greeting. Clay, positioned to Lyra's sinistral flank, identified himself, displaying light tactical leather armor emblazoned with an insignia depicting a blade wreathed in roaring flames, complemented by a sidearm resting at his iliac crest and slightly curling blonde locks. Blaze, stationed on her dexter flank, was similarly identified as a mage clad in slate-gray vestments with crimson locks. Clay swept his ocular receptors across the assembled personnel, offering a dry chuckle at the tactical composition, defining it as a balanced deployment vector, an assessment that violently contradicted every foundational combat ratio I possessed. As a party consisting of a solitary offensive warrior paired with a quadruple contingent of esoteric casters violated standard squad optimization protocols, unless the frontline asset specialized exclusively in defensive mitigation, a structural role. Clay's offensive posture evidently rejected. Despite Revel's lingering hostility, a fleeting micro-expression of amusement registered at the periphery of her features. The party members seated themselves. I occupied the bench adjacent to Clay, while Revel positioned herself beside Blaze, leaving the rear perimeter anchored against the boundary fence. Lyra cast a silent directive toward Clay, prompting him to initiate operational briefings. Clay smiled, defining his combat parameters as a warrior specializing purely in offensive damage application. Revel designated her tactical focus as shadow and stealth esotericism, emphasizing stealth infiltration, spatial sealing, and targeted assault capabilities. I suppressed a sudden internal impulse to vocalize ironic amusement regarding the stark contradiction between her vibrant magenta botanical embroidery and stealth execution parameters. Lyra outlined her affinities as wind and earth manipulation. All ocular vectors simultaneously rotated toward Blaze, who sat motionless with heavy somatic fatigue anchoring his posture, dark bruised tissue shadowing his ocular sockets while his gaze remained blankly unfocused. Following a sharp vocal reprimand from Revel, Blaze blinked sluggishly, elevated his cranium, and muttered a brief confirmation of fire affinity. The collective gaze swung back to me. Operational protocol required declaring my functional specialty within the local paradigm. Retaining an ambiguous profile carried administrative friction, yet the local standard metrics remained opaque. With most classical elements already claimed by my peers, water and ice affinities represented an optimal choice to achieve tactical equilibrium, while simultaneously granting a controlled environment to practice my severely underdeveloped ice manipulation metrics. I stated my parameters. Water and ice elements configured for dual offensive and defensive execution. Inquiring regarding Blaze's lethargic state, Revel noted that the operative had dedicated the entire nocturnal cycle to continuous textual study, an observation Clay confirmed while raking a hand through his hair. Revel shook her head and launched into the overarching operational directive, escorting a commercial caravan from the capital north toward Blight Town, punctuated by 4 distinct staging halts, beginning at Zent Village and terminating at Blight Village in the immediate vicinity of Blight City. Mid-briefing, she noted Blaze had lapsed back into unconsciousness with his forehead resting against the timber tabletop. Without hesitation, she seized his ceramic chalice of small beer and inverted the contents directly over his skull. Blaze jerked vertically with an indignant protest regarding the lack of polite decorum. Resuming the briefing, Revel detailed the environmental hazards along the transit corridor. Forested regions harboring baseline fauna and low-tier monsters that generally avoided the main cobblestone artery, meaning initial opposition would remain minimal, though the final approach to Blight Village introduced severe, localized corruption risks, where regional night patrols held primary jurisdiction, though auxiliary defense units must maintain absolute readiness for independent engagement. She systematically outlined the scheduled nocturnal waypoints, housing arrangements, and rest intervals with clinical precision, establishing her competence as an organic squad commander that eliminated redundant interrogatory overhead. A stout merchant in opulent attire approached our designated assembly point, addressing Revel by name and confirming the readiness of the transport convoy. Revel greeted him as Master Eldritch, the primary financial sponsor of the commission, introducing the assembled operatives before issuing a command to mobilize. The contingent migrated toward the adjacent stabling sector, with Revel and the merchant pacing ahead to finalize route mechanics. I trailed in the rear echelon. The operational parameters appeared manageable, anchored by Revel's administrative autonomy and a compartmentalized squad where Blaze remained perpetually somnolent, Clay maintained temporary contrition, and Lyra exhibited stable baseline functioning, though ensuring her targeted cellular cleansing prior to days and remained a mandatory maintenance task to prevent systemic regression. Arriving at the stable yards, an assembled column of 10 massive covered transport wagons stood locked in staging formation, each manned by an assigned driver and a dedicated defensive guard. The macro-defensive array comprised 10 private guards, a solitary warrior, and 4 specialized mages, supplementing the civilian drivers, lacking a baseline comparative metric for standard combat power in this reality. I filed the data for empirical testing. Issuing tactical assignments, Revel deployed Lyra and me to the rear carriage vector, directed Blaze to secure rest in the 5th central wagon, and retained Clay at her vanguard position. Clay offered a sarcastic military acknowledgement before moving out, while Blaze lumbered silently toward the designated wagon, collapsed across the cargo beds, and immediately resumed unconsciousness. Dismissing Blaze's behavior, Revel noted that the initial capital-adjacent hours carried 0 threat probability, granting personnel permission to utilize the wagon transport for recovery during the transit window before re-establishing defensive postures upon entering unpacified sectors. Lyra inquired regarding the exact departure vector, receiving a prompt indicating immediate execution. Lyra and I ascended the rear carriage, securing positions on the wooden tailboard with our lower extremities dangling over the drop zone. Initiating a diagnostic inquiry, I asked regarding her somatic stability. Lyra offered a soft, affirmative smile, noting that while the underlying neural echoes of the affliction flickered at the periphery, the acute intensity was drastically suppressed. I conducted a rapid visual scan of her physical presentation. The severe facial tension had completely evaporated, leaving only faint residual shadowing beneath her hazel eyes, while her skin tone had returned to baseline health, perfectly framing her shoulder-length, wavy, golden brown hair. Raising a hand to request authorization, I sought consent for therapeutic intervention, which she granted by placing her palm directly within my grasp. Activating the toxin removal protocol with absolute efficiency, I monitored the subtle, energetic shift before inquiring if the somatic calibration had improved. Affirming the treatment's efficacy, Lyra offered sincere gratitude, prompting me to pivot the conversational vector toward her familial support structure, specifically inquiring about young Tellian. A melancholic note entered her voice as she explained that while the boy had expressed initial sorrow regarding her departure, her mother had successfully mollified him with promises of enrollment at the academic institution. I offered a brief, dry chuckle of amusement. Inquiring regarding her post-escort trajectory, Lyra questioned my long-term roadmap. I noted the absence of fixed plans beyond honoring my mandatory obligation to return to the capital and fulfill the restorative contract for the local noble who had previously detained me, an acknowledgement that drew a wry reference to the kidnapping incident. Shifting away from the adversarial memory, Lyra expanded upon peripheral topics, her conversational output exhibiting a remarkable vitality and emotional relaxation entirely absent during our initial domestic encounter. Noting the stark behavioral shift, I directly questioned the underlying psychological catalyst for her prior reticence. Following a brief hesitation, Lyra confessed the deep-seated guilt she harbored regarding her mother's professional compromise, detailing how her addiction had nearly destroyed Lyssandra's standing within the academic hierarchy, forced social ostracization, and compelled her mother to humiliate herself before ecclesiastical authorities to secure funding for purification, only for the cycle to repeat and necessitate her administrative exile to preserve the academic appointment. Questioning the relative priority of academic status to the senior mage, I received a clarification that institutional leverage represented the sole theoretical pathway to pressure the high priest into permanent pharmacological intervention, exposing the profound desperation that had driven Lysandra to forge an alliance with me. The missing structural data clicked into absolute alignment, validating my initial operational calculus and confirming that my fateful intervention had yielded a net positive outcome despite the subsequent logistical fallout. Affirming her trajectory, I assured her that complete somatic stabilization would be achieved prior to the completion of the caravan escort commission. The dialogue sustained a neutral, constructive rhythm until Revel materialized alongside the moving transport vector, announcing the termination of the transit phase. Both of us dropped cleanly from the tailboard, absorbing the landing impact and assessing the surrounding topography. Dense arboreal canopy enveloped the King's Road as we entered the frontier timberlands en route to Zent Village, our projected nocturnal checkpoint. Distributing lateral coverage zones, Lyra assumed responsibility for the sinistral flank while I secured the dexter perimeter. Operational rotation dictated that I cycle periodically from the rear echelon to the central convoy cluster and back, with Lyra executing a mirrored relay to maintain absolute bilateral surveillance. Exchange of visual confirmation with Lyra signaled the initiation of the protocol. I dropped back to the absolute rear axle of the convoy, maintaining constant sensory vigilance across the dense underbrush. Caravan escort protocols were deeply familiar from past campaigns, transforming the mundane deployment into a predictable procedural routine. A heavy wave of fatigue triggered an involuntary yawn, accompanied by a muttered curse as I acknowledged the self-inflicted tactical penalty. Engaging in extended dialogue with Lyra had completely cannibalized the resting window I had originally scheduled for recuperation, though operational necessity left no room for alternative adjustments. I clicked my tongue in silent irritation. 15 minutes elapsed before Lyra executed her rotation back to the rear, prompting me to initiate my forward sweep toward the central convoy sector. Advancing at a marginally accelerated pace relative to the rolling transport units, my optic focus remained locked onto the dense timberline flanking the right-hand pathway, scanning for microdisturbances in avian flight patterns or unnatural foliage displacement. Reaching the midpoint between the 4th and 5th wagons, I maintained my station along the dexter flank, while Lyra retained coverage of the opposite corridor, reducing my surveillance obligations to periodic cross-checks. The sensory environment was characterized by absolute monotony, interrupted solely by the rhythmic creak of wooden suspension and the grinding of iron-shod wheels. As solar declination marked the approach of dusk, I initiated my routine rotational sweep back toward the center, instantly registering a severe environmental anomaly. The ambient forest acoustic profile had collapsed into absolute, unnatural silence, accompanied by an abrupt olfactory shift carrying the distinct heavy musk of predatory fauna or a coordinated ambush cluster. The statistical probability favored an impending hostile engagement. Traversing the distance from the rear sector to the convoy core, the atmospheric stillness persisted unbroken, tempting the deployment of mana sense, which was instantly rejected due to the exorbitant mana expenditure required that would cripple my tactical reserves. Manual reconnaissance remained the sole viable methodology as I resumed my defensive patrol along the dexter perimeter. A brief minute of accelerated pacing bridged the distance. Hailing Lyra quietly, I instructed her to execute a silent forward vector toward the vanguard without alarming the civilian teamsters, explicitly ordering her to brief Revel on an impending ambush scenario. Expressing momentary confusion, she demanded clarification. overriding her hesitation with a curt directive to maintain the sinistral corridor and advise the commander to delay immediate vocalization until positional optimization was secured. I watched her break into a rapid jog. Returning my focus to the central transport zone, I braced my internal mana channels for engagement. 2 minutes elapsed before a sharp, piercing vocalization tore through the canopy from the vanguard position. Ambush! I halted my stride directly before the scarred timber seating assembly. Revel introduced me as Dareth, classifying my functional designation as a mage, prompting Lyra to offer a subdued facial gesture of greeting. Clay, positioned to Lyra's sinistral flank, identified himself, displaying light tactical leather armor emblazoned with an insignia depicting a blade wreathed in roaring flames, complemented by a sidearm resting at his iliac crest and slightly curling blonde locks. Blaze, stationed on her dexter flank, was similarly identified as a mage clad in slate-gray vestments with crimson locks. Clay swept his ocular receptors across the assembled personnel, offering a dry chuckle at the tactical composition, defining it as a balanced deployment vector, an assessment that violently contradicted every foundational combat ratio I possessed. As a party consisting of a solitary offensive warrior paired with a quadruple contingent of esoteric casters violated standard squad optimization protocols unless the frontline asset specialized exclusively in defensive mitigation, a structural role. Clay's offensive posture evidently rejected. Despite Revel's lingering hostility, a fleeting micro-expression of amusement registered at the periphery of her features. The party members seated themselves. I occupied the bench adjacent to Clay, while Revel positioned herself beside Blaze, leaving the rear perimeter anchored against the boundary fence. Lyra cast a silent directive toward Clay, prompting him to initiate operational briefings. Clay smiled, defining his combat parameters as a warrior specializing purely in offensive damage application. Revel designated her tactical focus as shadow and stealth esotericism, emphasizing stealth infiltration, spatial sealing, and targeted assault capabilities. I suppressed a sudden internal impulse to vocalize ironic amusement regarding the stark contradiction between her vibrant magenta botanical embroidery and stealth execution parameters. Lyra outlined her affinities as wind and earth manipulation. All ocular vectors simultaneously rotated toward Blaze, who sat motionless with heavy somatic fatigue anchoring his posture, dark bruised tissue shadowing his ocular sockets while his gaze remained blankly unfocused. Following a sharp vocal reprimand from Revel, Blaze blinked sluggishly, elevated his cranium, and muttered a brief confirmation of fire affinity. The collective gaze swung back to me. Operational protocol required declaring my functional specialty within the local paradigm. Retaining an ambiguous profile carried administrative friction, yet the local standard metrics remained opaque. With most classical elements already claimed by my peers, water and ice affinities represented an optimal choice to achieve tactical equilibrium, while simultaneously providing a controlled environment to practice my severely underdeveloped ice manipulation metrics. I stated my parameters: water and ice elements configured for dual offensive and defensive execution. Inquiring regarding Blaze's lethargic state, Revel noted that the operative had dedicated the entire nocturnal cycle to continuous textual study, an observation Clay confirmed while raking a hand through his hair. Revel shook her head and launched into the overarching operational directive, escorting a commercial caravan from the capital north toward Blight Town, punctuated by 4 distinct staging halts, beginning at Zent Village and terminating at Blight Village in the immediate vicinity of Blight City. Mid-briefing, she noted Blaze had lapsed back into unconsciousness with his forehead resting against the timber tabletop. Without hesitation, she seized his ceramic chalice of small beer and inverted the contents directly over his skull. Blaze jerked vertically with an indignant protest regarding the lack of polite decorum. Resuming the briefing, Revel detailed the environmental hazards along the transit corridor. Forested regions harboring baseline fauna and low-tier monsters that generally avoided the main cobblestone artery. meaning initial opposition would remain minimal, though the final approach to Blight Village introduced severe localized corruption risks, where regional night patrols held primary jurisdiction. Though auxiliary defense units must maintain absolute readiness for independent engagement, she systematically outlined the scheduled nocturnal waypoints, housing arrangements, and rest intervals with clinical precision, establishing her competence as an organic squad commander that eliminated redundant interrogatory overhead. A stout merchant in opulent attire approached our designated assembly point, addressing Revel by name and confirming the readiness of the transport convoy. Revel greeted him as Master Eldritch, the primary financial sponsor of the commission, introducing the assembled operatives before issuing a command to mobilize. The contingent migrated toward the adjacent stabling sector, with Revel and the merchant pacing ahead to finalize route mechanics. I trailed in the rear echelon. The operational parameters appeared manageable, anchored by Revel's administrative autonomy and a compartmentalized squad where Blaze remained perpetually somnolent, Clay maintained temporary contrition, and Lyra exhibited stable baseline functioning, though ensuring her targeted cellular cleansing prior to days and remained a mandatory maintenance task to prevent systemic regression. Arriving at the stable yards, an assembled column of 10 massive covered transport wagons stood locked in staging formation, each manned by an assigned driver and a dedicated defensive guard. The macro-defensive array comprised 10 private guards, a solitary warrior, and 4 specialized mages, supplementing the civilian drivers. Lacking a baseline comparative metric for standard combat power in this reality, I filed the data for empirical testing. Issuing tactical assignments, Revel deployed Lyra and me to the rear carriage vector, directed Blaze to secure rest in the 5th central wagon, and retained Clay at her vanguard position. Clay offered a sarcastic military acknowledgement before moving out, while Blaze lumbered silently toward the designated wagon, collapsed across the cargo beds, and immediately resumed unconsciousness. Dismissing Blaze's behavior, Revel noted that the initial capital-adjacent hours carried 0 threat probability, granting personnel permission to utilize the wagon transport for recovery during the transit window before re-establishing defensive postures upon entering unpacified sectors. Lyra inquired regarding the exact departure vector, receiving a prompt indicating immediate execution. Lyra and I ascended the rear carriage, securing positions on the wooden tailboard with our lower extremities dangling over the drop zone. Initiating a diagnostic inquiry, I asked regarding her somatic stability. Lyra offered a soft, affirmative smile, noting that while the underlying neural echoes of the affliction flickered at the periphery, the acute intensity was drastically suppressed. I conducted a rapid visual scan of her physical presentation. The severe facial tension had completely evaporated, leaving only faint residual shadowing beneath her hazel eyes, while her skin tone had returned to baseline health, perfectly framing her shoulder-length wavy golden brown hair. Raising a hand to request authorization, I sought consent for therapeutic intervention, which she granted by placing her palm directly within my grasp. Activating the toxin removal protocol with absolute efficiency, I monitored the subtle energetic shift before inquiring if the somatic calibration had improved. Affirming the treatment's efficacy, Lyra offered sincere gratitude, prompting me to pivot the conversational vector toward her familial support structure, specifically inquiring about young Tellian. A melancholic note entered her voice as she explained that while the boy had expressed initial sorrow regarding her departure, her mother had successfully mollified him with promises of enrollment at the academic institution. I offered a brief, dry chuckle of amusement. Inquiring regarding her post-escort trajectory, Lyra questioned my long-term roadmap. I noted the absence of fixed plans beyond honoring my mandatory obligation to return to the capital and fulfill the restorative contract for the local noble who had previously detained me, an acknowledgement that drew a wry reference to the kidnapping incident. Shifting away from the adversarial memory, Lyra expanded upon peripheral topics, her conversational output exhibiting a remarkable vitality and emotional relaxation entirely absent during our initial domestic encounter. Noting the stark behavioral shift, I directly questioned the underlying psychological catalyst for her prior reticence. Following a brief hesitation, Lyra confessed the deep-seated guilt she harbored regarding her mother's professional compromise, detailing how her addiction had nearly destroyed Lyssandra's standing within the academic hierarchy, forced social ostracization, and compelled her mother to humiliate herself before ecclesiastical authorities to secure funding for purification, only for the cycle to repeat and necessitate her administrative exile to preserve the academic appointment. Questioning the relative priority of academic status to the senior mage, I received a clarification that institutional leverage represented the sole theoretical pathway to pressure the high priest into permanent pharmacological intervention, exposing the profound desperation that had driven Lysandra to forge an alliance with me. The missing structural data clicked into absolute alignment, validating my initial operational calculus and confirming that my fateful intervention had yielded a net positive outcome despite the subsequent logistical fallout. Affirming her trajectory, I assured her that complete somatic stabilization would be achieved prior to the completion of the Caravan Escort Commission. The dialogue sustained a neutral, constructive rhythm until Revel materialized alongside the moving transport vector, announcing the termination of the transit phase. Both of us dropped cleanly from the tailboard, absorbing the landing impact and assessing the surrounding topography. Dense arboreal canopy enveloped the King's Road as we entered the frontier timberlands en route to Zent Village, our projected nocturnal checkpoint. Distributing lateral coverage zones, Lyra assumed responsibility for the sinistral flank while I secured the dexter perimeter. Operational rotation dictated that I cycle periodically from the rear echelon to the central convoy cluster and back, with Lyra executing a mirrored relay to maintain absolute bilateral surveillance. Exchange of visual confirmation with Lyra signaled the initiation of the protocol. I dropped back to the absolute rear axle of the convoy, maintaining constant sensory vigilance across the dense underbrush. Caravan escort protocols were deeply familiar from past campaigns, transforming the mundane deployment into a predictable procedural routine. A heavy wave of fatigue triggered an involuntary yawn, accompanied by a muttered curse as I acknowledged the self-inflicted tactical penalty. Engaging in extended dialogue with Lyra had completely cannibalized the resting window I had originally scheduled for recuperation, though operational necessity left no room for alternative adjustments. I clicked my tongue in silent irritation. 15 minutes elapsed before Lyra executed her rotation back to the rear, prompting me to initiate my forward sweep toward the central convoy sector. Advancing at a marginally accelerated pace relative to the rolling transport units, my optic focus remained locked onto the dense timberline flanking the right-hand pathway, scanning for micro-disturbances in avian flight patterns or unnatural foliage displacement. Reaching the midpoint between the 4th and 5th wagons, I maintained my station along the dexter flank while Lyra retained coverage of the opposite corridor, reducing my surveillance obligations to periodic cross-checks. The sensory environment was characterized by absolute monotony, interrupted solely by the rhythmic creak of wooden suspension and the grinding of iron-shod wheels. As solar declination marked the approach of dusk, I initiated my routine rotational sweep back toward the center, instantly registering a severe environmental anomaly. The ambient forest acoustic profile had collapsed into absolute, unnatural silence, accompanied by an abrupt olfactory shift carrying the distinct heavy musk of predatory fauna or a coordinated ambush cluster. The statistical probability favored an impending hostile engagement. Traversing the distance from the rear sector to the convoy core, the atmospheric stillness persisted unbroken, tempting the deployment of mana sense, which was instantly rejected due to the exorbitant mana expenditure required that would cripple my tactical reserves. Manual reconnaissance remained the sole viable methodology as I resumed my defensive patrol along the dexter perimeter. A brief minute of accelerated pacing bridged the distance. Hailing Lyra quietly, I instructed her to execute a silent forward vector toward the vanguard without alarming the civilian teamsters, explicitly ordering her to brief Revel on an impending ambush scenario. Expressing momentary confusion, she demanded clarification, overriding her hesitation with a curt directive to maintain the sinistral corridor and advise the commander to delay immediate vocalization until positional optimization was secured. I watched her break into a rapid jog. Returning my focus to the central transport zone, I braced my internal mana channels for engagement. 2 minutes elapsed before a sharp, piercing vocalization tore through the canopy from the vanguard position, announcing the sudden assault. The caravan locked its movement vectors instantly. Armed security personnel dismounted and deployed into defensive geometry, bearing steel. Blaze vaulted from the chassis of the fifth wagon, blinking sleepily as he locked eyes on me and requested a situational report. Indicating the arboreal boundary, I confirmed the ambush vector. Blaze acknowledged the input, casting off residual somnolence as his ocular focus sharpened. He thrust forth an open palm, materializing a 2-meter tactical casting staff crowned by a crystalline crimson focal node and terminating in a hardened steel spike. The security detail coalesced at the center of the column. 6 operatives locked heavy interlocking shields into a defensive phalanx, supported by 4 rear-rank specialists wielding extended polearms and pikes. Retaining peripheral surveillance, I observed Lyra deploying near the third wagon to secure the rear approach, her casting instrument already materialized. At the van, Revel mirrored the defensive posture, while Clay surged toward the center with his blade cleared of its scabbard. Master Eldritch positioned himself at the geometric center of the formation, hands locked behind his lumbar region, while civilian drivers armed with composite bows and heavy crossbows fanned out along the flanks. Clay closed distance, demanding the enemy vector. Blaze gestured toward the trembling tree line, advising patients to draw the vanguard into optimal range. The forest canopy erupted in violent auditory feedback, snapping timber, rustling undergrowth, and a distinct, putrid stench of organic decay sweeping across the clearing. Master Eldritch bellowed an order for the shield wall to advance and anchor. The iron-bound phalanx surged forward 10 paces, splitting the civilian archers into symmetrical wings that maintained clear firing lanes toward the timberline. The tactical deployment demonstrated sound doctrinal fundamentals. A mobile shield wall to absorb the initial kinetic shock, backed by specialized polearms and flanked by ranged assets. Enemy units broke cover from the verdant shadows, stunted humanoid statures, emerald pigmentation, and crude banded wrappings. Goblins. The olfactory signature confirmed the taxonomy. However, standard cross-dimensional variations precluded complacency, while raw threat levels appeared minimal. Conserving high-tier destructive magic was mandatory to prevent resource starvation, though active participation was required to maintain group integration. The initial wave breached the tree line, exceeding 30 units, brandishing oversized crude blades. Guards shouted identification confirmations. Revel initiated an esoteric invocation. I tracked the hostile advance. Shadow-weaved restraints materialized from the peripheral darkness, clamping around the lead vanguard of 5 goblins. One suffered immediate lower limb immobilization, while a secondary specimen was hoisted inverted into the airspace, thrashing fruitlessly against the metaphysical bonds. A piercing shriek punctuated the spatial distortion as the shadow chains constricted. Civilian archers released a synchronized volley of bolts and arrows, perforating the suspended targets, immediately followed by Blaze's concentrated thermal projection and Lyra's kinetic windblade. The resulting concussive blast obliterated the cluster, leaving scorched organic residue scattered across the dirt. An excessive expenditure of localized resources for a minor skirmish, I calculated. Wider dispersion of offensive assets would have yielded superior attrition metrics. Master Eldritch barked an order to brace the line. The shield phalanx locked boots into the soil, meeting the incoming human wave as crude weaponry crashed against reinforced timber and hide. The secondary defensive rank engaged instantly, spear points penetrating skulls and heavy polearms crushing thoracic cavities. Clay flanked the left perimeter of the shield wall, executing high-velocity tactical strikes that decapitated 3 combatants in rapid succession before executing a disciplined retrograde movement back behind the phalanx. A brutal, unrefined attrition struggle. Massive secondary waves continued flooding from the arboreal cover, restricting my offensive repertoire to avoid revealing advanced magical matrices. I elected to deploy localized crowd control, selecting a modified, low-tier ice spike manifestation, sub-vocalizing deliberate nonsense syllables as a psychological pacing mechanism. Dispensing entirely with functional verbal chanting, I channeled mana through my core circuits. Subsurface ice constructs erupted through the soil layer, impaling the lower extremities of the advancing horde and pinning them in rigid stasis. Synchronized volleys of archer fire and secondary spells immediately capitalized on the positional constraint. Observing the broader tactical theater, Lyra maintained steady wind blade projections, though minor execution flaws indicated early cognitive strain, while Blaze deployed efficient thermal arrows to optimize mana-to-kill ratios against isolated targets. Revel operated primarily in a disruption capacity, blinding advanced elements while Clay executed surgical liquidations along the flanks. The sheer numerical density defied standard ecological baselines. Over 70 casualties recorded, with continuous reinforcements pouring from the perimeter. A low-crawling skirmisher bypassed the primary shield height to target exposed lower limbs, prompting me to project a precision ice spear that shattered the creature's cranium instantly. Clay's vocalization pierced the melee, designating the deployment of elite variants. 10 massive silhouette structures surged from the tree line. Hobgoblins, approaching human height, wielding dense forging-grade steel and exhibiting vastly superior muscular density. Revel and Lyra converged on the emerging threat vector. Master Eldritch commanded the primary shield wall to dissolve and transition into an offensive spear formation. The phalanx collapsed forward, clearing the minor combatants within seconds and isolating the hobgoblin vanguard. The elite entities bifurcated their assault vector, 5 engaging the central spearman, 3 vectoring toward Lyra, and 2 targeting Revel. Blaze pivoted between the 2 exposed mages, receiving verbal redirection toward Revel's sector. Revel re-engaged her shadow restraints, decelerating the central elite units as she executed a tactical retrograde maneuver. I invoked a localized area denial freeze, instantly vitrifying the topsoil beneath the hobgoblin advance and sending the heavy combatants sprawling through loss of friction. The guard surged forward behind extended polearms, dispatching the immobilized elites with systematic precision. Shifting focus to Lyra's isolated sector, I observed her escalating panic. Breathing ragged, physical footing compromised, and wind blade trajectories drifting wide of target parameters under the pressure of 3 advancing elites. Deploying support protocols, I intercepted her retreat with a sharp vocal command, forcing her to stabilize her posture. Channeling targeted subsurface ice spikes, I anchored 2 of the 3 hobgoblins, buying adequate window for Lyra to resume structured spellcasting. Her wind blade successfully carved through the primary target's chest tissue, followed by a secondary stabilizing strike that induced critical hemorrhaging. Ignominiously ignoring the secondary elite that broke free, I executed a direct cranial perforation via a summoned ice spear, while Lyra finalized her designated target with a terminal kinetic slash. Across the engagement zone, Revel and Blaze incinerated their assigned hobgoblin via sustained thermal convergence, while Clay methodically cleared the remaining central stragglers. Silence descended upon the clearing, broken only by the groans of dying combatants and the heavy respiration of the exhausted security detail. Guards moved systematically across the perimeter to execute triage and clearance protocols. Clay administered terminal strikes to unrecovered hostiles. Lyra collapsed forward on her support staff, lungs heaving as she fought for oxygen. Blaze slumped against a transport wheel, completely incapacitated by somatic exhaustion. Revel crossed the distance toward me, halting within my personal buffer zone. Staring directly into my posture, she demanded an explanation regarding my ability to manifest arcane constructs entirely absent a focal staff or grimoire. I registered an internal cognitive lapse. That specific operational anomaly had completely escaped my risk mitigation assessment. Revel locked her gaze onto my posture, awaiting a coherent response. I disclaimed ownership of a traditional focal implement. Tilting her head in mild bewilderment, Revel noted the absence of equipment, adding that an acquisition vector must be prioritized shortly before dismissing the inquiry with a casual directive to check back later and offering a concise commendation to Lyra without breaking stride. The engagement had resolved favorably, despite initial tactical missteps executed by my peers. Even the civilian security personnel exhibited baseline combat proficiencies vastly exceeding standard garrison units from my former reality. The systemic blessing clearly elevated baseline human parameters, though the upper structural limits remained unquantified. My current companions operated at tiers comparable to apprentice mages or functional adepts, while Clay's physical conditioning paralleled a seasoned squire. In my prior existence, incantation execution demanded rigid multi-stage protocols, conceptual visualization, complex mathematical calculations, and structural materialization. While extensive training compressed casting velocity, those foundational processing steps remained non-negotiable. Under the current systemic architecture, manual multi-stage sequencing was entirely bypassed. Execution felt as frictionless as autonomous respiration. Local methodology relied heavily on verbal incantation to automate the operational pipeline, offering initial velocity advantages over raw mental formulation, though advanced practitioners ultimately transcended reliance on vocalized syntax. Scanning the perimeter, the immediate vicinity had been thoroughly cleared of hostile signatures. The security detail utilized the lulls for physiological recovery, while Clay conferred with Master Eldritch and Blaze remained sprawled across the soil in total exhaustion. Revel engaged Lyra in a low-register debriefing. I clicked my tongue in silent censure. Remedial instruction targeting Lyra's tactical positioning, spell selection, and mana management remained an essential future requirement. System audit protocols were overdue following a dense sequence of unverified spellcasting iterations. Invoking the interface mentally, I reviewed the latest systemic log updates. New skill detected. Ice spikes. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 5. New skill detected. Freeze. Skill tier 3. Attribute points available 5. New skill detected. Ice spear. Skill tier 6. Level increased. Attribute points available 6. The yield had diminished, 3 distinct spells yielding merely 2 level increments, breaking the prior ratio of a full level per novel incantation. Exponential progression scaling was evidently stabilizing, confirming that rapid leveling through minor spell introduction would encounter diminishing returns. The hypothesis required empirical stress testing against higher-tier manifestations, though my current low-energy reserves advised against deliberate depletion. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 56 of 190. Level: 15. Class: Blank. Attributes: Strength: 16. Agility: 17. Endurance: 18. Intelligence: 19. Constitution: 16. Attribute points available: 6. Physical conditioning improvements were registering with distinct clarity. Somatic recovery rates had accelerated, movement velocity had increased, and baseline operational endurance felt markedly superior. The addictive feedback loop of continuous progression was difficult to dismiss. A quiet expectation of elevated mana capacity accompanied every interval milestone. The system framework demonstrated genuine utility. Expectoration failed to dislodge the lingering metallic taste coating my palate. 6 unallocated attribute points rested in the ledger. Deploying the entire pool would still prove insufficient to clear the cognitive barrier spells required to eradicate Lyra's deep-seated neural addiction. Preferring mathematical symmetry, I allocated a solitary point to intelligence, preserving 5 reserves for unforeseen contingencies. Observational scans across the clearing revealed security personnel harvesting anatomical trophies from the fallen combatants, depositing severed ears into reinforced leather sacks. Standard procurement procedures likely tied to guild bounties or alchemical processing vectors. Migrating toward the cluster, where Revel and Lyra remained stationed, I closed the distance. Inquiring regarding the purpose of the collection, both women glanced toward the laboring guards. Bounty collection, Revel clarified, noting a 50 bronze valuation per confirmed unit. I offered a confirmatory nod, shifting focus to Lyra's current operational status. Affirming her recovery with a faint smile, Lyra expressed gratitude. A strong compulsion to review tactical deficiencies lingered, but self-correction mechanisms intervened. My probationary status within the squad precluded heavy-handed tactical lectures. While private technical instruction with Lyra remained feasible, public critique invited unnecessary friction. Remarking on her tactical history, Revel noted that the engagement was far from her initial combat exposure. Confirming multiple prior operational deployments, I offered a minimal defense. Revel chuckled softly, observing that my resource-conscious spellcasting and precise situational matching suggested extensive field experience. Attributing the execution to pure statistical fortune, I avoided expanding on my operational background by scratching the back of my neck. Acknowledging the response with an expressive wink, Revel signaled a complete psychological recovery from her prior agitation, leaving her baseline temperament ambiguous. Shifting her attention to Lyra, Revel issued a sharp directive regarding her heavy reliance on redundant wind blade iterations, noting the vast capacity of her internal grimoire. Lowering her gaze in contrition, Lyra cited long-term disuse and the instinctive fallback to familiar structural patterns. Mandatory remedial training sessions were scheduled for their arrival at Zent Village and subsequent rest intervals, with Revel offering an encouraging physical tap to her shoulder. Clay and Blaze approached the assembly point. Clay utilized a dark cloth to wipe residual organic residue from his blade, expressing disbelief at the massive scale of the goblin force, while Blaze hovered nearby, pallid, but restored to his characteristic somnolent demeanor. Confirming the anomaly, Revel noted that baseline tribal populations rarely exceeded 40 units, questioning the numerical counts logged by the rearguard. 81 confirmed kills prior to secondary clearance, Clay stated, excluding the incinerated clusters and the elite variants. Blaze questioned the statistical possibility of a dual-tribe coalition, noting the disproportionate concentration of heavy combatants. Ruling out standard behavioral records, Revel leaned back against the transport chassis. Lyra postulated an unauthorized dungeon break. Clay instantly dismissed the hypothesis given their geographic proximity to the capital perimeter. I maintained a silent listening posture. While the local terminology for standard monsters aligned with historical expectations, the concept of a dungeon represented an unindexed variable requiring further data collection. Master Eldritch approached the group. Clay petitioned the merchant for an analytical assessment of the ambush dynamics. Attributing the event provisionally to a localized dungeon break despite capital proximity, Eldritch announced his intent to file a formal report upon reaching Zent Village to engage guild intervention forces. Revel raised tactical objections regarding the transit risks if an active breach persisted along their projected route. Eldritch demurred, citing the prohibitive operational ceiling of the anomaly. Baseline goblin waves represented only the initial cascading threshold, while advanced floors and subterranean boss entities vastly exceeded their composite party strength. Advocating immediate egress from the danger zone to issue regional warnings constituted the sole viable protocol. Clay proposed conducting an immediate perimeter reconnaissance sweep of the adjacent timberland to verify structural containment before departure. Setting the primary priority on reaching Zent Village, Revel conceded that a rapid pre-dawn scouting vector the following morning could provide adequate operational intelligence to trigger automatic guild dispatch. Eldritch imposed a strict 2-hour operational window post-sunrise, refusing to tolerate delays that compromised the overarching caravan schedule. Accepting the parameters, Clay affirmed the utility of preliminary intelligence acquisition. Synthesizing the conversational data, I mapped the structural implications. An active subterranean containment failure implied rolling monster waves capable of annihilating provincial settlements. Internal calculus favored volunteering for the morning reconnaissance sweep alongside Revel and Clay to secure the perimeter and evaluate local threat parameters. Concluding the tactical council, the security detail finalized asset harvesting while civilian teamsters locked the transport staging mechanisms. The caravan resumed forward momentum along the arterial trace. Lyra retreated into the wagon interior to accelerate mana regeneration, while I assumed a parallel visual watch along the flanking corridor. The lead driver's voice projected backward along the column, announcing the impending structural approach of the destination. Solar declination cast long shadows across the landscape as a dense plume of domestic hearth smoke rose in the distance. Ascending a high geological ridge, the descending path revealed the sprawling expanse of Zent village nestled in the valley floor 200 meters below. The settlement exceeded standard provincial scale, housing an estimated population of 500 to 700 inhabitants enclosed by towering timber palisades reinforced with 6 functional watchtowers. As the fortified gates swung outward, a detachment of 12 mounted security wardens surged down the slope to intercept the arriving commercial convoy. I exhaled a slow, controlled breath, the cold weight of the dilemma settling over my internal calculus. I preferred to remain detached from local tragedies, viewing extraneous involvement as an unnecessary drain on resources and an invitation to administrative friction. Yet, standing over the blood-soaked cobbles of the square amidst the weeping families, ignoring the dying villagers entirely carried a moral and procedural dissonance I preferred to avoid. Scanning the cluster of grievously wounded inhabitants with my analytical gaze, I mentally categorized their trauma. 2 individuals had crossed the threshold of biological viability. Pouring scarce elixirs down their throats would merely prolong terminal suffering without altering the ultimate outcome. 3 others presented severe, life-threatening injuries, lacerated major arteries, massive internal hemorrhaging, and shattered bone structures that 2 standard potions could theoretically patch, though survival under such harsh frontier conditions would leave them permanently incapacitated and unable to labor. Master Eldritch stood beside me, jaw clenched tightly, silently demanding an executive decision. I shook my head with a flat, pragmatic dismissal. The available potions were insufficient to save the critical cases, and the remainder would survive only as cripples unable to contribute to the palisade repairs, rendering the expenditure a complete waste of scarce assets. Eldritch's eye twitched in frustration as he awaited an alternative solution. Rather than engaging in an ideological debate, I bypassed the theoretical impasse entirely. I stepped closer to the 3 most severely wounded villagers, knelt beside the first, a middle-aged man suffering from a crushed femur and severe internal bleeding, and extended my bare palm. Lacking sufficient alchemical elixirs, I possessed a direct, self-sustaining alternative. I possessed mana, alongside a somatic stabilization framework I had previously tested on Lyra. While replicating the specialized cellular purification protocol risked exposing advanced techniques, applying a controlled, low-tier restorative mana flow to jumpstart their natural biological regeneration was entirely feasible. The action would demand a significant expenditure of my dwindling mana reserves, energy I prefer to hoard, and draw unwanted scrutiny regarding my non-standard casting repertoire, but it remained infinitely more efficient than agonizing over who should be left to perish. Closing my eyes, I centered my internal circuits and channeled a precise trickle of neutral restorative energy directly into the first villager's core. A faint, pale blue luminescence flickered across my fingertips, sinking effortlessly into the man's chest. Eldritch's breath hitched in sheer astonishment at the manifestation of morphic healing executed entirely without an incantation, grimoire, or focal staff. I ignored the merchant's reaction, maintaining strict microcontrol over the output. The man's ragged respiration stabilized within seconds. The internal hemorrhage ceased as cellular cohesion was forcibly re-established, and the acute shock state faded rapidly from his complexion. Rising fluidly to my feet, I stepped over to the second wounded villager, a young woman bearing a deep abdominal gash, and repeated the process with practiced clinical efficiency. The torn tissue knitted together under the pale blue glow, sealing the wound securely against infection. By the time I reached the third person, an older guard with a shattered shoulder, the surrounding villagers had frozen in stunned silence, their cries quieting entirely as they observed the unexpected display of high-tier esoteric intervention executed without a single spoken syllable. I sealed the final wound, withdrew my hand, and exhaled softly while mentally checking my internal status interface. My mana reserves had plummeted dangerously low, nearly having my remaining capacity on total strangers. I clicked my tongue in quiet annoyance, brushing phantom dirt from my sleeves. Eldritch stared at me in unmasked shock, opening and closing his mouth repeatedly before finally finding his voice to demand an explanation regarding my unorthodox healing capabilities and identity. I offered a flat, dismissive reply, identifying myself merely as an independent practitioner, turning my back on the stunned merchant to survey the surrounding square. The villagers, previously paralyzed by despair, rapidly shifted their collective attention toward me, their expressions transforming from profound grief into a dangerous mix of awe and desperate hope as they looked toward the remaining wounded. Noticing the shift in body language, I raised a definitive hand, cutting off any approaching supplicants before a barrage of requests could begin. Declaring myself completely depleted of energy and advising them to seek traditional clerical assistance, I turned away from the crowd. I urgently required a quiet corner, a period of meditation to recover my depleted mana reserves, in preparation for the rigorous morning reconnaissance sweep alongside Revel and Clay. The day had proven excessively protracted, and my patience wore dangerously thin. I exhaled a harsh, ragged breath, jolting back into the waking world as the lingering phantom of the nightmare receded. Cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead, and the dull, throbbing ache of the shared trauma still echoed faintly across my ribs where the dying villager's venom-laced wounds had torn into my nervous system. The tavern room was pitch black, save for the faint sliver of pale moonlight cutting through the wooden shutters. I stared blankly into the shadows, letting my enhanced sensory network adjust until the oppressive weight of the past locked firmly back into its intellectual box. There was no returning to sleep tonight. The neural feedback from burden transfer and the visceral ghosts of my ruined past guaranteed absolute wakefulness. Swinging my legs over the edge of the hard mattress, I sat in the stillness, mentally calling up my status interface to review my baseline metrics. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 45 of 210. Level: 16. Class: Blank. Attributes: Strength: 16. Agility: 17. Endurance: 18. Intelligence: 20. Constitution: 16. Attribute points available: 1. My mana reserves were slowly recovering, bleeding upward thanks to my elevated attributes and passive organic regeneration, but the depletion was still profound. Dismissing the glowing ledger with a flick of my thoughts, I rose quietly to my feet, keeping my movements fluid and economical. The village outside was far from resting. Through the thin wood of the chamber walls, the low, rhythmic thud of heavy mallets driving palisade stakes into the dirt echoed through the night air, punctuated by the muted murmurs of laboring guards and desperate villagers working against the clock. I walked to the small window, unlatched the wooden shutter ajar, and peered out into the fortified courtyard of Zent Village. Flickering resin torches mounted along crude wooden scaffolding cast long, distorted shadows over the frantic construction. The villagers were reinforcing the breaches, hauling timber, and stacking supplies in a desperate race against the looming dawn. Somewhere out beyond the perimeter wall, Hidden by the impenetrable wall of the forest canopy, the shattered remnants of the horde were massing for the next escalation. I rested my palms against the cool timber frame, channeling a faint, controlled trickle of internal mana to soothe the residual ache lingering in my chest. Waiting out the remainder of the night in the stuffy confines of the tavern offered zero tactical advantage. Leaving the sleeping quarters, I stepped out into the chill nocturnal air of the courtyard. The ambient temperature dropped sharply against my skin, but my enhanced constitution shrugged off the environmental shift without hesitation. A pair of local patrol guards passed me on rotation, carrying heavy water skins. They paused, offering a respectful, exhausted dip of their chins in silent recognition of my efforts in the square hours earlier. I returned the gesture with a minimal, neutral inclination of my head, declining to engage in conversational pleasantries that would only tax my remaining patience. I drifted toward the eastern watchtower, lifting my gaze to the wooden platform high above. Two silhouette archers stood unmoving against the ink-black expanse of the sky, their bodies rigid as they stared blindly into the dark expanse of the tree-line 200 meters out. The silence of the frontier night pressed heavily over the valley, heavy, suffocating, and charged with impending violence. I checked my internal metrics one final time, confirming my mana had crawled upward toward acceptable operational parameters, before leaning against the unreinforced timber of the palisade to await the coming dawn. I woke up drenched in cold sweat, a familiar phantom agony clinging to my chest. Suppressing an involuntary chuckle at the persistent hauntings of my subconscious, I noted that the brief respite of unblemished days in this reality had officially expired. The anniversary of my village's massacre remained inexorably tied to the nocturnal terrors that began on that exact night, now seamlessly bleeding into the fragmented memories of my new existence. At least the phantom presence of my mentor had offered a fleeting anchor of stability. Rising from the mattress, I shook off the residual weight of the nightmare, my olfactory senses immediately registering the stale accumulation of sweat and grime. Basic hygiene demanded immediate intervention. Descending to the common area, I located the innkeeper, whose half-closed eyes betrayed a similar exhaustion, and inquired regarding the availability of cleansing agents. Pointing toward a storage annex adjacent to the stairwell, the man offered silent direction. I navigated into the cramped space, unseating a dust-covered bar of soap from a cluttered wooden shelf before returning to the proprietor, who wordlessly exchanged a fresh towel in quiet acknowledgement of the prior evening's potion distribution. Circumambulating the tavern exterior, I located a weathered wooden shed. Discarding a bucket of stagnant water, I utilized basic elemental manipulation to fill and heat the basin, executing a thorough scrub of my person and laundering my garments simultaneously. A synchronized gust of warm, kinetic airflow rapidly desiccated both the clothing and the soap bar, restoring my kit to operational readiness. Returning to the shared quarters, Blaze remained dead to the world, locked in heavy, resonant snoring. Ignoring the ambient auditory pollution, I repacked my rations and personal gear, securing the soap bars alongside my field kit, an essential safeguard against extended infrastructural privation. Summoning the systemic interface mentally, I reviewed the accumulated notifications. New skill detected, eavesdrop. Skill tier, 4. Attribute points available, 5. New skill detected, growth. Level increased. Skill tier, 5. New skill detected, burden transfer. Skill tier, 7. New skill detected, fill. Skill tier, 2. New skill detected, small wind. Skill tier, 2. New skill detected, warmth. Skill tier, 6. Level increased. Attribute points available, 7. The acquisition of multiple auxiliary spells had yielded a meager 2-level increments, confirming the stabilization of exponential leveling curves. Real growth clearly demanded complex experiential catalysts, advanced training, or profound somatic stress rather than passive spell repetition. Daretha's baseline record suggested either a severely stunted personal history or a complete systemic reset upon soul integration. Given that contemporaries like Lyra and the accompanying nobility possessed distinct class architectures and rigorous foundational training from elite academic frameworks, the systemic reset hypothesis remained the sole logical deduction. Status. Name: Dareth Wood. Race: human. Mana: 127 of 290. Level: 17. Class: blank. Attributes: Strength: 18. Agility: 19. Endurance: 20. Intelligence: 29. Constitution: 18. Attribute points available: 7. Directing the entire unallocated attribute pool into intelligence, I deliberately concentrated my developmental vector toward reclaiming former cognitive and esoteric operational ceilings. The sheer physiological resilience of the local population, demonstrated by the miraculous spontaneous recovery rates of the village wounded, further underscored the elevated baseline physics of this world. Once my mana reserves fully recovered, advanced restorative matrices would become accessible, bringing the ultimate systemic cleansing of Lyra within practical reach, while high-tier nobility remediation remained a distant long-term milestone. A door clicked shut down the corridor, followed by heavy bootfalls descending toward the common area. The designated reconnaissance window had arrived. Entering the common room, Revel and Clay occupied a corner table amidst the sparse rustic seating. I approached, executing an exaggerated, formal court bow paired with a mock deferential title addressing Revel, then pivoting to replicate the gesture toward Clay. Both nobles fixed me with unamused, narrowing glares as I maintained the deadpan performance for a beat before breaking into a quiet chuckle and dropping into an adjacent seat. Revel dismissed the theatrical display with a sigh, noting the strict operational restrictions of their annual adventuring rite of passage, a mandatory noble trial designed to strip away familial protections and enforce baseline social integration through the guild hierarchy, wherein the utilization of true lineage names remained strictly prohibited outside of localized emergency protocols. Synthesizing the explanatory briefing, I mapped the structural parameters of the guild hierarchy: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and 2 unstated apex tiers. The current squad operated at silver rank, on the immediate threshold of gold evaluation. Successfully clearing the current provincial anomaly under Lord Ashvale's authority would fulfill the residual quest credit required to officially elevate their collective standing. Departing the tavern, our group converged on the main defensive gate, where Lord Edrin Ashvale and a heavily armed mounted detachment awaited alongside the surviving village militia. The perimeter fortifications displayed extensive nocturnal repairs, though the lingering scent of cremation from the mass pyres outside the palisade hung heavy in the morning air. Edrin executed a rapid tactical recap of the primary operational objectives, tracing the localized monster surge to its subterranean or geographical origin, neutralizing the threat if feasible, or retreating to coordinate defensive deployment if the scale exceeded tactical thresholds. External communication arrays remained completely severed due to an impenetrable spatial interference grid, leaving the auxiliary scouts as their sole lifeline to capital reinforcements. Master Eldritch had successfully negotiated a temporary transit freeze with the commercial caravan, integrating his private security assets directly into the village defense grid. Exiting the structural perimeter of Zent Village, the patrol column plunged directly into the dense arboreal canopy of the corrupted frontier forest, following the obliterated trail carved by the preceding onslaught. Advancing along the heavy trace of broken underbrush and congealed ichor, the atmospheric pressure dropped steadily as the surrounding vegetation assumed a warped, blighted morphology. Edrin signaled a halt, ordering the mounted detail to disembark and transition into a disciplined infantry advance. Clay unholstered his rune-etched blade with a silent glide of steel, while Revel dissolved into an indistinct peripheral shadow haze. I verified my internal mana reservoirs, confirming complete topological restoration following the nocturnal meditative recovery. Penetrating deeper into the interior, natural illumination vanished beneath interlocking deadwood boughs until the column reached the precipitous drop-off of a massive erosion ravine. Descending ocular focus into the basin revealed an absolute nightmare of organic corruption, A churning sea of hundreds of low-tier and elite monsters writhing in mindless synchronization around a gaping structural fissure in the bedrock. A suffocating torrent of black, viscous miasma billowed from the chasm, blanketing the horde in an unnatural aura of frenzied malice. Edrin's complexion bleached of all color at the definitive confirmation of a cascading regional corruption leak rather than a standard dungeon containment failure. Before tactical deployment parameters could be finalized, an immense, distorted silhouette detached itself from the absolute gloom at the opposing escarpment, releasing a seismic roar that tore structural fragments from the cliff face. I tightened my grip on my staff as Lord Ashvale's command rang through the chaotic expanse of the forest clearing, enforcing immediate tactical discipline across the ranks. The veteran knights surged forward, interlocking their heavy, steel-reinforced shields into a rigid frontline barrier, while Edrin and Clay deployed alongside them. Within the rear echelon, Revel's knuckles turned white around her wooden focus, her breathing shallow as she anchored her footing against the damp earth. I maintained a neutral, observational posture, projecting the measured calm expected of a functional support asset, while quietly monitoring the impending engagement vector. A low, subterranean tremor vibrated through the soil, followed by the violent cracking of timber as a succession of massive, gray-skinned trolls breached the denser foliage. Standing nearly 3 meters in height, the towering brutes advanced with chaotic momentum, sweeping aside saplings and broken boughs like dry reeds. Edrin's voice cut through the ambient noise, delegating the defensive pairings with absolute tactical precision. The vanguard split cleanly, establishing calculated two-man interlock zones designed to isolate and dismantle the hulking arrivals before the creatures could consolidate their offensive pressure. The leading troll cleared the tree-line, its heavy gaze locking onto Edrin's central position. Before the beast could swing its improvised timber club, Revel lifted her focus, her voice dropping into a rhythmic, resonant cadence invoking ancestral shadow forces. Dark, obsidian-forged shackles erupted from the damp soil, wrapping tightly around the creature's lower limbs and arresting its momentum mid-charge. The brief binding window provided the necessary opening. Edrin breached the beast's guard with surgical efficiency, driving his blade deep into the hamstring tendons to sever its support structure. As the massive frame destabilized, I muttered a concise verbal trigger, simulating a conventional incantation while invoking a localized low-tier kinetic freeze beneath the creature's remaining footing. The troll pitched forward into the mud. Edrin closed the distance instantly, his sword wreathed in a sharp blue resonance that parted the thick hide of the neck without structural resistance. First contact cleared. 6 remaining. To the left flank, Clay and an accompanying veteran engaged as secondary target. The veteran hurled a weighted throwing spear with lethal velocity, pinning the beast's lower flank while Clay maneuvered to exploit the opening. When Clay's blade stalled against dense musculature, secondary shadow chains surged from Revel's esoteric deployment to immobilize the creature's upper appendage, enabling the accompanying knight to deliver the fatal strike. As the remaining skirmishers struggled with the secondary groups, a heavily wounded troll broke formation, swinging its club wildly as it tried to bypass the defensive lines. I intervened with minimal systemic expenditure, whispering a deliberate, fabricated 2-part chant to mask my raw output parameters. A jagged barrier of compressed frost erupted directly into the creature's path, tripping its forward momentum, immediately followed by a thick lance of hardened ice projected upward from the bedrock that pierced cleanly through the beast's cranium. The surrounding knights executed their respective eliminations with ruthless efficiency, their combat proficiency vastly exceeding standard mercenary baselines and validating the formidable martial heritage of the regional aristocracy. However, the localized skirmish dissolved as the forest canopy groaned anew. A massive secondary wave of corrupted foot soldiers, goblins, kobolds, and lower-tier orcs, spilled from the tree-line in a dense, disorganized flood diverted directly toward the clearing. I felt my internal mana reserves dipping as I consciously escalated my operational output. Extending my hand upward, I muttered a deliberate, theatrical incantation to simulate an environmental spell matrix. A dense, gray condensation cloud materialized high above the surging front line, instantly precipitating a dense barrage of hardened ice shards. The localized precipitation functioned as a devastating attrition filter. Individual icicles punctured exposed joints and unprotected flesh, rapidly incapacitating the frontline vanguard through systemic blood loss and cumulative trauma before they could close the distance to the shield wall. As the final orc within the primary wave collapsed beneath the continuous ice shower, the residual drain on my internal pools leveled off. Yet, before the front line could reset its formation, a fresh, massive silhouette breached the distant shadows, dwarfing the previous trolls. A heavy, collective intake of breath swept across the front line as the true scale of the arriving threat registered. I monitored Revel out of the corner of my eye, noting the rapid, shallow rise and fall of her chest. Her breathing had become erratic, a classic symptom of cognitive overload in novice spellcasters struggling to process multiple fluid combat variables simultaneously. Tracking 7 distinct engagement vectors while calculating non-target safety margins for 12 mobile allies was clearly overwhelming her operational bandwidth. To our immediate left, Clay ducked beneath a sweeping blow from a troll's improvised timber club. The heavy impact pulverized the damp forest floor, sending clods of dirt and shattered roots flying across the clearing. Beside him, Sir William, a veteran knight whose combat mechanics operated with mechanical precision, drove a heavy spear into the beast's lower limb, pinning its weight securely to the earth. Recognizing the temporary window, Revel began an esoteric incantation, invoking her subterranean patron. Thin, obsidian-forged tendrils surged from the shadows beneath the troll's feet, coiling around its raised appendage and immobilizing it just long enough for Clay to pivot behind its exposed flank. The binding held for a brief 2 seconds before shattering under the creature's raw physical force, draining a noticeable portion of Revel's residual mana reserves and leaving a sheen of cold sweat across her brow. Sir William delivered the executing blow moments later, dropping the massive carcass into the mud. I maintained a relaxed, low-center posture a few meters back. When an enraged troll had previously broken formation and charged toward an isolated pair of guards, I had already calculated the intercept vector. Without altering my baseline stance, I had channeled a minimal mana threshold to manifest a localized ice barrier directly in the creature's stride, tripping its momentum before executing it with a precise upward ice spike through the cranium. Observing the tactic, Revel attempted a derivative maneuver against the next approaching brute. Weaving 4 interwoven shadow chains across the ground ahead of the charging beast, she successfully generated an anchor trap that sent the troll crashing face-first into the dirt, allowing the adjacent knights to neutralize it instantly. A faint, fleeting expression of satisfaction crossed her features before the harsh reality of the surrounding battle reasserted itself. The swift collapse of the initial troll vanguard highlighted the stark disparity between raw monstrous aggression and structured military discipline. Lord Edrin's knights were seasoned veterans of the northern frontier, an environment where baseline competence was the sole prerequisite for survival. They moved with an economy of motion that contrasted sharply with standard regional mercenaries. For Revel, the brutal efficiency of the front line clearly triggered uncomfortable echoes of northern aristocratic conditioning, bringing the rigid, unyielding expectations of her lineage to the fore. The respite proved fleeting. The surrounding forest canopy groaned as a secondary wave of corrupted entities, a dense, chaotic mass of hundreds of goblins, kobolds, orcs, and auxiliary trolls poured from the treeline. The numerical imbalance was severe enough to break the morale of standard conscripts. Revel's physical posture collapsed slightly, her hands trembling around her focused staff as her mind weighed the cold, survivalist logic of abandoning the position against the deeply ingrained noble doctrine that forbade retreat. While the frontline knights tightened their shield wall in disciplined preparation for impact, I assessed the operational reality. Allowing a swarm of that density to grind against a small shield wall would inevitably result in attrition through sheer weight of numbers. I extended my right hand, keeping my gestures minimal, and channeled a substantial charge into an area of effect environmental matrix. A dark, heavy condensation cloud materialized rapidly above the approaching horde, formed entirely from densely compressed water elementals. Within seconds, a continuous, localized storm of razor-sharp ice shards rained down upon the forest canopy. The spell matrix functioned with brutal mechanical efficiency. Hardened ice projectiles perforated the chaotic advance, severing tendons, fracturing bone, and tearing through leather armor. Orcs and goblins collapsed in dozens, their advance grinding to a halt beneath the relentless kinetic bombardment. A towering troll at the center of the swarm was riddled with dozens of ice spikes within seconds. Collapsing to its knees as the ground beneath, it was churned into a bloody slush. An orc that managed to stumble beyond the perimeter of the precipitation matrix was promptly silenced as I executed a silent, low-cost ice spear through its chest cavity, ending its staggering retreat. I allowed a faint, dry smirk to touch my lips as I observed the sheer destruction wrought by the optimized spell script. However, I immediately felt the distinct, probing trace of an analytical spell matrix locking onto my active cloud array. Revel had raised her staff, her eyes wide with shock as she cast an esoteric appraisal script, calling upon her patron to evaluate the structural rank of the spell above. The systemic feedback returned a precise evaluation, Tier 5. I caught the sharp shift in her expression and instantly recognized my tactical error. To a highborn noble raised on rigid aristocratic magic theory, a Tier 5 wide area annihilation spell cast without a focused staff, catalyst runes, or high-tier chanting ritual was an impossibility for a level 17 itinerant mage. I had optimized the mana efficiency so thoroughly that the spell punched several tiers above its nominal rating, inadvertently exposing a level of spellcraft logic that belonged to a high archmage, not a low-ranking party asset. My deadpan smirk faded instantly. My pale complexion betrayed the sudden operational headache I had just created for myself. I cleared my throat, mentally noting that I had severely overshot my target output parameters. The ice storm thinned and dissipated, leaving behind a silent, gore-strewn swath of forest floor. The surviving remnants of the wave, severely depleted and demoralized, crashed weakly into the waiting shield wall. With me having neutralized the high-value troll targets, the knights made short work of the remaining minor entities, their blades flashing through the bloodied mist until total silence reclaimed the clearing. When the last body hit the mud, no one celebrated. Lord Edrin, Clay, the surviving knights, and Revel all turned in unison, their collective gaze locking onto me with unnerving intensity. The silence in the clearing was heavy, charged with quiet suspicion and awe. I stood amidst the lingering mist, my staff resting casually at my side. I scratched the back of my neck with a deadpan, indifferent expression, tilting my head slightly in silent, questioning dismissal of their unspoken scrutiny. I scraped a thick layer of congealed mud and dried blood from the sole of my boot against the base of a jagged root. The residual grime traced back to the triage hours in Zent Village, an administrative oversight I had neglected to rectify prior to deployment. Clicking my tongue in quiet annoyance, I resolved to attend to the maintenance later. My name echoed across the clearing on a second or third repetition, though I made no immediate sign of recognition. The back of my neck prickled with a persistent itch, prompting an absent scratch. The immediate proximity of 15 pairs of eyes locked squarely upon me carried an oppressive weight. Remaining silent offered no relief from the scrutiny, yet formulating a response demanded an unwelcome expenditure of social energy. A Tier 5 wide-area elemental construct was hardly worthy of such intense diagnostic interest. Granted, the execution had drained my mana reserves on par with a Tier 9 deployment, and had only been sustained for a compressed 3-second interval, catalyzed entirely by the neural feedback of the morning's lingering nightmare. Clearing my throat, I straightened my posture, met the collective gaze, and offered a flat, indifferent stretch to signal my lack of engagement. Inquiries regarding my methodologies immediately followed. Revel's expression remained remarkably steady compared to the others, as she alone possessed the esoteric calibration required to appraise spell tiers. I maintained a deadpan posture, confirming the Tier 5 classification with an unbothered tilt of my head. Lord Ashvale stepped closer, his brow furrowed in deep skepticism at a spell of such devastating scale carrying a mid-tier rating. I offered a non-committal shrug in response. In my prior existence across the continental divides, such foundational output was standard curriculum for mid-tier field operatives. Though entirely ineffective against the apex entities of the demon territories, where minor beasts were negligible background noise. Clay offered a tentative hypothesis regarding dungeon skill books, grasping at conventional paradigms to explain the anomaly. The recurring mention of dungeons reinforced my existing informational deficit. The absence of a portable archival reference system within the systemic interface remained an ongoing administrative friction point. Once comprehensive storage features unlocked, acquiring a dedicated compendium of structural lore would become a priority. When the questioning stares threatened to prolong the awkward standoff, I deflected the attention entirely with a minimal gesture, attributing the spellcraft logic to the training of my former mentor. Seeking an internal exit strategy from the conversation, I noted the collective scrutiny shifting from open astonishment to whispered speculation, though a few observant members of the detail diplomatically averted their gaze upon noticing my visible discomfort. Lord Ashvale signaled a brief manual halt, breaking the tension. Striding forward, Edrin delivered a heavy, bracing strike to my shoulder in silent commendation. The Vanguard detachment instantly seized upon the gesture. A burly frontline knight followed up with a considerably harder blow to the opposite shoulder, grinning broadly. Additional members of the patrol filed past in a deliberate line, each punctuating their respect with physical reinforcement while the rear ranks suppressed silent laughter. Exhaling a long, silent sigh, I retreated a few paces and dropped unceremoniously to the earth, resting my back against the rough bark of a pine trunk. The faint metallic scent of iron settled the lingering adrenaline spike. The social ordeal had concluded, though the operational commitments of the scouting mandate remained binding. Across the clearing, the knights systematically harvested salvageable materials from the neutralized remains, utilizing spatial compression matrices tied to their respective blessing signatures. I glanced down at my own standard-issue field pack, noting its disproportionate weight, an analog burden unassisted by automated inventory storage. Another minor systemic deficiency to rectify. Summoning the internal interface, I reviewed the updated metrics. New skill detected, Ice Wall. Skill tier, 4. Level increased. Attribute points available, 1. New skill detected, Ice Lance. Skill tier, 4. New skill detected, Ice Shower. Skill tier, 5. Level increased. Attribute points available, 2. Status, Name, Dareth Wood. Race, Human. Mana, 26 of 330. Level, 19. Class, Blank. Attributes, Strength, 20. Agility, 21. Endurance, 22. Intelligence, 33. Constitution, 20. Attribute points available, 2. Allocating the remaining 2 points directly into intelligence, I watched my maximum mana ceiling adjust upward to 330 units. 6 residual level increments stood between my current baseline and the class selection threshold, a milestone that would hopefully grant access to spatial inventory architecture. As my internal system steadily purged the residual exhaustion, the sensory input faded, replaced by an involuntary cognitive descent into archival memory. The imperial architecture of the Holy District of Care rose before me in stark, jagged silhouette. The Grand Cathedral dominated the skyline, a towering monument of black basalt veined with molten gold, its soaring spires crowned in reflective plating that fractured the bruised twilight. The atmosphere hung thick with the acrid stench of smoke and oxidized blood. Fires consumed the surrounding avenues, casting long, distorted shadows across the cobblestones, a precise replica of my ancestral village's final hours. My mentor stood silently at my flank, offering tacit endorsement through unmoving solidarity. The cathedral's primary perimeter was reinforced by a multi-layered theological aegis barrier. I had spent precious hours analyzing the harmonic frequencies of its divine matrices, isolating the structural node vulnerable to destabilization. Raising my focus, I channeled a high-frequency dissonance wave directly into the barrier's geometric core. The golden lattice flickered violently before fracturing like struck crystal, shattering into cascading shards of light. Desperate nonverbal alarms rippled through the clergy as armed inquisitors poured through the shattered threshold. My mentor stepped forward, a dark aura coalescing around his staff, gesturing cold deterrence toward the advancing line. From the central portal strode the Grand Prelate, vestments glittering with orthodox gold, his expression contorted with righteous fury as he raised a ceremonial scepter to demand immediate capitulation. Ignoring the unstated ultimatum, I maintained my focus, weaving the complex coordinate nodes for the ultimate destructive construct I had engineered during the agonizing aftermath of my village's slaughter. When silent, nonverbal negotiations collapsed, the prelate unleashed a kinetic wave of holy judgment, a descending grid of spectral scales forged from blinding light designed to crush physical and spiritual cohesion. My mentor intercepted the vector instantly, erecting an absolute darkness barrier that absorbed the kinetic feedback while tearing fissures into the surrounding bedrock. The vertical duel escalated instantly into the upper atmosphere, two distinct forces of absolute esotericism colliding in silent flashes of gold and obsidian. Below, isolated Templars attempted to disrupt my ritual positioning, only to be systematically eradicated before their blades could clear leather. The structural foundations of the spell locked into place. The sky above the district fractured, bruised purple flames igniting across the cloud canopy as wild, untamed mana surged through my channels. The chaotic fury of the fire elemental, stripped of tempering water constraints, fed directly upon the oxygen-depleted thermal updrafts. The atmospheric pressure collapsed inward as I finalized the activation matrix. Cascading torrents of dark, violet fire descended upon the cathedral complex, devouring stone, steel, and flesh in a roaring tempest of unmitigated destruction. The ground heaved violently beneath the thermal shock wave, and a wild, unhinged laughter broke silently from my throat, matching the deafening crescendo of the flames. The Grand Prelate fell to his knees amidst the collapsing masonry, his divine wards stripping away as the purple inferno consumed his physical form without granting the mercy of an immediate end. That absolute demonstration of engineered annihilation was the exact moment the continent christened me with a singular designation: Calamity. I adjusted my posture beneath the weight resting against my right shoulder, staring blankly into the darkening expanse of the timberline as the first stars pierced the canopy. The damp, cooling fabric over my chest absorbed the silent release of her grief, marking another tedious entry in my ledger of interpersonal obligations. I possessed neither pride nor regret regarding the blood-soaked trail of my former life. Executing those destructive milestones had been a strict operational necessity to close the book on a cycle of vengeance that would have otherwise consumed me entirely. The phantoms of those decisions still breached my subconscious during nocturnal feedback loops, but the weight was manageable, a calculated cost of survival. The unexpected secondary life cycle provided by the Demon King offered an unencumbered vector forward. Navigating this new reality required establishing functional autonomy, mastering the local systemic mechanics, and perhaps eventually earning the posthumous approval of my former mentor. Reaching out to the individuals currently occupying my immediate operational orbit was a logical step toward unit stability, even if my execution remained distinctly lacking. Across the clearing, the lingering stench of oxidized blood deepened as the twilight settled. The vanguard detail continued the laborious manual extraction and storage of high-value monster components, a tedious logistical task mercifully outside the scope of a support mage. My initial intention to offer a structured tactical critique had rapidly deteriorated. While Revel's situational awareness and combat instincts during the troll engagement had exceeded baseline expectations, her combat profile remained dangerously narrow due to her reliance on a single shadow-binding matrix. Yet, the moment I attempted to address her lack of offensive confidence and offer a mild, deadpan critique, the interaction shifted from tactical debrief to an unexpected emotional unloading. Navigating her sudden disclosure regarding her deceased brother, the corrupted rift in the Purple Forest, and a fatal vascular infection that claimed her family's heir fell entirely outside my core competencies. Deciphering spell formulas, analyzing environmental mana density, and conducting field triage were straightforward. Providing interpersonal solace was a foreign domain where former party members like Luke or Eve would have effortlessly managed the dialogue. Her detailed account of the corruption offered valuable diagnostic data. The rapid environmental degradation, the blackened hide, and the spreading green vascular necrosis described in her narrative mirrored the exact physical manifestations observed during the recent outbreak at Zent Village. The corruption was not merely a localized beast mutation, but a systemic, aggressive environmental contagion capable of overriding baseline biological functions in seconds. Yet, pressing her for further technical variables regarding the rift's spatial geometry or the specific vector of transmission was unfeasible in the current setting. I maintained a rigid, unmoving posture as the silence between us lengthened, punctuated only by the distant, rhythmic strikes of the knights clearing the final carcasses from the forest floor. Suppressing the reflexive urge to click my tongue in irritation at the dampness soaking through my tunic, I allowed her to quietly exhaust her grief against my arm, resigning myself to the reality that building unit cohesion was going to be an exceptionally uncomfortable process. I observed the suspended form of my companion as the low-tier levitational construct lifted her physical frame a few inches off the damp earth, breaking contact with my shoulder without disrupting her exhaustion-induced slumber. Retrieving a field cushion from my pack, I guided her downward onto the substitute headrest, canceled the spell vector, and draped a heavy wool blanket over her frame to insulate against the encroaching night chill. Stretching my shoulders to relieve the static tension, I dismissed the routine system notification confirming the spell recognition without a level variance. Across the clearing, Lord Ashvale issued crisp deployment directives. The Vanguard detail executed the campsite setup with absurd physical capability, clearing the topsoil down to cold bedrock before driving heavy structural supports into the earth. Within 60 seconds, a massive canvas pavilion materialized, complete with elevated timber bed frames, wool insulation, and administrative furnishings retrieved directly from spatial storage rings. I nudged my own modest bedroll with the toe of my boot, suppressing a dry curse at the sheer disparity in logistical convenience. Recognizing my lack of spatial storage infrastructure, one of the frontline knights approached with formal deference, offering the assembly of an auxiliary command tent. Accepting the gesture with a minimal nod, I watched as 3 soldiers erected a high-tier pavilion complete with a soft mattress and fresh fruit, internally resolving to prioritize the acquisition of every utility and spatial spell script this world had to offer at the earliest opportunity. By morning, the scouting column was advancing deeper into the primeval forest, trailing the heavy tracks left by the secondary horde. The ambient atmosphere had shifted unnaturally. Bird calls and insect chatter had ceased completely, leaving a suffocating silence over the corrupted canopy. I maintained a steady pace behind Revel, who had remained entirely taciturn following the previous evening's emotional disclosure. Up ahead, the point scout raised a gauntlet fist, signaling an immediate halt. The forward recon detail crouched, vanishing into the dense underbrush to perform a perimeter sweep, returning 10 minutes later with drawn steel and pale complexions to confirm the presence of localized biological corruption 200 meters out. Revel's posture transformed instantly. The initial flicker of fear in her expression hardened into cold, focused hostility as her focused staff materialized in her grip. Without awaiting tactical orders, she bypassed the vanguard line and marched directly toward the coordinate vector. Clay called after her, initiating a pursuit to maintain unit cohesion, while Lord Ashvale immediately dispatched a mounted courier back toward the provincial capital to request high-tier extermination assets should our reconnaissance detail fail to contain the breach. As the column closed the distance, the atmospheric pressure degraded rapidly. The ambient air assumed a greasy, unnatural density that triggered an instinctual rejection deep within my mana pathways, a systemic friction suggesting the world's underlying environmental rules were actively trying to purge the anomaly. The vegetation ahead transformed into a grotesque nightmare. Grass, bark, and foliage were bleached in absolute, light-absorbing black, laced with pulsing neon-green vascular networks that throbbed in a sickening rhythm. When Revel reached the edge of the blighted zone, her emotional composure fractured, driving her forward despite the obvious hazard. I closed the gap instantly, clamping a firm grip onto her shoulder. She twisted violently to break the hold, forcing me to channel a brief, low-cost physical reinforcement matrix into my upper body to anchor her in place. Holding her steady, I noted the environmental miasma was actively preying on her volatile emotional state, amplifying her rage to compromise her tactical logic. Lord Ashvale's icy command reinforced the intervention, forcing Revel to take a ragged breath, regain her mental footing, and step back into the central formation. Leaving the main detachment in a defensive ring, I stepped up to the edge of the blighted flora alongside the point scout. Extending my right hand over a blackened, pulsing blossom, I initiated a basic structural appraisal script. Analyze complete. Corruption detected. Source unknown. Interference level extreme. Recognizing the systemic interface's diagnostic limitations, I channeled a raw, manual thread of my own mana directly into the cellular structure of the plant to read its internal composition. The moment my energy touched the green vascular network, the connection severed instantly as the corrupted ambient mana consumed and converted my thread. The mechanism was aggressive, but scientifically straightforward, an unrefined, mid-tier environmental contagion that corrupted raw mana upon contact. Before I could attempt a secondary diagnostic pass using a shielded frequency, the scout's muffled exclamation cut through the quiet, pointing toward a massive, jagged rift in the rock face ahead where the black vegetation converged. The scout identified the structural anomaly as a corrupted dungeon entrance. I shifted my gaze toward the gaping, miasma-choked portal, my analytical interest reignited as I prepared to observe the mechanics of the localized phenomenon firsthand. I stood at the incline where the terrain sloped sharply upward, trailing behind the point scout as our detachment approached the targeted coordinates. The hill rose abruptly through dense timber and jagged rock outcroppings, a feature easily overlooked if not for the steep gradient. An underlying curiosity stirred within me regarding the local operational definitions of dungeon architecture. I maintained a measured distance, accompanied by Clay and the secondary scout, while Revel remained positioned centrally alongside Lord Ashvale. Though Revel's external demeanor had settled into a composed facade, her underlying hostility remained volatile, a lingering bloodlust that required ongoing observation to prevent tactical errors. The scout halted before a jagged rock face heavily coated in corrupted moss, its deep black coloration punctuated by unnatural green vascular spots. Beyond the growth lay a subterranean fissure, a basic cavern. I evaluated the physical structure, internally noting the linguistic designation for such a natural formation. Mana emanated from the threshold, though ambient energy within subterranean cavities was standard. Narrow, damp environments frequently attracted dark affinity practitioners across multiple operational domains. Lord Ashvale stepped forward, retrieving a diagnostic instrument constructed of timber and reinforced stone. Extending the artifact toward the entrance, he conducted a prolonged evaluation before delivering his assessment. The device rated the anomaly as a D-tier threshold permitting 5-person squad entries, with internal spatial parameters that separated larger formations upon entry. I stepped back, adjusting my posture while observing the cavern mouth. Because the ambient corruption distorted baseline readings and escalated host fauna capabilities, the actual operational difficulty likely scaled to C-tier or B-tier. When Lord Ashvale inquired whether her lineage had cleared corrupted anomalies, Revel confirmed it was her initial encounter with a blighted threshold. Clay concurred. Lord Ashvale promptly structured a staging plan. A 5-man reconnaissance detail under Sir William would conduct a 2-hour sweep of the initial chambers, while the remaining force purged the surrounding timberline to prevent containment failure. Sir William selected 2 scouts and 2 frontline infantrymen, finalized equipment checks, and crossed the threshold. The entry generated no visible arcane distortion or structural shift, prompting me to quiet my internal expectations regarding the local phenomenon. Lord Ashvale turned toward the support elements, inquiring about fire affinity capabilities. While Revel lacked offensive fire matrices, I possessed extensive historical mastery over thermal constructs, an affinity acquired in my previous life to level the religious infrastructure of my homeland following my village's destruction. Though I rarely favored thermal deployment due to its destructive memory, utilizing it for containment purging was logically sound. Confirming baseline capability, I was assigned the Western Quadrant with Revel and Clay attached as support and security. Lord Ashvale established strict operational parameters. The burn radius would originate from the healthy boundary and collapse inward, ensuring complete destruction of all vascular routes to prevent secondary regeneration. The remaining troops were divided into containment details surrounding the cavern entrance. I led my subunit toward the perimeter where the healthy forest met the black timber. Clay checked on Revel's status, receiving a cold, focused response that signaled her lingering intent to eradicate the blight. Upon reaching the containment line, Revel evaluated the healthy trees bordering the corrupted sector, concluding that 7 rows of unblemished flora required purging to eliminate latent subterranean root vectors. I conducted an independent diagnostic pass on a healthy trunk 10 rows out. Analyze complete. Whistleboro tree. Interference level not found. Manually circulating my energy through the internal cellular structure down to the root nodes confirmed the timber was entirely uncorrupted. To maximize efficiency without exhausting my mana reserves on wide area deployment, I selected a multi-stage thermal strategy combining direct heat matrices with atmospheric expansion. Instructing my companions to fall back, I initiated a linear flame matrix, extending its length to over 12 meters across the boundary line. As the blazing barrier locked into place, I manipulated the thermal energy particles outward, forcing the heat deep into the forest floor. The timber ignited rapidly, driving the fire across 30 rows of black foliage within moments. As the blighted wood consumed, the atmospheric pressure degraded, releasing an intense, decaying odor that signaled the corruption's defensive reaction. Rebel's expression shifted into an intense smile, urging further deployment. I executed a secondary wind matrix infused with thermal particles, launching 3 sequential bursts from shifting angles. The forced airflow drove the fire deep into the sector, expanding the burn zone from 30 rows to over 100. Heavy black smoke blanketed the quadrant. I instantly cast a localized air purification bubble around my head to maintain oxygen supply, while Revel and Clay deployed shadow and physical shielding matrices respectively. Working systematically, I repeated the thermal expansion cycle 3 more times, using minor wind vectors to guide the fire inward while preventing outward drift into the clean forest. The purge required 2 full hours of continuous management before my quadrant was completely reduced to ash. By the time we returned to the staging area, Revel's manic energy had ebbed, leaving her baseline demeanor largely restored. Lord Ashvale had erected a localized anti-smoke barrier around the staging team, maintaining a clean defensive perimeter at the cavern mouth. Clay inquired if the scouting detail had returned. Lord Ashvale confirmed the 2-hour window had lapsed, though no personnel had emerged from the cave. An additional hour passed in absolute silence. No one emerged from the dungeon threshold. Edrin paced in tight circles near the entrance of the cavern, his boots grinding into the rocky soil. The surrounding vanguard detail exhibited escalating anxiety. One soldier repeatedly sharpened a hunting knife with a stone, while another kept his eyes locked on the dark subterranean gap. I understood the atmospheric tension. Awaiting the return of personnel dispatched into unknown territory was a familiar stress. From my limited understanding, the scouting detail had entered to clear sequential spatial chambers and engage local fauna corrupted by the environmental anomaly. With deployment imminent, I accessed my systemic status interface to assign my unallocated potential. Status: Name: Darethwood. Race: Human. Mana: 312/350. Level: 21. Class: Attributes: Strength: 22. Agility: 23. Endurance: 24. Intelligence: 35. Constitution: 22. Attribute points available: 2. The recent application of thermal, atmospheric, and levitational constructs had triggered 2 consecutive level increases, awarding 2 new spell recognitions per milestone. While my system class selection remained locked for 4 more levels, I refrained from initiating any forced mana-draining exercises in close proximity to the noble detail, maintaining my deep-seated habit of conserving operational reserves in hostile settings. Reviewing my recent log entries, I noted the system's registration of my active utility and elemental constructs. New skill detected: Levitate, Tier 5. New skill detected: Firewall, Tier 4. New skill detected: Wind, Tier 4. New skill detected: Minor Strength, Tier 5. New skill detected: Draft, Tier 3. Allocating both available attribute points directly into intelligence expanded my mental capacity and total reserve pool. Intelligence: 37. Mana: 312/370. Closing the interface, I observed the soldiers rising and checking their sidearms. Clay stepped forward, urging immediate action to assist the overdue scouting team, while Revel gripped her focus staff tightly, her composure entirely focused on upcoming combat. Edrin halted his pacing and addressed the squad. He clarified that the diagnostic artifact could not accurately project internal variables within a corrupted environment. Upon crossing the threshold, the spatial parameters would split the force into separate details. He designated 2 strike teams, a 4-person element comprising himself, me, Revel, and Clay, and a 5-person detail composed of the core infantrymen. He issued an explicit directive to prioritize retreat if any individual chamber presented unwinnable parameters. With 5 minutes allowed for final checks, the infantry group moved first. The narrow limestone entrance required single-file entry. The 5 soldiers linked hands in a continuous line before stepping through the threshold. My eyes narrowed at the physical precaution. Edrin stepped up next, extending his hand backward. Revel grasped it, offered her other hand to Clay, and Clay extended his palm toward me. Suppressing my internal reluctance regarding the physical link, I took Clay's hand and ducked through the low cavern arch. Inside, the natural rock face was sharp and damp, cold air circulating alongside the echo of dripping water. The forward detail of soldiers had vanished completely without leaving a trace of residual mana. As we advanced deeper, a distinct prickling sensation spread across my skin, the precise spatial friction that preceded long-distance teleportation magic. The ambient light vanished instantly. When I opened my eyes, my vision was flooded with bright daylight. Adjusting to the glare, I found myself standing in an expansive, verdant valley bordered on both sides by dense trees and towering rock walls. An immediate appraisal revealed the lateral boundaries were a high-tier visual illusion overlaying a linear, subterranean corridor. The floor of the valley was choked with vibrant, multicolored flora. Clay lay unconscious on the grass beside me, suffering from the severe neurological shock common to unconditioned individuals undergoing sudden spatial displacement. Edrin and Revel were nowhere in sight, separated despite the physical contact during entry. I remained in place, waiting for Clay to recover. 20 minutes passed before the youth jolted awake with a violent gasp, clutching his head in agony as the spatial disorientation subsided. Once Clay managed to sit up and scan the floral field, he expressed immediate alarm at the absence of Edrin and Revel. I confirmed we had arrived alone. Seeking to extract tactical information regarding local dungeon mechanics without revealing my complete unfamiliarity with the system, I questioned Clay on the operational objectives required to conquer the space. Clay explained that clearing a dungeon required systematically defeating all hostiles within each sequential chamber until reaching the core room at the deepest level, where the central power source resided. Accepting the explanation, I motioned for Clay to take the lead. We set off along the linear floral path, our boots cutting through the dense grass. A few hundred meters ahead, the visual illusion overlaying the end of the valley fractured. Through the fading distortion at the edge of the corridor, dozens of glowing red eyes materialized in the shadows, locking directly onto us. I monitored the subtle gradient shift in the valley floor as the scattered white blossoms condensed into an overwhelming carpet. Moving deeper along the path, the illusionary boundary at the far side of the artificial landscape began to fracture, revealing that the white flora along the perimeter was not vegetation at all. Every blossom unfolded into a cluster of bright crimson eyes that locked directly onto our position. The sheer volume of gaze gave the distinct impression of a collective entity peering into my mind. Across the 100-meter gap separating us, hundreds of the white creatures initiated a synchronized, high-speed charge, surging forward like a flowing tide from every direction. Clay drew his sword with a pale, slick face, his voice tight with rapid-fire questions regarding our strategy and the nature of the approaching swarm. I offered no immediate physical or verbal reaction, preferring to observe and gather diagnostic baseline data before committing any mana. As the horde closed the distance, their physical specifications became clear, fluffy, snow-white lagomorphs equipped with deep crimson eyes and unnaturally elongated, razor-sharp incisors. Individually, their physical threat matrix was negligible, but their overwhelming numerical volume presented a lethal threat to a pure martial combatant. Evaluating my tactical options, I pondered how much of my core capability I ought to reveal within the dungeon environment, recognizing internally that my habit of concealment had already slipped significantly since joining the noble detail. Watching Clay break into a visible sweat beside me, I decided to preserve my companion's utility by forcing him to manage the bulk of the manual disposal. I initiated the formulation for Ice Crystal, a baseline construct from my previous world intended to encase a target or block structural passages. By systematically stripping the internal ice-natured mana from the interior volume of the construct, I converted the spell from a cryo-immobilization trap into an isolated, highly durable ambient shell. Muttering the required invocation syllables under my breath, I locked the construct into place just as the first wave of lagomorphs collided with the exterior wall. The impact resonated through the solid, translucent barrier as dozens of bodies threw themselves against the angled faces, yet the crystal remained entirely unblemished. Clay exhaled heavily, letting his sword tip drop toward the ground as he expressed his relief at the sudden cover. While questioning how we intended to clear the room if we were completely sealed off, I stood with my hands clasped casually behind my back, clarifying that maintaining the structural integrity of the crystal would consume my attention, leaving the manual eradication entirely in Clay's hands. Clay appeared visibly distraught at the prospect, but managed to steady his breathing as the swarm mounted the exterior walls, piling atop one another until the ambient light filtering through the translucent ice began to dim. Observing the darkness settling over us, I adopted a posture of deep deliberation before shaping a narrow aperture at the apex of the dome, just wide enough to permit two creatures to fall through at a time. Clay dropped immediately into an optimized martial stance, adjusting his back, anchoring his right leg, and raising his hilt to shoulder height. As the first pair of lagomorphs plummeted through the overhead gap, Clay's blade cut through the air, bisecting both entities mid-fall. The resulting arterial spray erupted against the interior ice wall and rained directly toward me, but I instantly deployed a localized wind barrier. The blood hit the invisible atmospheric shield a meter ahead of me, dropping harmlessly to the floor and saving my tunic from stain. 4 or 5 uninterrupted minutes, Clay sustained a flawless, high-velocity, slashing sequence. Dozens of bisected carcasses accumulated at his feet, while a pool of crimson began to spread across the ice floor. His blade moved with mechanical precision, resembling a continuous whirlwind. I found myself entirely uninspired by the display, watching endless split rodents hit the ground with wet, sickening thuds generated an uncomfortable churning in my stomach. I diverted my focus to the floor, but the slowly creeping pool of blood soon made even the ground distasteful to observe, forcing me to maintain a detachment I had cultivated through years of field operations. Clay eventually voiced his growing physical exhaustion, warning that he could not maintain the relentless pace indefinitely. I calmly reminded him that stopping was not an option. Outside, the lagomorphs attempted to gnaw through the exterior shell, but their incisors slid uselessly along the angled, slippery facets of the structure, leaving the overall integrity intact. The interior of the crystal took on a bizarre atmosphere, plunged into total darkness, save for the momentary flashes of daylight that entered whenever a falling body briefly cleared the overhead opening. Clay executed his strikes entirely by timing and sound, relying purely on his high physical attributes and swordsmanship without expending a drop of mana. I noted internally that my former party member, Luke, would have taken a strong liking to the boy's mechanical discipline. A sudden shaft of light burst through the left wall of the structure as a specialized variant detached from the main body outside. Distinctly larger than the baseline swarm, it possessed a long, hardened horn protruding from its skull that caught the ambient light. The horned entity charged across the 20-meter approach and slammed headlong into the crystal, driving its horn completely through the wall. I stepped backward just as the sharp tip pierced the space where I had been standing, chuckling dryly at the structural breach. My lighthearted appraisal proved premature as 30 additional horned variants maneuvered into charging positions around the perimeter. In a synchronized movement, all 30 launched themselves at the dome, driving 30 structural spikes through the translucent shell. I casually directed Clay to adjust his position 1 step left and 1 step back, just as a horn punched through the exact tile Clay had occupied a second prior. Clay cursed loudly at the sudden disruption, abandoning any remaining perception of the entities as harmless. Clay activated a physical mana reinforcement matrix across his sword, increasing his strike speed and force 2 to 3-fold to manage the accelerating breaches. I monitored the exterior behavior of the swarm through the newly created punctures. To my disgust, the baseline lagomorphs immediately descended upon the trapped horn variants, devouring them alive to strip the flesh from the horns and convert the small puncture holes into gaping structural tears. The translucent crystal stained an opaque, dark red as blood saturated the entry points. I dryly noted to my companion that our situation was deteriorating rapidly. Clay suggested an immediate structural collapse, coupled with a direct sprint for the room's exit vector. I agreed that the proposal was viable, provided Clay could carve a clean breach through the surrounding mass. Clay initiated the countdown, but I dissolved the forward ice wall on the count of 3 rather than waiting for the final number. Clay instantly deployed a specialized high-speed movement technique, bursting through the newly formed opening and launching a massive, crescent-shaped arc of concentrated mana from his blade. The shockwaves scattered the dense wall of lagomorphs, clearing a narrow linear path. I activated small boost across my lower limbs, matching Clay's frantic pace as we sprinted through the cleared lane. Looking back over my shoulder, I observed hundreds of blood-soaked lagomorphs swarming behind us in relentless pursuit, thoroughly enjoying the absurdity of being hunted down by carnivorous rodents. I queried Clay regarding our immediate destination while maintaining top speed. Clay explained between ragged breaths that we could bypass the requirement to clear the room by reaching the transit portal leading into the secondary chamber. We maintained our sprint for 2 full minutes until the artificial valley began to narrow toward the terminal illusion wall. Clay sheathed his weapon to maximize his forward velocity, pointing toward a jagged archway etched directly into the boundary wall. Clay slipped through the narrow portal first, with me following immediately behind. We emerged into a vast, shadow-draped subterranean cavern. Clay collapsed forward with his hands braced against his knees, gasping for air. Glancing back toward the transit threshold, I watched the entire swarm halt abruptly at the edge of the valley, held back by an invisible spatial barrier that prevented room entities from crossing chamber boundaries. Before I could initiate a detailed mana analysis of the threshold restriction, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the dark cavern, freezing Clay in his tracks. A crescendo of guttural roars vibrated through the subterranean strata, echoing from multiple cavernous passages simultaneously. Clay darted behind a massive outcropping of jagged stone, with me moving in tandem to crouch beside him. Clay cautiously peeked over the upper edge, his jaw tight with mounting panic. The first chamber had vastly exceeded the operational standard for a baseline C-tier threshold, making it evident that the difficulty aligned far more closely with an A-tier anomaly and predicting that subsequent areas would prove lethal. I held a far more critical view of that assessment. In my estimation, the Lagomorph swarm had presented a minimal challenge for a caster equipped with wide-area spatial control, though I recognized that a pure martial fighter would find such numerical density exhausting. Rather than correcting the youth's evaluation, I prioritized extracting foundational lore regarding the systemic rules governing dungeon architecture. Inquiring into the precise mechanics of room completion, I utilized the local terminology to prompt further disclosure. Clay expressed brief surprise at my apparent lack of field experience before explaining the systemic incentive structure. Conquering a discrete chamber generated a reward chest and established a 2-hour safe perimeter before the layout required forward progression. When I asked regarding the nature of those rewards, another massive roar reverberated through the cavern, significantly closer than the last. Clay gripped the hilt of his weapon, sliding the steel partially from its sheath as his posture locked up. Irritated that the ambient threat was interrupting my tactical debrief, I deployed a broad mana pulse. A wave of ambient energy expanded outward, mapping the physical layout of the surrounding cavern networks and detecting a substantial biological signature approximately 200 meters away. The entity possessed a quadrupedal skeletal structure larger than a dire wolf, complete with twin elongated fangs and a barbed tail. Determined to eliminate the distraction before it spooked my source of information, I leveraged the lingering mana particles dispersed by my diagnostic pulse. Bypassing standard spell invocations to conserve my structural reserves, I executed a high-complexity manual manipulation of the ambient ground energy. I concentrated a dense spike directly beneath the target's lower jaw, driving the earthen lance upward to shatter the vocal cords before any audible alarm could be raised. Simultaneously, for secondary earthen spires erupted from the forward vector to pierce the skull, while localized rock chains bound the creature's limbs. To guarantee total structural destruction, I summoned 3 massive stone shafts above the target, allowing gravitational acceleration to drive them down through its torso and head. The entire target vector was silenced in a fraction of a second, leaving only a faint, low rumble beneath the earth. Recognizing I had deployed excessive force, I maintained a deadpan expression, internally noting that my mana pool had expanded following the target's termination. Returning my attention to my companion, I casually informed Clay that the hostile had been neutralized and instructed him to resume his explanation. Clay peered cautiously around the stone outcropping, visibly unconvinced by the sudden silence. I brushed off his skepticism, claiming to have heard the creature retreat, and prompted him to continue detailing the dungeon's incentives. Clay seated himself against the rock once more, his hand lingering on his hilt as he explained that the room completion rewards, comprising artifacts, precious currency, refined materials, and specialized alchemical solutions, acted as a systemic lure designed to draw combatants deeper into the spatial anomaly. He unsheathed his blade to demonstrate, pointing out its exceptional durability and superior mana conductivity, noting proudly that he had retrieved the weapon from a dungeon chest himself. I evaluated the weapon's structural quality, recognizing that the fluid mana pathways I had observed during the Legomorph engagement were the product of dungeon-forged materials rather than standard noble smithing. The realization that clearing room thresholds yielded significant material wealth immediately sparked an intense interest in financial accumulation. I internally pondered whether returning to the previous chamber to exterminate the remaining Legomorph swarm would spawn a secondary reward chest, though I recognized that voicing such an intent would reveal my passive observation during the previous engagement. When I questioned Clay hypothetically regarding the validity of backtracking to clear an abandoned room, Clay confirmed that clearing the remaining entities would indeed trigger the reward system. Formulating a sequence to maximize my gains, I planned to exhaust Clay through the manual clearance of the current chamber, slip back into the initial room during the safe zone window to purge the remaining Lagomorphs, and collect the chest unhindered. Alternatively, placing Clay under an induced sleep spell would yield the same operational outcome. Noticing my prolonged, calculating gaze, Clay expressed immediate suspicion, questioning whether I was plotting something behind his back. I dismissed the accusation with a dry click of my tongue, attributing Clay's paranoid thoughts to environmental mental interference from the dungeon miasma. While Clay continued muttering, I quietly accessed my internal status interface to review my attributes and spell registrations. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 274 of 390. Level: 23. Class: Blank. Attributes: Strength: 24. Agility: 25. Endurance: 26. Intelligence: 39. Constitution: 24. Attribute points available: 2. New skill detected: Ice Crystal. Skill tier: 5. New skill detected: Wind Barrier. Skill tier: 4. Level increased. Attribute points available: 1. New skill detected: Small Boost. Skill tier: 5. New skill detected: Mana Control. Skill tier: 10. Level increased. Attribute points available: 2. Scanning the log, I noted my first Tier 10 skill designation for multi-vector mana control, attributing the high system ranking to the sheer volume of simultaneous physical constructs executed during the remote termination. Allocating my accumulated points directly into intelligence once more, I closed the prompt and stood up from behind the rock. With a focused expression, I declared our immediate intention to secure the room's reward chest, while Clay stared back in complete disbelief, questioning the wisdom of his own decision to reveal the existence of the dungeon rewards in the first place. I ran as fast as my current physical body could manage. Somehow, Clay was moving even faster ahead of me, whether fueled by raw adrenaline or the activation of multiple agility enhancement skills. Even with my active cast of Small Boost, the noble youth maintained the lead. Glancing over my shoulder, I increased my pace. A pack of roughly 20 large felid entities pursued us relentlessly, their hides possessing a distinct metallic green sheen. Clay had never mentioned the specific name of the species, though I reasoned that taxonomy mattered very little in the middle of a sprint for survival. Running was the only priority that mattered. Clay cast a desperate look back over his shoulder, his expression twisted in frustration as he shouted an inquiry about whether our improvised strategy would actually function. I felt the urge to shrug, but sprinting at the absolute peak of my physical threshold made the gesture impossible. The underlying concept was simple enough, perhaps even genius in its design, but our physical execution was severely lacking, and the metallic beast possessed far more speed and power than either of us had initially anticipated. We were rapidly closing in on the designated location where we intended to lure the pack. Clay called out that we were almost there. Directly ahead, a massive chasm split the cavern floor into two distinct precipices. The trench spanned over 20 meters in width and descended far deeper than the eye could measure, widening even further at various points along its length. With less than 20 meters remaining before the edge, Clay kept casting frantic, pleading glances back at me, terrified of tumbling into the dark abyss below. As the distance closed to 5 meters, then 2, then 1, I issued the signal to leap. Clay let out a panic scream and threw his body into the air across the gap. I brought myself to a complete halt at the lip of the gorge to evaluate the trajectory. It was instantly obvious that Clay was not going to clear the distance. He had completely botched his takeoff, ruining the precise jump we had calculated beforehand, leaving him on course to fall roughly 3 meters short of the opposite ledge. Clay screamed in sheer panic as gravity began to take hold. I rapidly considered my options. Ice wall seemed like the most logical intervention to extend the landing zone by a few meters, but I had already deployed that construct earlier in the dungeon, and the systemic blessing had already registered it. I hesitated briefly, an awful time to analyze mechanics, but I wanted the systemic level gain. Earth wall functioned identically to its ice counterpart and remained unregistered in my status. The primary issue was that I had previously claimed to be specialized exclusively in ice and water magic, yet I had already invoked nearly every classical element except water. Regardless, there was no time to deliberate further while Clay plunged toward his death. Muttering the spell activation, I cast Earth Wall and leapt across the gap myself. A broad slab of solid earth erupted from the far cliff face directly beneath Clay's falling feet. Clay slammed onto the raised platform, immediately rolling across the stone to absorb the brutal impact. I touched down smoothly behind him, utilizing a brief, controlled burst of levitate to cushion my own landing before both of us continued scrambling toward the far side of the chasm. Glancing back over my shoulder, I watched the metallic green beasts launch themselves off the opposite cliff in a desperate attempt to follow. I waited for the precise, optimal moment, the exact frame where every single member of the pursuing pack was suspended helplessly in midair over the void. 3 heartbeats passed. I released the spell, allowing the earthen wall to instantly dissolve back into raw, ambient mana. Deprived of their landing platform, the entire pack of big cats plunged straight down into the black abyss. As they fell, they let out echoing roars that sounded remarkably like oversized cat vocalizations, though I saw no meaningful difference between a roar and a meow when an entity was falling to its doom. Then, a sharp, echoing crack resonated from the darkness below. A heavy, chitinous tail drove deep into the stone wall of the chasm to arrest a fall. Then another. Claws scraped frantically against the lip of the cliff, biting into the rock until one of the beasts successfully hauled its massive frame back up over the edge. I internally conceded that I had never been the primary strategist of my former party. I had always functioned more as a walking natural disaster, leaving all the subtle planning and tactical logistics to Aelinth. Given the current breach, Clay was simply going to have to do the heavy lifting himself. It represented a prime opportunity for the youth to build combat experience beyond merely running for his life, providing a constructive change of pace. I observed my companion closely. Clay was already crouching in a low combat stance with his sword drawn. Although his hands trembled slightly from exhaustion and terror, his face remained fixed in severe, unwavering focus. The posture bore a passing resemblance to valor, not in temperament, as valor was vastly more stern and stoic, but in pure martial courage. Valor's hands had also shaken whenever he squared off against overwhelming opponents, yet he had consistently fought through the fear without letting it dictate his actions. Stepping back behind Clay, I assumed a supervisory position, remaining fully prepared to step in if a lethal breach occurred, but otherwise content to watch the performance unfold and eventually claim the room's reward chest. Clay tightened his white-knuckled grip on the hilt of his sword. The metallic green beast charged forward, its elongated tail raised high over its back and poised to strike with the precision of a scorpion. Clay closed his eyes for a single heartbeat, then snapped them open. His hands stabilized, and his mind locked entirely onto the threat in front of him. The creature leapt into the air to close the final gap, its barbed tail driving downward toward his chest. Clay moved, ducking beneath the airborne entity. He evaded the sweeping bar by a hair's breadth while driving his blade upward in a rising slash that opened a deep gash along the creature's underbelly. He immediately rolled to his right as a secondary tail whipped through the space where his head had been a fraction of a second prior. 5 beasts had already managed to haul themselves up out of the chasm, though one was already collapsing to the stone, dying from its disembowelment. The entities relied heavily on their deadly tails to land lethal strikes, while using their primary physical charges as a distraction. Both vectors were equally dangerous, especially since their fangs dripped with a viscous green venom that likely coated their barbs as well. Clay realized he could not afford to take a single hit in this engagement. Out of the corner of his eye, Clay caught sight of me, standing near the edge of the cliff with my hands casually resting behind my back, calmly observing the fight. Clay wrestled with whether he could truly rely on the mage. While the man had stepped up in previous encounters, he currently looked like a spectator enjoying a show. I began murmuring a low invocation, pointing a single hand toward the edge of the cliff and casting frost. Clay kept the direction of the spell at the absolute edge of his field of vision, unable to disengage his focus from the active threats in front of him. A thick layer of sub-zero ice instantly coated the stone lip of the chasm. A second later, a massive green claw reached up from the void, attempted to grip the frozen ledge, slipped off the slick surface, and sent the beast tumbling back into the depths. The remaining beasts on the solid ground charged simultaneously. Clay realized he could no longer afford to split his attention. He needed to end the encounter rapidly before total physical exhaustion set in. He dropped into the structured, rhythmic breathing pattern mandated by his family's heritage technique. Focusing on his mana core, he directed his energy through his internal channels to fortify his muscle fibers, then routed the remaining flow directly into the steel of his sword. Running his free hand along the flat of the blade, his mana manually ignited into a brilliant, wrapping flame, the signature flaming blade technique of his lineage. Because he had yet to achieve total mastery over the skill, he was forced to ignite the mana flow manually, but the heat generated would be more than sufficient to bypass the metallic hide of the beasts. Directing a surge of mana into his legs, Clay lunged forward. The creatures were naturally solitary hunters, unaccustomed to coordinating as a cohesive pack. That lack of synchronization worked against them while handing Clay a distinct tactical advantage. Swinging his sword in a wide horizontal arc, Clay launched a wave of bright fire directly toward the group. The sudden wall of flame broke their forward charge as the beasts scrambled to dodge the heat. Clay closed the distance instantly, intercepting a beast as it escaped the arc and driving his burning edge deep into its flank. The wound cauterized and burned upon impact, causing the creature to emit a horrific, screeching roar. Without allowing it a moment to recover, Clay delivered a follow-up strike. Though the beast threw itself backward, the tip of the flaming blade still bit deeply into its hide. The rest of the pack recovered their footing. 2 entities advanced side by side on his right flank, prompting Clay to launch a second arc of fire to keep them at bay. He needed them scattered so he could isolate and eliminate them one by one. The wounded beast rolled across the cavern floor in an attempt to smother the lingering flames on its body. Meanwhile, the 2 beasts on his right lunged forward, driving their poisonous tails directly toward his chest and heart. Executing a rapid burst of mana to his lower limbs, Clay sidestepped the twin strikes and brought his burning edge down in a heavy overhead chop, cleanly severing both tails at the base. Seizing the open window, Clay pivoted and charged the tailless beast, leaping forward to bring his blade down directly through its skull while it was mid-roll. One down for remaining on the upper ledge. The surviving beast refrained from an immediate charge, instead circling him in a cautious, wide arc as the smell of scorched flesh filled the cavern from the burning corpse behind him. Clay knew he could defeat them, but not without sustaining damage if they attacked simultaneously. He considered launching another flaming arc, but the creatures maintained enough distance between one another to make a wide area attack inefficient. Scanning his internal skill list, Clay evaluated his options. First step would allow him to instantly close the distance and eliminate one target before the others could react, though disengaging safely afterward would prove difficult. To his left stood the beast whose tail he had just severed, positioned right next to an uninjured entity. That pair became his target. By eliminating the uninjured beast, he could neutralize the threat of its tail and focus entirely on defending his right side. He executed Burst Step, moving faster than his physical frame should naturally allow. Clay materialized directly between the two targets with his blade already mid-swing, cleaving cleanly through the uninjured creature's skull without meeting any structural resistance. Without wasting a fraction of a second, he pivoted to face the remaining threat on his right, but a whipping tail was already driving straight toward his torso. Clay threw his body to the side, feeling a searing, white-hot pain rip through his hip as the barb grazed him. Rolling across the hard stone, he scrambled back to his feet, gritting his teeth against the agonizing flare of pain. A deep, jagged laceration marked his hip, heavy blood welling from the tissue alongside the distinct green sheen of clinging poison. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. He had to finish the encounter before the venom fully compromised his central nervous system. Clay attempted to step back and construct a proper opening, but the wound severely restricted his mobility. The remaining beasts recognized his physical weakness and began closing the distance at an accelerated pace. Desperate, Clay cast a glance back toward me, as I remained standing in the exact same position with my hands behind my back. Overcome by pain and frustration, Clay screamed for the mage to do something, the plea breaking from his throat before he could suppress it. As the beast drew near, Clay forced himself back into his family's combat stance, though his injured leg caused his footing to wobble dangerously. He flicked two rapid arcs of flame toward the approaching entities, but both targets easily dodged the projections and continued their advance. The flames coating his sword began to flicker violently. His erratic, pained breathing was disrupting the smooth flow of his mana channels. He tried desperately to stabilize his lungs, but the rapid, ragged gasps made proper regulation impossible. Final Ember remained his absolute last option. Utilizing it would completely exhaust his mana and leave him defenseless, but failing to deploy it meant guaranteed death. Focusing entirely on his mana core, Clay forcefully flooded every remaining drop of his energy pool directly into his sword. The violent overflow tore through the channels in his chest and arms, causing him to scream out in agony as the internal damage surpassed the physical pain of the hip wound. Growling the technique's name through clenched teeth, Clay invoked Final Ember. The steel of his sword erupted into a blinding, incandescent glow, the flame shifting from deep orange to a searing, nearly pure white. The dim subterranean cavern was instantly illuminated as Clay poured everything into a final, massive horizontal sweep. A towering crescent of white, scorching fire surged across the cavern floor toward the remaining beasts. As the heat wave expanded, Clay's vision failed completely, and total darkness swallowed his consciousness. Well, I might have overdone it. I nodded to myself as I wiped my forehead, already sweating from the intense heat wave rolling off Clay's skill. It certainly looked cool, and it was undeniably effective. His current physical state was far from ideal, but at least he had pulled off an impressive last stand. I could respect that. Clay lay completely unconscious on the stone where he had cast it. Final Ember, as I had heard him call it right before passing out. What lay in front of me was interesting. The creatures were cooked, literally, and the solid stone along the path of his blazing arc had melted into a glowing, viscous sludge. It was clearly a high-tier skill, though I still wasn't entirely sure what tier it would fall under according to the system. One thing was certain. Luke would have loved to train him, if only to make sure he could unleash that kind of power without immediately knocking himself out. It made a lot of sense. That was what Lord Ashvale had called him back then. It was almost certainly a family-inherited skill, something I would need to look into eventually. Looking down at Clay's limp body, I started whistling softly. In a way, his unconsciousness made things significantly easier for me. I wouldn't have to figure out a way to sneak off, nor would I need to waste mana casting a sleep spell on him. I didn't even have to feel guilty about leaving him behind. I chuckled to myself and stepped closer, taking care to skirt around the melted rock that still held the color and consistency of fresh magma. The spark of life within him was still there, though it was dimming rapidly. Crouching beside him, I placed my hand against his forehead and cast life, flooding his system with raw vitality. That would keep him breathing and help his body naturally combat the poison until I was finished collecting the reward chests. Once I had everything, I could heal him properly and act as if nothing unusual had happened. Yes, that sounded like the right approach. Of course, there was the lingering issue of what he might ask about my behavior during the fight. I needed to make sure I cleared away any lingering suspicion on his part. Clay was bound to question me the moment he woke up. Of that I was certain. Telling him the flat truth would be a terrible idea, at least until I had secured everything the dungeon had to offer. Starting with the reward chest. Now, where was I supposed to actually find it? I really should have extracted more detailed information about chest spawns from Clay earlier. Still, there was one obvious way to locate it. Good old-fashioned exploration. My lips curled upward into a slight grin. It wasn't a bad idea. In fact, it might even prove interesting. I stood up and began strolling around the expansive cavern. Clay. The thought hit me like a sudden bucket of ice water. What if not all of those oversized green cats were dead? I immediately broke into a full sprint, rushing right back toward Clay's position. This could turn out very badly. How could I have forgotten such a fundamental rule of engagement? You never leave a wounded party member unattended without protection on an active battlefield. Was this world making me soft? Probably. But to be honest, I prefer it this way. The demon continent had turned me far too hardened, and I needed to maintain a proper balance, so I didn't end up getting myself or others killed out of sheer carelessness. It took me a solid 5 minutes of full speed running to return to the spot. Fortunately, Clay was right where I had left him. His bleeding had stopped completely, and his life force had stabilized. The vitality I had injected into his body was steadily working to mend his tissue and suppress the venom. I let out a long breath of relief. The oversight hadn't cost me anything this time, but I couldn't allow myself to make a mistake like that again. I needed to guarantee his safety while I was off searching. I weighed a few magical options that fit within my remaining mana pool. I considered Earth Trap, a spell that would spawn earthen spikes triggered by anything approaching his radius. Air Barrier would surround him in a protective sphere, but the downside was that if my mana ran low, the barrier would collapse. Furthermore, if a large horde or a sufficiently powerful entity attacked it, the construct would shatter long before I could sprint back to intervene. Every other static protection spell I knew shared the same basic structural flaws. Ultimately, the simplest solution was to just bring him along with me. That way, there was zero risk of leaving him exposed. Now I just needed the right utility spell. I had already deployed Levitate several times recently, so I opted for something different. Ice Sled. It was one of the few purely convenient utility spells I possessed, originally learned to haul wounded soldiers off Arctic battlefields back during my time on the Demon Continent. I cast Ice Sled. Beside me, a smooth sled constructed of dense ice coalesced out of ambient mana. I carefully dialed back the mana usage to keep the sled compact, just large enough to support his body without getting jammed in narrow subterranean tunnels. Now I just had to transfer him onto it. In hindsight, I really should have just formed the sled directly underneath him. How on earth had I managed to mess up such a basic detail? I chided myself for my own foolishness and cast Levitate to gently hoist Clay's body off the stone and set him down onto the ice platform. With that problem sorted, it was time to hunt for gold. I set off through the cavern, the ice sled gliding silently a short distance behind me. It took 20 minutes of thorough searching to clear our side of the chasm, yielding absolutely nothing. Using levitate once more, I floated myself and the sled across the deep divide to inspect the far side. The western side lacked branching tunnels, making the search quick, whereas the eastern side was riddled with side passages, which was where I assumed the entrance to the next room lay. Broadening my search with periodic bursts of mana pulse, it took me just over 10 minutes to locate both the passage threshold and the chest itself. The treasure chest. It sounded so much better when I framed it that way. A few minutes later, I stood directly before it. The entrance to the next zone was a cavernous archway heavily overgrown with thick, twisting root systems. Was the third room some sort of subterranean jungle? I didn't care enough to ponder it at the moment, strode right past the foliage, and focused entirely on the chest. It rested a few meters away from the threshold, relatively small as chests went. Constructed of dark, weathered wood and bound in heavy iron straps, it looked promising. I carefully scanned the surrounding air and floor for any traces of hidden mana or warding traps, but found nothing. Satisfied, I crouched down beside it. My fingers traced along the cold, metallic edges of the lid. This was it. I slowly slid my hands to the sides, taking a deep breath and closing my eyes at the very last moment, hoping for something valuable inside. I snapped my eyes open. A dagger? That was it. The iron dagger rested neatly atop a plush velvet pillow. I snatched the weapon up and tossed it casually aside, then hauled the pillow out of the box to thoroughly search every interior corner. There was nothing else inside, just the solitary blade. Absolutely nothing. Where was the actual treasure? Where were the gold coins? I ground my teeth together in frustration. Why was my luck always this atrocious? Why would a dungeon chest reward me with a useless dagger? It wasn't as if I needed another sidearm. I needed gold. Gold to purchase a quiet house with a lovely garden, just like the lovely estates I had admired in the capital. Enough gold so I would never need to leave my front door unless I explicitly wanted to. Curse my terrible luck. The first room. I needed to backtrack to the valley, clear out the remaining creatures, and claim that room's reward chest instead. That one was bound to yield actual currency. It had to. I glanced over at Clay's unconscious form and raised 3 earth traps in a perimeter around his sled. I had been told that once a room was cleared and the reward chest spawned, the area converted into a safe zone for 2 hours. Still, I wasn't about to take unnecessary risks with his life, so I secured the area before striding back toward the rabbit room. I was going to get my gold, one way or another. Passing through the transit threshold into room 1, I was greeted by the exact same open valley layout. The giant ice crystal I had summoned earlier was completely gone, along with all the surrounding environmental destruction my spells had caused. The distance was considerable, but I knew for a fact I should have seen the lingering corpses of the lagomorphs. Upon reaching the exact spot where the ice crystal had previously stood, I found nothing. The terrain was pristine, completely restored to the state it had been in before our initial fight began. The white rabbits had already opened their bright crimson eyes and were staring intently at me. I ignored their glares, completely baffled by the environmental reset. Had the dungeon actively repaired the terrain the moment we vacated the room? I had so many unanswered questions regarding dungeon mechanics. The lagomorphs were already gathering momentum, charging directly toward me in a white wave. I pondered the mechanics for a moment longer, but couldn't come up with a definitive answer. I resolved to research it properly in the future, once I had accumulated enough spare mana to cast high-yield research and analysis spells. For now, I had to deal with the rabbits. They were closing in rapidly. I stood my ground, waiting for them to pack together as tightly as possible. I needed all of them, or at least the vast majority, within a 5-meter radius of my position. 2 meters. 1 meter. I held out for a fraction of a second longer, then cast frost. A dense shockwave of sub-zero energy erupted around me, instantly freezing everything within a 5-meter radius solid. My mana pool plummeted by nearly half from the single cast. The spell sat at a higher tier and consumed a heavy chunk of energy, but its freezing effect was instantaneous. Every single rabbit surrounding me was converted into a static ice statue. I could have used several other spells to clear them, but they would have created a far noisier, messier scene than this clean freeze. I began walking at a casual pace back toward the entrance archway. Once I had put a comfortable distance between myself and the frozen cluster, I cast Wind Blades, channeling a bit more mana into the invocation than was strictly necessary. The pressurized arcs of air sliced through the frozen mass, shattering the rabbit statues into thousands of tiny ice fragments. As I neared the exit, a wooden chest materialized out of thin air right in front of the threshold. My lips curled upward into a broad, triumphant smile. Gold! At long last! I stepped forward, grabbed the latch, and threw the lid open. I let out a harsh scream of utter frustration that reverberated through the vast cavern. A straight, slightly warped wooden rod rested atop the velvet cushion inside the container. It bore the exact physical profile of a common walking stick. Extending a hand, I retrieved the length of timber, detecting an immediate cooling sensation across my palm upon contact, an indicator of localized arcane enchantment. A dry grumble escaped my throat. Despite the artifact classification, the object remained an unadorned stick. Channeling a controlled stream of mana into the grain, I monitored the internal resonance. The energy flowed with minimal friction, the wood naturally guiding and shaping the matrix to optimize structural efficiency. It represented the most primitive staff configuration I had ever encountered, resembling a roadside traveler's prop far more than a refined spellcasting conduit. However, lacking an active staff in my present deployment, the object would suffice. Its underlying material quality at least compensated for its baseline aesthetics. The acquisition was still preferable to the useless dagger from the secondary container, though cold coinage remained the superior operational reward. Suppressing my lingering irritation, I turned and strode back toward the portal leading into the secondary chamber. Restoring Clay to operational capacity prior to the expiration of the 2-hour safe zone window remained the immediate priority, alongside locating the vanished forward reconnaissance detail. Furthermore, secondary reward containers remained scattered deeper within the complex. The pursuit of liquid capital was far from abandoned. I arrived to find Clay in the exact position and condition in which I had left him. With the 2-hour window approaching its terminal limit, I stepped to his side and pressed 2 fingers firmly against his forehead. Heal! The vital energy matrix deployed instantly. The physical reaction was immediate. Clay convulsed, coughing up a dark, coagulated pool of blood onto the stone floor. The casting represented my initial invocation of that specific restorative script under the local system, incurring a severe, almost excessive mana expenditure. However, the temporary deficit presented no tactical issue. With ambient hostiles currently absent, a prolonged resting window would fully restore my reserves. Furthermore, Clay required complete physical stabilization prior to advancing. The upcoming sector would undoubtedly feature elevated threat matrices requiring his direct martial participation. As Clay continued his violent coughing fit, I seized the momentary reprieve to access my internal status interface. Status. Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 67 out of 420. Level: 26. Class: Selection available. Attributes: Strength: 26. Agility: 27. Endurance: 28. Intelligence: 41. Constitution: 26. Attribute points available: 5. Reaching level 26 bypassed the baseline requirement for class initialization, unlocking the system's class selection framework at last. Securing a specialized class promised spatial storage capabilities, an essential utility that would eliminate the tedious necessity of hauling dungeon salvage across the terrain via an ice sled. Rubbing my palms together, a faint, calculating smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Retrieving my 5 unassigned attribute points from the previous milestone, I allocated the entire pool directly into my core stat without hesitation. Mana: 67 of 460. Intelligence, 46. A rapid succession of system notifications flooded the visual display. New skill detected. Earth wall. Skill tier, 5. Level increased. Attribute points available, 3. New skill detected. Ice sled. Skill tier, 3. New skill detected. Earth trap. Skill tier, 5. Level increased. Attribute points available, 4. New skill detected. Frost. Skill tier, 6. New skill detected. Wind blades. Skill tier, 5. Level increased. Attribute points available, 5. The local dungeon environment actively accelerated growth through system blessings, forcing rapid adaptation. While standard combatants lacked my vast library of unregistered spell matrices to trigger multiple skill recognitions, the spatial anomaly clearly functioned as a high-fatality training ground that rewarded survival with exponential power scaling. Refocusing on the immediate objective, I initiated the class evaluation protocol. My historical background had provided more than enough combat across 3 lifetimes, rendering pure offensive or destructive classes utterly redundant. Instead, my interest lay strictly in unique or rare class designations that offered passive convenience utilities, high intelligence scaling, and non-combat spells that consumed 0 mana reserves, tools specifically suited for a quiet, comfortable existence. Fixating my focus on the pending class prompt, I triggered the selection mechanism. A translucent interface materialized in my field of vision. Class selection available. Evaluating. Your actions have shaped your path. A sudden, sharp movement from the floor severed my concentration, causing the system window to instantly dissolve as my attention snapped back to the physical environment. Clay was propped awkwardly against the cavern wall, his eyes fixed on me in intense, analytical scrutiny. He offered a questioning tilt of his head while clutching his ribs. I stared back with a deadpan expression, internally lamenting the loss of a mere few seconds that would have finalized the evaluation. Formulating a response that maintained my cover while addressing his unspoken confusion, I offered a subtle, questioning tilt of my head in return. Clay winced, groaning softly as he massaged his temples, clearly struggling to reconstruct his memory of the terminal engagement. The lingering green venom still circulated within his system. The restorative script had stabilized his tissue damage without purging the chemical toxin. While an application of toxin removal would have neutralized the agent entirely, expending additional mana was logically unsound. A few hours of natural metabolic filtration would suffice once my reserves replenished. Maintaining an unreadable countenance, I pointed a finger toward the chasm, then toward the scorched arc along the cavern floor, executing a brief, sweeping motion with my arm to mimic a wide martial strike. I followed the gesture by tapping my own chest, shaking my head to indicate I had been occupied with the airborne hostiles in the gorge while he engaged the 5 terrestrial threats alone. Clay processed the silent explanation, absorbing the visual evidence of the melted stone before offering a solemn, understanding nod. He rubbed his aching joints, pointing toward his own chest with a grimace, then toward the ground where he lay, executing a walking motion with 2 fingers to inquire how he had arrived at the current position. I shook my head, pointing to the ice sled resting near the portal threshold to clarify the transport method. Clay checked his sidearms, then held up 2 fingers, pointing toward his eyes and scanning the dark corridors to inquire about the remaining safe zone duration. I raised a single finger, then held up a palm to signal that the 2-hour window was nearly exhausted. Clay's expression hardened. He pointed firmly toward the far transit portal leading to the 3rd chamber, making a swift running motion with his hand before ducking low to demonstrate a concealment posture. He gestured to the surrounding room, sweeping his hand across the space to indicate that upon the timer's expiration, the chamber would reset and the hostiles would relentlessly track our position. I offered a single nod of agreement, suppressing a minor wave of annoyance. Restoring his physical mobility prior to finalizing my class selection had needlessly complicated the tactical timeline, but forward movement was now mandatory. Clay pushed himself up from the stone, using the wall for support. He gestured toward the far corner of the room where the open chest lay, pointing at his own palm to inquire about the contents. I pointed down at the ornate dagger resting on the stone floor near his feet. Clay retrieved the weapon, turning the blade in his hands to evaluate the metalwork and mana channels. A low whistle escaped his throat as his eyes widened in surprise. He held up 2 fingers, then tapped his palm repeatedly to signal an estimated market value exceeding 200 gold coins. My eyes widened fractionally before I restored my baseline composure. The realization that the sidearm possessed substantial commercial value immediately validated the effort. Liquidation of dungeon salvage remained a perfectly viable path toward capital accumulation. Clay held up a hand, pointing at the chamber entrance, then toward the far exit, indicating a strategy of delaying our retreat until the absolute last moment to maximize recovery time before breaching the next room. I gave a concise nod of approval. Clay's gaze drifted toward the wooden rod leaning against the cavern wall. He pointed at the object with a questioning eyebrow raised. I retrieved the rod, holding it vertically to demonstrate its use as a basic walking staff, maintaining a completely blank expression. Clay let out a quiet, breathy huff of amusement, shaking his head. A sudden, guttural roar echoed from the deep recesses of the cavern network, vibrating through the stone floor. Clay's eyes snapped wide. He gestured frantically toward the transit archway while stowing the dagger into his spatial storage in a fluid motion. He motioned sharply for me to follow. I fell in behind him as we moved rapidly toward the boundary of the 3rd chamber. Clay halted at the threshold, holding up a flat palm to signal a stop. He pointed to his ears, then toward the passage ahead, making a swift darting motion with 2 fingers to command an immediate, silent sprint the instant hostiles entered the sector, followed by immediate evasive concealment upon entry into the 3rd room. My mana reserves remained severely depleted, rendering a second wide area purge inefficient without exposing high-tier elemental manipulations in front of my companion. Proceeding to the 3rd chamber was the only logical tactical choice. The echoing roars escalated in volume and frequency, signaling an accelerating approach. Clay gestured sharply forward. We breached the threshold simultaneously. Clay's lead boot caught briefly in a dense tangle of subterranean root vectors near the archway, but he recovered his balance without losing momentum as the reverberating roars filled the corridor behind us. Slowing to a halt inside the perimeter, Clay let out a heavy breath, bracing his hands against his knees. I conducted an immediate diagnostic sweep of the new environment. Though situated deep underground, diffused ambient light filtered down from high structural fissures in the ceiling. The chamber presented a dense, claustrophobic jungle terrain. Towering timber, thick vascular vines, and massive root systems erupting through the fractured bedrock. The dense vegetation severely restricted line of sight and movement vectors. Then, my eyes tracked upward. Thick, glistening strands of silk spanned the gaps between the giant trees, forming massive, intricate web networks that caught the overhead light. A distinct, unpleasant prickling sensation spread across my skin. Spiders. An intense, deeply rooted disgust surged through me. Of all the potential fauna indigenous to subterranean anomalies, arachnids were uniquely repulsive, an environmental hazard I thoroughly despised. Clay scanned the dense canopy, his face paling as he caught sight of the massive webs. He turned to me, his jaw tight, making a frantic biting motion with his hands while pointing at the silk lines in silent horror. I offered a grim, deadpan nod, confirming the threat taxonomy, while pointing toward a dense outcropping of roots near the perimeter to signal temporary cover. Clay crouched behind the root structure, his eyes darting frantically across the canopy as he searched for movement. With Clay fully occupied by environmental paranoia, I seized the operational window. Focusing inward once more, I reinitialized the pending system prompt. Class selection available. Evaluating. Your actions have shaped your path. Narrative viewpoint shift. The provided draft chapter shifts focus entirely to Revel and Edrin in a separate wing of the dungeon. To preserve the strictly established first-person POV anchored exclusively in a Adulin/Dareth's perspective, the following chapter reinterprets these exact events as Adulin detects, analyzes, and reconstructs their distant struggle from afar using his high-tier sensory network and tactical deduction while resting in the third chamber. A deep, rhythmic tremor vibrated through the subterranean bedrock beneath my boots, transmitting localized seismic signatures from a distant sector of the complex. Resting against the giant root structure within the spider-infested third chamber, I focused my mana perception, deploying a fine, low-density pulse across the spatial boundaries of the dungeon. The feedback returned instantly. Two distinct life signatures were traversing an arid, sand-choked pocket dimension localized within the dungeon's parallel spatial folds, Revel and Edrin. Through the residual mana feedback, I mapped their immediate environment. They had been routed into an extreme thermal zone dominated by abrasive, high-velocity dark sand and oppressive heat. Revel's vital signatures reflected severe physical exhaustion and acute psychological distress. Her mana profile fluctuated wildly, spiking with intense guilt, disorientation, and cognitive interference, a classic indicator of the dungeon's baseline mental degradation mechanics exploiting her emotional vulnerabilities. She was spiraling, trapped in localized hallucinatory loops centered on irrational self-blame over party separation and graphic, imagined scenarios of Clay's death and my own betrayal. Edrin's signature remained comparatively stable, shielded by specialized thermal suppression artifacts, specifically a high-grade cooling talisman bearing the Ashvale family crest and high-density plate armor. His internal state, however, registered elevated irritation and mental fatigue. The diagnostic sweep picked up his physical intervention, seizing Revel, violently disrupting her mental trance, and transferring the thermal artifact to her position to stabilize her core temperature. Suddenly, the seismic feedback beneath my feet amplified dramatically. Multiple massive, subterranean entities were moving through the pressurized sand layers directly beneath them at rapid velocity. Target taxonomy: giant sand burrowers. The sensory feedback transmitted the rapid sequence of physical movement. Edrin hoisted the disoriented priestess, sprinting across the shifting dunes as the acoustic roar of fracturing stone echoed through the sublayers. Recognizing the futility of outrunning high-tier burrowing entities on open sand, Edrin executed a tactical handoff, flinging Revel clear of the primary strike vector to establish a secondary line of engagement. Revel hit the sand, forcing her internal mana channels into alignment through structured breathing protocols before drawing her channeling staff from spatial storage. 5 meters ahead, Edrin drew his long sword, dropping into a low forward stance just as the shifting terrain collapsed beneath his feet. A colossal, segmented worm erupted through the dark surface, showering the immediate perimeter with pressurized black grit. The entity expanded its circular maw, exposing concentric rings of serrated, razor-sharp mandibles before plunging downward toward Edrin's position. Observing the distant clash through the structural mana grid, I leaned back against the root wall, twirling the wooden rod between my fingers with a deadpan expression. They were alive, actively engaged, and thoroughly occupied. That bought me precise operational leeway. Without shifting my physical posture, I turned my attention back to my internal display, reactivating the pending system prompt in absolute silence. Class selection available. Evaluating. Your actions have shaped your path. Class selection available. Evaluating. Your actions have shaped your path. Available classes for selection. Jack of all trades, rare. A class meant for individuals who couldn't find a path of their own. They possess the foundation of many disciplines, allowing for rapid growth and adaptation to unfamiliar tasks. They have a solid foundation in many skills, but never master any. A quiet huff of amusement escaped me. The description encapsulated the former host of this vessel with uncanny precision. It echoed my own distant past, before my master found me, before I became what I am now, wandering aimlessly in search of a defining purpose. Focusing my intent on the entry to discern its mechanical benefits, the physical world abruptly dissolved. The sensation mimicked enforced spatial projection. From an elevated vantage point, I observed the memory constructs of Daritha's past life in the town of Grest. The visual stream shifted rapidly, pushing a delivery cart through the crowded bakery square, hammering timber frames for a carpenter's market stall, executing dozens of mundane labor tasks across a variety of trades. The projection snapped shut, restoring my physical sight alongside updated system parameters. Class additional attribute points. Strength, +1. Agility, +1. Endurance, +1. Intelligence, +1. Constitution, +1. Attribute points, +1. The allocation was structurally exceptional. Granting 6 attribute points per level in addition to the standard 6 from the blessing yielded a total of 12 points per milestone, a massive stat growth curve for a rare designation. Despite its utility for an adaptable combatant, the path held 0 personal relevance. I had already mastered more disciplines across 3 lifetimes than this baseline template offered. Ignoring the prompt, I shifted my focus to the secondary option. Wanderer, uncommon. A class granted to those who couldn't find a destination on their journey. They moved from place to place, searching for a life that would be fulfilling, yet never finding it. The road taught them to endure, adapt, and keep moving. A brief evaluation revealed a mediocre baseline. 2 points in endurance, 2 in constitution, and a single unassigned attribute point. It surpassed a basic civilian class like farmer, but offered no strategic value for my current objectives. I scrolled to the third entry. Failed hero, rare. I stared at the designation as a cold, dangerous stillness settled over my mind. The system was not evaluating Dareth Wood. This specific designation had been crafted and offered exclusively for me, for a duel in. It served as explicit confirmation that whichever entity or higher authority governed the local system parameters possessed full awareness of my true identity and origin. Suppressing the rising disgust, I focused on the entry to trigger the mandatory vision stream. The spatial anchor shifted, recreating the late summer landscape of my native origin, Yeln Village. Memory constructs of villagers moved through the thoroughfares, hauling supply crates and dried Yeln crops toward the central square in preparation for the annual harvest festival. I observed my younger self trimming damp plant stems beside the hearth, passing them to my mother as she wove decorative floral wreaths for the upcoming judging competition. The younger construct fidgeted impatiently, seeking an excuse to reach the tavern square to glimpse the traveling adventurers who had recently slain the regional wyvern, the beast responsible for the death of my childhood companion. The vision progressed automatically. Excusing himself under the guise of an errand, the boy sprinted through the village market, past the food stalls, and into the crowded tavern courtyard where 4 figures sat assembled. A swordsman in leather armor, a heavy shield defender, a female caster, and a quiet cleric bearing the Pantheon's crest. At the crowd's insistence, the caster raised her staff, weaving flame mana into 4 dynamic, moving constructs that reconstructed their battle against the wyvern in midair. The younger construct watched in absolute, wide-eyed fascination as the shield-bearer absorbed the beast's descent. The cleric locked its movement vectors with radiant chains, and the swordsman delivered the final decapitating strike. It was the precise moment my past self had resolved to pursue the path of spellcraft and heroics. The memory construct shattered into silent, glowing embers as the vision terminated, returning my consciousness to the spider-infested cavern. I maintained a deadpan expression, my gaze fixed coldly on the translucent system window floating before me. The spatial projection collapsed, returning my consciousness to the damp subterranean ravine. Though the system memory stream transpired in less than a fraction of a second, the internal experience carried the weight of a lifetime. The visual constructs of my mother and the villagers remained blurred, eroded by centuries of passage. However, the precise emotional resonance of my former youth, the naive idealist, had been reconstructed with absolute fidelity. My lips curled into a silent, deadpan grimace. The initial memory construct represented the single pleasant epoch of my former life. The subsequent projections mandated by the class evaluation framework promised no such comfort. Glancing sideways, I observed Clay still thoroughly consumed by his frantic perimeter scan for giant arachnids. With my companion oblivious, I maintained my resting posture against the root structure, took a slow, measured breath, and permitted the secondary memory stream to initiate. The visual field dissolved into an elevated aerial vantage point over a mountain basin. Below lay a remote mining settlement, its perimeter painted in dense plumes of black smoke and crimson trails extending toward the cavern shafts. As the projection descended, the structural devastation came into sharp focus. Fires consumed the wooden dwellings, the livestock enclosures stood slaughtered, and the central thoroughfares were littered with civilian casualties. Along the mine path lay the fallen village militia, commoners holding pitchforks, axes, and rusted iron spears, entirely decimated by an Orcish raiding party. The vision stabilized at the shattered settlement gate, where my 18-year-old self stood frozen. He wore the pristine blue robes of the Mage Academy of Northus, the uniform of a candidate executing his official second-year qualification trial. The scenario had been meticulously calculated over months of preparation. Intercept and eliminate an orchestrated orc raid from the Zermik tribe to demonstrate field competency. The trial had failed at its inception. A single night's delay at a roadside inn to recover from a 2-week transit resulted in a catastrophic temporal error. The raiding party had breached the perimeter a full day early, while the Academy Oversight Committee deliberately withheld intervention. As my professor later disclosed, the total annihilation of 263 civilian lives was deemed an acceptable pedagogical exercise to forge institutional discipline in a high-value candidate. For 2 full days, my younger self had stood immobilized at the gate, consumed by profound grief before it hardened into absolute, unrelenting fury. The memory stream accelerated through the immediate aftermath. The discovery of the surviving captives within the mountain encampment, followed by the systematic, total eradication of the Zermik tribe. Every combatant, settlement structure, and lingering bloodline was utterly erased from the geographical record over a 7-day campaign. It marked the initial fracture of my heroic ambitions, the realization that true heroism was an illusion weaponized by institutional power. The system stream surged forward, playing a rapid succession of subsequent operational failures in flawless, agonizing detail. Every tactical miscalculation, failed defense, and collateral casualty played in absolute clarity. Unlike the faded faces of my childhood, the features of every individual I had failed to protect remained as vivid as the day they perished. The projection shifted to a high cliff overlooking a border corridor. Below marched the Valantian Kingdom's expeditionary force. Over 1,000 heavy infantry in red and white plate, flanked by Griffin cavalry reconnaissance units advancing toward a frontier settlement. Standing beside my past self was a high general of the Finnan Kingdom. At age 22, I held the rank of High Mage, positioned directly beneath Archmage standing. The younger construct was burdened by a binary tactical crisis. Execute a high-tier mass destruction spell to obliterate the invading force and protect the border populace, or desert the field to avoid mass slaughter, thereby inviting royal execution orders against my remaining kin. The general issued the sovereign command without emotion, demanding total force annihilation. I offered no response. Defiance meant treason, and while my mentor possessed the raw power to shield my household from retribution, unnecessary political entanglement was logically inefficient. Recognizing that secondary high mages were already en route to flatten the corridor regardless of my participation, I chose the path that ensured the immediate survival of the frontier populace. The vision shifted to the immediate aftermath. The valley floor lay littered with hundreds of charred military casualties. A remnant of retreating infantry fled down the southern pass. Beside the pass construct, the general shouted frantic orders to execute the fleeing survivors, but the pass self remained stationary, ignoring the directives entirely. The projection drifted upward into a high, bird's-eye view. The young mage below wore darkened blue robes, his features devoid of expression, his eyes hollow. The hero ideal had completely died. In its place remained only an absolute spell-casting asset, wielded by entities who viewed human life as mere collateral. The memory construct shattered, returning my vision to the dim light of the subterranean ravine. My gaze remained fixed coldly on the translucent interface anchored in the air before me. The memory stream dissolved, leaving the translucent system interface floating motionless in the subterranean air. Pushing the residual emotional weight aside, I subjected the mechanical parameters of the class entry to a cold, objective assessment. Failed hero, rare. A class born from the collapse of ideals. You once pursued the path of a hero, but your actions have diverged from it. The desire to save others remains, but you no longer believe yourself to be a hero. Class additional attribute points. Strength, +2. Agility, +1. Endurance, +2. Intelligence, +1. Constitution, +2. Attribute points, +1. Despite the high stat yield, the distribution heavily favored martial melee archetypes rather than high-density spellcasting. Dismissing the option, I shifted my focus down the list. The fourth designation materialized. Calamity Archmage, unique. Calamity Archmage is a unique class tailored specifically for the user. Evaluation. A mundane child from an unremarkable village yearned to see the wider world beyond it. Through travelers from distant lands, he heard stories of legendary heroes who stood against calamity and left their mark on the world. His wish came true on the day the village celebrated, when he met heroes like those he had only heard of in stories told by travelers and wandering merchants. They slew the wyvern that had plagued the village and taken his friend. Witnessing their battle against the fiend amid the flames, the first spark of what a hero should be took root in him. Throughout the years, those ideals took root and grew. In time, he came to be known as the Radiant Mage, a name he was proud to carry, one that let him bury the failure of his first trial. Born from hardship and grief, shaped by overwhelming strength. From rising as the youngest archmage in the history of Svidorod, to creating a spell that defied the divine and earned the ire of the gods. From a dream of becoming a hero, ready to impose his ideals upon the world, to a failed hero who betrayed them. A life of suffering and betrayal, from being a weapon wielded by others to becoming the weapon that ended their reign. The dream reignited when the hero, Lucian Ulysses, asked him to join his party and stand against the tyranny of gods. But it shattered once more. He was nothing but a pawn from beginning to end in the game the gods played. In the end, the hero he once dreamed of becoming was gone, replaced by the very calamity he once sought to protect others from. Remark, leave the past where it belongs. What remains is what you choose to become. Find the ideals you once stood for. I stared at the diagnostic text in deadpan silence. To prevent Clay from detecting any subtle mana fluctuations or physical reactions during this internal evaluation, I cast a subtle, low-tier illusion matrix to mirror my baseline physical posture to outside observers. Illusion. The evaluation confirmed that the local system framework, or whatever higher entity oversaw it, possessed exhaustive records of my entire existence across worlds, including my time beside Lucian Ulysses. Whether this secondary life represented another divine maneuver remained irrelevant. Having been granted a functional second chance, I had zero intention of fulfilling anyone's agenda but my own. Declining the memory vision stream attached to the designation, I reviewed its statutory output. Class additional attribute points. Strength, +1. Agility, +1. Endurance, +2. Intelligence, +4. Constitution, +2. Attribute points, +2. The intelligence allocation was exceptionally high, yet the title itself anchored my identity to a legacy of destruction I had no desire to replicate. I scrolled to the final entry. Convenience Mage, unique. Convenience Mage is a unique class tailored specifically for the user. Focusing my intent, the memory stream engaged automatically, displaying rapid memory fragments from my brief tenure in this current world. Emerging from the Grest alleyway where I first utilized Vital Transfer, strolling through the Academy District, forming a miniature dragon construct out of pure mana to amuse a child, observing Lysandra Brewing's specialized tea, and my repeated internal complaints regarding the spatial storage methods utilized by local combatants. The vision collapsed, yielding the system summary. Evaluation. A broken and lost soul found its way to the world of Luminar with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. It carried a burden heavier than it should have been able to bear. Through its short journey in this world, it found love for convenient spells. Spells that made life easier, and it came to the realization that it shouldn't waste the second chance it had been given. Remark: there is nothing more convenient than a second chance. Do not waste it. Additional remark: the inventory skill will become available upon class selection. Physical interaction with a bag will no longer be necessary. My lips curled into a subtle, dry smile. The system remark was impeccably pragmatic. Class additional attribute points: strength, +1. Agility, +1. Endurance, +1. Intelligence, +5. Constitution, +1. Attribute points, +1. A passive +5 to intelligence per level represented the absolute optimal stat curve for my spellcasting requirements. Re-evaluating the full selection list one final time, I noted a dynamic shift in the third entry. Jack of all trades, rare. Wanderer, uncommon. Hero, rare. The designation had updated automatically, dropping the failed prefix in response to my internal recalibration of purpose. The system was remarkably responsive. Without further delay, I locked in my selection: Convenience Mage. The illusion construct dissolved as the class finalized. No dramatic surges of mana occurred, but an intuitive mental bridge initialized instantly within my consciousness. Focusing on the wooden rod in my right hand, I willed it to enter the newly unlocked spatial pocket. The rod vanished instantly. With a second thought, the rod materialized back in my grip, then vanished once more. A broad, thoroughly satisfied grin spread across my face as I willed the physical pack resting on my shoulders directly into the spatial inventory, completely freeing my posture. An intense, unrefined spike of sword intent resonated through my sensory network, originating from the parallel spatial pocket, where Revel and Edrin remained isolated. Pausing my spatial inventory tests, I expanded my mana diagnostic pulse to evaluate their tactical progress. The secondary subdimension, dominated by dark sand and severe thermal friction, was saturated with Edrin's oppressive aura. Weakened by prolonged physical exertion, the noble had ceased suppressing his baseline killing intent, releasing waves of aggressive pressure that paralyzed Revel's physical movements while he engaged a massive sandburrower. Through the diagnostic feedback, I analyzed the structural mechanics of their engagement. Edrin executed repeated high-density sword strikes, severing the colossal entity's tissue, only for the creature to execute a full structural restoration every 3 seconds. Simultaneously, a swarm of smaller subterranean entities pursued Revel. Her spell's signature flared as she deployed a dark line construct. Shadow Slash. The pressurized shadow arc bisected 5 targets. Yet the severed entities regenerated completely within a 3-second window, continuing their advance. Analyzing the sensory data, the underlying anomaly was immediately obvious. They were trapped inside a class for environmental phantasm matrix. The entities were structural illusions, phantom constructs designed to consume combatants' physical stamina and mana reserves through an endless loop of attrition. I monitored Revel's behavior as she reached this same conclusion through empirical observation. She noted that the advancing swarm remained completely unaffected by Edrin's suffocating killing intent, an impossibility for living fauna, and observed the rigid 3-second reset loop. Communicating through sharp physical gestures, Revel motioned to Edrin to cease offensive actions. She held up a hand, gestured toward the advancing phantom, and dropped her stance, indicating they should allow the construct to make physical contact to shatter the illusion framework. Edrin recognized the logic, sheathing his sword and standing beside her as his oppressive aura dissipated. The colossal phantom worm descended upon their position. Upon physical impact, the illusion matrix fractured, collapsing the subdimensional pocket into total darkness as the artificial simulation dissolved. Refocusing my attention on the spider-infested ravine before me, I offered a quiet, approving nod. Though inefficiently executed, the priestess had successfully neutralized the spatial trap without requiring my direct intervention. Releasing the illusion matrix, I observed Clay standing completely paralyzed in a rigid combat posture, his breathing shallow as he stared upward into the dense forest canopy. Following his fixed line of sight, I identified a massive swarm of dark, hairy arachnids descending along web strands, each creature matching the physical scale of a large hound, their mandibles clicking in rhythmic chorus as green venom glinted on their fangs. Before the threat reached a 20-second proximity threshold, Clay's autonomic system overloaded from hallucinatory fatigue, causing him to collapse backward. Confirming my companion was thoroughly unconscious, I tapped my staff against the stone. Sleep. Levitate. Clay's frame relaxed completely as a blue mana vector lifted his body into the air, anchoring his limp form directly behind my shoulder. With 0 observers present, I no longer needed to limit my elemental output to low-tier ice constructs. Pointing the wooden rod upward toward the descending canopy swarm, I channeled a dense, high-tier fire matrix. Scorch. A roaring column of localized fire erupted from the tip of the rod, engulfing the upper vegetation and instantly incinerating the descending arachnids. Burnt, twitching remains rained down upon our position. Barrier. A spherical, translucent barrier materialized around myself and the floating sled construct, deflecting the charred organic debris as it slid off the kinetic perimeter. Advancing deeper into the ravine, I waded directly through the central stream, the defensive barrier parting the water to keep my footwear completely dry. I proceeded systematically toward the terminal exit, deploying varied spell matrices against the web networks to maximize skill adaptation under the local system. With every 2 or 3 unique invocations, my internal mana limit expanded noticeably. At the terminus of the ravine, the passage was completely obstructed by a dense cluster of web sacks and spider eggs, a 5-meter wall crawling with newly hatched specimens. Rather than waste time conducting a manual purge, I concealed our presence and isolated our audio signature. Reflection. Positioned 3 meters from the organic wall, I cast a high-yield thermal line. Inferno. Violet fire surged from the staff, consuming the egg mass, the web networks, and the surrounding stone in a matter of seconds. The extreme heat detonated the egg sacs, leaving only dense black smoke behind. High wind. A sudden pressurized gust swept the lingering smoke down the ravine, preserving our immediate line of sight. With the organic wall eliminated, a massive 5-meter archway leading into an expansive subterranean chamber was revealed. Resting directly beside the threshold sat a scorched, iron-banded chest. Step shifting to the container, I kicked the latch free. Inside rested a single glass vial filled with a glowing red liquid. I retrieved the vessel, running an immediate diagnostic. Analyze. Analyze complete. Dungeon health potion. Purity 100%. A deadpan grimace touched my face as my professional pride as a master alchemist took a minor blow. Achieving a flawless 100% purity rating exceeded my historical personal benchmark of 90%. Recognizing its high diagnostic value for future replication once I acquire my private estate, I immediately transferred the vial into my newly unlocked spatial inventory, sealing it from atmospheric degradation. Stopping short of the archway, I checked my updated system parameters. Status. Name. Dareth Wood. Race. Human. Mana. 26/660. Level. 31. Class. Convenience Mage. Attributes. Strength. 36. Agility. 37. Endurance. 38. Intelligence. 66. Constitution. 36. Attribute points available. 10. New skill detected. Illusion. Skill tier 5. Level increased. Attribute points available. 2. New skill detected. Sleep. Skill tier 6. New skill detected. Scorch. Skill tier 5. Level increased. Attribute points available. 4. New. Skill detected. Barrier. Skill tier 6. New skill detected. Inferno. Skill tier 7. Level increased. Attribute points available. 10. The non-restricted deployment had yielded 5 level increases in rapid succession, allocating the full 10-point attribute pool directly into my core stat. My parameters updated instantly. Intelligence, 76. Mana, 26, 760ths. Stepping up to the boundary of the main boss chamber, while keeping my barrier active, I looked up into the vast, high-ceilinged cavern. Countless pairs of glowing crimson eyes stared back down at me from the dark roof above. Suspended from the high stone vault, the room's primary inhabitant revealed itself. A colossal arachnid entity with 8-meter leg spans and a thick, chitinous abdomen. Operating solo, Clay would have suffered an immediate psychological freeze upon entry. Positioned within the relative safety of my spatial barrier, I maintained zero immediate threat of engagement. However, with my internal mana pool partially depleted from rapid spell cycling, immediate kinetic confrontation was inefficient. Lowering my physical profile near the chamber threshold, I assumed a seated posture, crossed my legs, and initialized mental stabilization protocols to accelerate baseline recovery. I focused inward, drawing ambient mana into a high-speed rotational vortex around my core structure. Within minutes, my mana reserves replenished beyond 50%. Opening my eyes, I noted the giant entity remained anchored to the ceiling vault. A dull thud behind me indicated that my concentration shift during deep meditation had caused the levitation vector to disengage, dropping Clay face down into the soot-stained subterranean mud. Levitate. Clay's unconscious frame lifted back into the air, his forward attire thoroughly coated in dark residue. Deploying a localized kinetic rinse, I washed away the particulate matter before refreshing his neural paralysis. Sleep. Securing his floating form behind me, I crossed the threshold into the primary chamber. The reaction was instantaneous. The boss entity flexed its abdomen and launched a dense, 5-meter webbing net directly at our entry vector. Air blades, pressurized air currents severed the structural webbing into isolated strands, which collapsed harmlessly against my exterior barrier. Before the projection cleared, the entity dropped directly from the ceiling vault, its massive body completely obstructing my line of sight as it descended. Gripping Clay's sleeve to maintain spatial anchor. Blink. We rematerialized across the cavern instantly. The entity slammed into the vacated floor space, turning its head as its massive mandibles clicked in heavy echoes through the stone chamber. Rather than waste continuous mana executing defensive evasions with a passenger in tow, I targeted the creature's central kinetic mass. Gravity. A high-density gravitational field compressed the localized air volume. The entity slammed violently against the stone floor, its 8 limbs splayed outward under sudden multi-ton acceleration. Demonstrating surprising physical resilience, the creature forced its legs downward, shaking violently as it attempted to push its frame off the ground. Observing the anatomical resistance, I noted that local dungeon fauna possessed significantly higher structural density than the armored royal guards of my previous world. Without breaking stride, I doubled the mana input into the gravitational vector. The increased pressure instantly crushed the entity's exoskeleton into the stone floor, neutralizing the life sign entirely. Advancing past the flattened remains, I located the room's reward container, a heavy, iron-bound chest nestled against the far wall. Kicking the latch free revealed a second high-purity health potion identical to the first. Storage of the duplicate was executed immediately, followed by a secondary stabilization phase where I cast a clean diagnostic sweep to flush any ambient airborne toxins. Toxin removal. 15 minutes later, we advanced through the exit archway. The environment shifted dramatically into an open subdimension. We stood upon a sheer mountain peak swept by freezing sub-zero winds and blinding snowstorms, with the return threshold dissolving behind us. Ahead lay a razor-thin stone ridge, traversing an abyss to the opposite peak. Maintaining my kinetic barrier to mitigate thermal degradation, I walked the narrow bridge while continually recalibrating the levitation vector, holding Clay against the lateral wind pressure, a trivial exercise in spatial maintenance. Detecting a subtle spatial distortion designed to endlessly elongate the physical pathway, I opted against deploying a heavy spatial unraveling array to conserve output. Levitate. Wind. Applying a localized forward propulsion vector behind my own frame, we glided rapidly over the distorted terrain, crossing the 6th threshold in short order. At the exit of the mountain subdimension, a secondary chest sat partially open, revealing a heavy mass of gold coinage. Before securing the contents, my sensory field registered combat activity in the adjacent room. A vast, misty swamp subdimension where the noble's head retainer and 3 accompanying combatants were actively engaging a large amphibious beast. A low groan signaled Clay's return to consciousness. He rubbed his eyes, blinking in confusion as he processed the high-altitude snowy backdrop before turning his gaze toward me in silent confusion. Faced with competing priorities, assisting Edrin's retainer team, addressing Clay's structural inquiries, or securing immediate monetary assets, I prioritized the chest. Maintaining a completely impassive expression, I non-verbally dismissed his confusion, allowing him to infer that his blackout was the result of severe combat strain while I handled the hostiles single-handedly. He flinched slightly, scratching his head as if questioning his own baseline physical conditioning. Ignoring his internal crisis, I stepped directly past him toward the container. Planting a boot on the base, I heaved the iron lid back, my eyes locking onto the bright metallic glint within. Gold. Excellent. As my fingers made contact with the metallic latches of the chest, the container's frame mutated into an organic mimic construct. Rows of serrated chitinous teeth snapped shut toward my hands, scraping harmlessly against the kinetic perimeter of my spatial barrier before falling back against the stone. Frost. A rapid flash of absolute zero encased the shape-shifting entity in solid ice, freezing its core structure solid before it could execute a secondary strike. Behind me, Clay had regained his balance, staring at the frozen construct with narrowed eyes. Mimic. Confirming his assessment with a brief, deadpan nod, I gestured toward the archway leading into the adjacent subdimension. In the distance, the noble's retainer force had successfully concluded their engagement with the swamp hostiles. Clay immediately recognized the unit, breaking into a rapid stride to cross the threshold while deliberately avoiding further discussion regarding his psychological freeze during the arachnid encounter. Stepping into the 7th room, the environmental matrix shifted into a dense, stagnant marsh. Murky, sulfurous water immediately engulfed my boots to the knee, thick mud clinging to my trousers with an appalling odor of decomposing organic decay. A quiet grimace touched my face. Disengaging the spatial barrier prior to evaluating the atmospheric terrain had proven to be a minor tactical oversight. As we closed the distance, the 4 combatants turned with weapons drawn before recognizing Clay's signature. William, the head retainer, lowered his blade alongside 3 surviving unit members. Upon brief diagnostic evaluation of the squad, I noted that 1 scout from their initial entry pair was missing entirely, likely lost during the preliminary spatial displacement upon entering the dungeon. "Sir William," Clay called out, stepping through the sludge. "Where are the others?" "Doran was separated upon entry," William replied, his posture relaxing slightly as his gaze passed over me. "Lord Edrin and the priestess are not yet accounted for, but the remaining spatial pathways converge toward this quadrant. There are only 3 external entry vectors connecting to this hub. Then we proceed directly into the next room to secure the perimeter," Clay stated, taking the lead position. Following behind the 5-man formation, I maintained an attentive internal posture while listening to the tactical exchange among the soldiers. Their diagnostic assessment categorized the dungeon matrix as an elevated A tier, or potentially S tier, corrupted anomaly. The soldiers noted that royal military reinforcements were scheduled to arrive from the capital within 48 hours, though immediate extraction remained impossible until the noble was retrieved. William questioned Clay regarding our progression through the preceding rooms. Clay executed a completely fabricated recap of our clearing operations in the Arachnid Ravine, casting brief, nervous glances in my direction to confirm my silence. I maintained an unreadable, deadpan expression, allowing his operational narrative to stand without correction. Minutes later, the unit halted before a massive, dark archway cutting through the swamp illusion matrix. Unlike the standard spatial transitions, this threshold leaked a heavy, sulfurous mana signature. "It reeks of corruption," William observed, his expression darkening. "This is a corrupted node. While the soldiers crowded the threshold to analyze the atmospheric pressure, my attention remained anchored to the reward container sitting adjacent to the archway. Before I could step forward to claim it, one of William's men strode directly to the chest, heaved the lid open, and swept the entire contents, a substantial yield of gold coins, directly into his system inventory without hesitation. I stared at the empty container in deadpan silence, my alchemical funding strategy taking an unexpected setback. Refocusing on the primary objective, I stepped up beside William to survey the interior of the corrupted node. The subdimension projected a massive, ancient arena construct surrounded by hundreds of thousands of spectator tiers, a classic spatial template historically utilized by higher entities for combat trials. At the center of the arena floor stood a four-armed humanoid entity. Its dark skin was mapped with glowing green arterial channels, radiating a concentrated, highly volatile mana signature. "What is the tactical plan?" Clay asked, resting his hand on his sword hilt. "Eliminate the target immediately," William instructed, drawing his long sword with a sharp metallic rasp. "Then clear the secondary vector." The unit crossed the threshold, and I followed at a measured distance. The four-armed entity opened its crimson eyes, its lips curling into a sharp, predatory smile before its physical frame dissolved entirely from my visual field. Clang! William's blade crossed instantly, blocking a dual-sword descending strike from the entity, which had rematerialized directly above him at extreme speed. The creature had completely concealed its true structural velocity until the moment of kinetic impact. Drawing two secondary daggers with its lower arms, the entity thrust toward William's vital points. The retainer parried the secondary blades, barely pivoting his weight to evade the lethal follow-up before the entity vanished a second time, reappearing at its baseline position in the center of the arena floor. "Fuskull," the creature muttered, its vocal cords producing an articulate, high-tier dialect. The entity possessed advanced intelligence, operational class skills, and high-level spatial perception. The combatants immediately shifted into a tight defensive ring. Recognizing the target's superior speed, the entity's eyes locked directly onto my position, identifying the unarmored spellcaster as the primary high-priority target, and vanished again. The reaction was instantaneous. Blink. I rematerialized 5 meters to the left as the entity's four blades sliced through the space I had occupied a fraction of a second prior. Executing spell invocations against a target of this speed, without full spatial incantations, presented a calculated risk. William intercepted the creature before it could re-engage me, his heavy blade clashing against the entity's four weapons as the rest of the unit joined the kinetic exchange. A heavy wave of killing intent flooded the arena, visibly slowing the soldiers' reaction times and pinning Clay near the entry archway. Ducking under a wide horizontal slash from one of the soldiers, the four-armed entity parried a secondary strike with its lower dagger, executed a rapid backward flip, and rematerialized directly beside the exit threshold of the next room. It issued a short, taunting phrase in its native dialect, let out a harsh laugh, and retreated through the archway into the deeper subterranean layers. The room fell quiet, maintaining a cold, impassive gaze on the vacant exit threshold. I quietly recalibrated my threat assessment for the lower levels of this dungeon. William stared at the threshold where the four-armed entity had vanished, his expression turning grim as he sheathed his long sword. He recognized immediately that the target was an external intrusion rather than a standard dungeon construct. Signaling the unit with a sharp hand gesture, he indicated an immediate pursuit, pointing directly at Clay to reiterate his explicit order to guard my position. Clay shifted his posture, clearly preparing to contest the command, but William dismissed him with a cold gesture before turning away. The retainer's tactical assessment was accurate. Clay's baseline conditioning was entirely inadequate for high-tier corrupted hostiles. While the soldiers executed a rapid perimeter search for alternative spatial pathways, William approached my position, clapping a heavy hand against my shoulder. He offered a brief, knowing nod, implying that my rapid spatial repositioning during the hostiles' ambush was the result of a specialized magic artifact. I offered a non-committal response through a slight shrug, allowing him to maintain his assumption. The perimeter search yielded no secondary exits. forcing the squad to advance through the primary archway. Crossing the threshold into the 8th room, the subdimension shifted into a dense, silent woodland under heavy canopy shade. The air carried a clean, floral aroma. William and the 3 soldiers assumed the point position, deploying the scout to track the target's physical displacement, while Clay and I maintained the rear guard. Observing the shift in terrain, I signaled Clay non-verbally to prompt a brief summary regarding the nature of these corrupted entities. Clay scanned the surrounding tree line, his hand resting on his sword hilt as he used silent gestures and brief hand signs to communicate their baseline characteristics. An invasive, highly resilient species whose physical capabilities far surpassed standard human limits, with specialized units utilizing dark magic. The reference to dark magic aligned directly with the curse structure currently affecting the Count. Analyzing an active casting matrix from one of these entities would provide valuable diagnostic data to neutralize the Count's affliction upon our return. Before further inquiry was possible, Clay halted, drawing his blade as the surrounding mana density shifted. Mana pulse. My diagnostic wave expanded outward, instantly detecting 4 distinct life signs, establishing a perimeter around our unit. 2 closing from the front, 2 from the rear. All 4 entities matched the 4-armed anatomical structure and high mana density of the initial target. William immediately signaled the squad into a tight defensive formation, the 3 soldiers forming a supporting triangle while he took the central pivot. The 4 corrupted hostiles materialized at the edge of the clearing, halting their advance simultaneously. Clay's physical frame began to tremble under the mounting pressure. Pointing my wooden staff toward the hostile positioned on our left flank, I signaled non-verbally for him to take the entry engagement. I cast a baseline physical enhancement matrix over his frame, using my staff to nudge him forward. Boost. Strength. Clay's blade ignited with fire as he used a localized acceleration step to engage the leftmost target, drawing it away from my position. With Clay holding his perimeter, I expanded my mana diagnostic field to monitor the broader engagement. William immediately intercepted the primary 4-armed target in a heavy exchange of steel, while the 3 soldiers operated as a coordinated unit against the remaining 2 hostiles, rotating seamlessly to cover each other's defensive gaps. Clay executed 3 flaming arc slashes, following up with a direct thrust. The corrupted target evaded the ranged fire, parrying Clay's blade with its lower daggers and forcing the boy back 2 steps. The entity issued a harsh, mockingly delayed counterattack, deliberately prolonging the engagement. The secondary skirmishes remained at a tactical stalemate, rendering the overall engagement surprisingly static. However, the entity engaging Clay suddenly released a dense wave of killing intent. Clay flinched, his posture collapsing under the sudden psychological load as his footing slipped. The 4-armed creature vanished instantly, rematerializing at Clay's flank with 2 blades descending directly toward his neck. Clicking my tongue at the hostile's sudden escalation. Gravity. I channeled a heavily pressurized gravitational vector directly onto the entity's central axis. The sudden multi-ton pressure slammed into the creature mid-strike, breaking its momentum and forcing it violently to its knees on the damp forest floor. Clay reacted instinctively to the opening, driving his flaming sword in a horizontal arc that severed the creature's neck, spilling dark green fluid across the grass. The elimination of the first entity altered the hostile's tactical demeanor instantly. The remaining 3 hostiles withdrew 2 paces, their mocking posture dissolving into focused predatory aggression. William re-engaged his designated target, but the entity vanished from the physical plane before his blade connected, redirecting its operational trajectory toward Clay and me. Blink. I rematerialized at Clay's flank, deploying a localized gravity differential anchored to our standing coordinates. Gravity. The 4-armed hostile appeared 2 paces ahead, its descending dual blades decelerating as the multi-ton spatial weight caught its upper torso. Clay reacted instantly, invoking a double physical matrix. Reinforce. Strength. Clay brought his burning blade up to parry the primary descending strike. Though the gravity field reduced the hostile's kinetic momentum, the sheer physical force drove the boy back half a pace. Step shifting forward, I slammed the weighted tip of my staff directly into the entity's lateral cranium, fracturing its exoskeleton and throwing its frame to the turf under double gravitational acceleration. William closed the distance to finalize the kill, his long sword illuminated with a compressed blue mana edge. Struggling against the localized pressure, the grounded entity extended 2 severed limbs while locking its remaining pair of arms around William's lead wrist. Its internal arterial channels flared with an unstable, dark green mana signature, a self-sacrificing mana detonation sequence. Neutralizing the physical anchor was mandatory. Sever. A localized spatial cutting line severed the entity's arms above the wrists, freeing William a fraction of a second before his descending blade bisected the target's neck. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 hostiles engaged with the soldiers withdrew to the treeline. Their dark arterial channels flared as they began overloading their internal mana cores, initiating a volatile, self-destructive chain reaction designed to flood the sector with destructive corrupted mana. Evaluating the core instability, I identified the mechanism as a specialized variant of mana overload. Once initiated, the core collapse could not be disengaged. To contain the imminent kinetic and chemical fallout, ice crystal, a high-density ice barrier encased both overloading entities, sealing their physical frames inside a dense crystalline structure. I signaled non-verbally for the squad to take cover directly behind my position as I funneled continuous mana into the ice matrix to fortify its structural integrity. An internal detonation resonated through the clearing as the cores collapsed. The heavy ice structure cracked under the pressure, venting a concentrated black mist into the forest. Upon atmospheric contact, the dark mist instantly drained the ambient life force from the surrounding vegetation, wilting the grass and instantly withering the surrounding trees into brittle, charred husks. The corrupted mana possessed a highly aggressive devouring attribute, consuming biological life force and ambient mana to multiply its spatial volume. With the devouring mist consuming the ice barrier and expanding rapidly, I signaled an immediate tactical retreat toward the unsearched sector of the subdimension. High wind. I deployed a dense, pressurized wind vector to delay the mist's expansion, driving the corrupted air back while we sprinted toward the perimeter of the forest. Through continuous diagnostic monitoring via mana pulse, I confirmed that the mist was using the consumed plant vitality to accelerate its expansion speed, closing the 100-meter gap at a rate faster than standard sprinting speed. Applying a localized speed boost to keep Clay from falling behind. Small boost. Up ahead, the dense woodland opened into a wide, open valley subdimension spanning roughly 300 meters. Scanning the far quadrant of the illusion framework. Eagle eye. Sharpening my visual field, I pinpointed the archway leading into the 9th room positioned at the far corner of the valley terrain. I signaled the squad non-verbally, directing their movement toward the threshold as the devouring mist closed to within 5 meters of our rear guard. Reaching the threshold first, William surveyed the adjacent chamber, his expression turning grave as he signaled that Lord Edrin was currently engaged in active combat against a corrupted commander-tier entity inside. With the black mist inches from our heels, the soldiers plunged through the archway. William maintained the threshold until Clay and I reached the boundary. Grabbing Clay by the shoulder, I propelled him through the portal before stepping through myself as the devouring mist slammed uselessly against the external dungeon barrier behind us. The spatial matrix stabilized, dissolving the illusionary desert and depositing Revel and Edrin into a narrow, torch-lit stone corridor. With the path behind them sealed by solid masonry, the only vector lay forward toward a high-density mana signature. Recognizing the tactical necessity of recovering physical stamina and mana before engaging the primary threat, Edrin called a 10-minute halt. Revel immediately assumed a seated posture, initializing the Morkant family's internal breathing array to double her baseline mana regeneration while Edrin maintained perimeter watch. Upon completing the recovery cycle, they advanced down the passage. As they walked, Edrin initiated a brief tactical assessment regarding their displaced party members, expressing high confidence in my personal operational capacity while analyzing my combat perception from earlier encounters. Revel acknowledged his observations, silently reviewing her strategic objective to recruit our party's core members, including my undisclosed healing capabilities and my mentor's potential involvement, to reinforce the northern border against the advancing corruption. Their conversation shifted to regional military logistics, detailing lost frontier fortresses and potential political support from Count Velmuth's territory, before the corridor terminated at the boundary of an expansive, white marble chamber. Sensing the extreme mana concentration within, Edrin motioned for Revel to hold her position at the threshold before drawing his long sword and stepping onto the marble floor. At the center of the chamber stood a massive, 2.5-meter corrupted commander. The four-armed entity remained motionless with its eyes closed, for sheathed blades strapped across its torso, surrounded by a heavy, suffocating aura of corrupted mana. The moment Edrin crossed the threshold, the entity unleashed a crushing wave of killing intent. The psychological pressure slammed into Revel at the threshold, forcing her to her knees as the surrounding corruption attempted to compromise her mental stability. The intense aura suppressed her physical movement entirely, pinning her face against the stone while Edrin engaged the commander in a high-speed kinetic clash that shook the chamber walls. For several minutes, the two combatants exchanged high-tier strikes, the corrupted mana creeping steadily toward the passage threshold. Suddenly, the suffocating physical pressure suppressing Revel's frame vanished completely. Attempting to push herself up to rejoin the engagement, she found her lower extremities entirely immobilized. Looking down, she observed a thick layer of high-density crystalline ice binding her legs firmly to the stone floor, completely neutralizing the corrupting aura's influence over her nervous system. Directly ahead, standing within direct strike range of the ongoing high-tier battle, I leaned casually against my wooden staff with a thoroughly amused, deadpan expression. Observing the ongoing clash between Edrin and the four-armed commander, I noted that the physical attributes of high-tier warriors in this realm far exceeded standard biological limits. Unlike my previous world, where spellcasters maintained absolute combat dominance and physical combatants operated within fixed physiological boundaries, the blessing system of this world permitted extreme attribute scaling, granting martial fighters unprecedented kinetic velocity and physical density. Glancing toward the entry archway, I confirmed that the dense, devouring mist remained contained behind the spatial barrier. Across the hall, Revel remained anchored by the ice construct, completely isolated from both the commander's psychological pressure and the environmental corruption to prevent reckless intervention. Despite my general aversion to unnecessary martial conflicts, the extreme technical precision of the engagement drew my full attention. Both combatants were heavily wounded, their physical frames coated in blood as they exchanged high-speed strikes. Behind me, the rest of the unit lay completely paralyzed on the stone floor, unable to withstand the atmospheric pressure. Only William had managed to force his body forward a dozen steps through sheer willpower, attempting to assist his lord. Maintaining my position near William, I expanded my spatial diagnostic field directly into the center of the engagement. Analyze. Analyze complete. Entity, corrupted commander. Threat level, high. Bypassing the generic system evaluation, I focused directly on analyzing the trace residual energy left in the wake of the commander's strikes. Unlike standard mana, which adapted its nature based on spell structure while maintaining its foundational core, the energy utilized by the corrupted entity was fundamentally distinct. A dense, highly volatile variant of corrupted energy operating on a sharp, hyperdense axis. To maintain visual tracking as the kinetic exchange accelerated beyond normal biological perception, I cast a dual ocular enhancement. Eagle eye. Slow. The perceived movement slowed dramatically. Both Edrin and the commander were grinning as they clashed, utilizing high-level sword techniques and continuous spatial displacement steps. Beside me, William collapsed onto one knee, using his long sword for support as he cast a strained, nonverbal look of desperation toward me, silently urging intervention. I offered a deadpan shake of my head, signaling that Edrin was actively enjoying the engagement and required no external assistance. William accepted the implicit assessment, holding his ground in silence. A sudden surge of high-density mana flared within Edrin's core, matched instantly by an opposing buildup of corrupted energy within the commander. Edrin vanished from the visual plane. A dense kinetic blur enveloped the commander as dozens of blade impacts resonated simultaneously through the chamber. When the movement ceased, the two fighters stood 1 meter apart. Two of the commander's 4 limbs, its lower left and upper right, slid off its torso, slamming onto the marble floor. The commander issued a low, raspy laugh, speaking fluent Imperial dialect as it acknowledged its defeat. Edrin raised his long sword to finalize the engagement, but the entity's gaze shifted abruptly past the retainer, locking directly onto Revel's immobilized position near the threshold. Predicting the entity's desperate tactical shift a fraction of a second before execution. Blink. I rematerialized directly in front of Revel just as the commander vanished from its standing position. A cold, metallic impact pierced through my central chest cavity, followed by a dull, throbbing pain as the dark blade protruded through my back. The dark blade protruded through my central chest cavity, sending a sharp, throbbing flare of pain across my sensory matrix. Ignoring the immediate physical damage, I evaluated the corrupted commander's follow-up trajectory. The creature grinned, its face stained green with its own fluid, as its secondary blade descended toward my cranium, taking direct physical hold of its lower appendage. Strength, Ice Hand. Sub-Zero mana surged from my palm, freezing the commander's wrist solid. Blast. A focused, unidirectional shockwave erupted from my chest, hurling the commander across the marble hall. Its frozen hand severed at the joint, leaving the dark blade lodged in my sternum. Gripping the hilt, I withdrew the steel from my chest with a low, deadpan groan. To preserve operational secrecy, while executing rapid anatomical repair. Illusion. Body heal. An optical overlay projected the visual image of an adventurer retrieving a recovery item, masking the high-yield healing array closing my internal tissue. Within seconds, the physical damage was completely neutralized. Across the chamber, Edrin re-engaged the four-armed hostile. Reduced to a single functional limb, the commander's tactical structure collapsed entirely into a desperate defensive stance. Glancing behind me, I noted Revel standing frozen near the threshold, staring in silent shock at my undamaged torso. The physical paralysis spell binding her legs had dissolved upon my spatial repositioning. Maintaining an impassive expression, I offered a brief nonverbal gesture to signal my complete physical integrity before turning back toward the primary engagement. Edrin cornered the corrupted entity against the chamber wall. Executing a rapid, descending sword arc, Edrin's blade bisected the commander's neck, dropping its head to the marble floor. Silence returned to the arena. Edrin issued a low chuckle before collapsing backward onto the stone floor, thoroughly exhausted and covered in deep lacerations. William and the surviving soldiers rushed to their lord's side. Approaching the fallen retainer, I conducted an immediate diagnostic scan. Edrin's core constitution was exceptionally high. Despite severe blood loss and open blade wounds, his life signs remained stable. William surveyed the group, signaling urgently for high-tier recovery items. Recognizing that none of the soldiers possessed health potions, I stepped forward to preserve my true potion inventory while maintaining my cover as a low-tier support caster. Illusion. Warm. Healing Touch. Retrieving an empty container, I deployed a visual overlay paired with a localized water creation spell, projecting the illusion of pouring a high-purity red potion into Edrin's mouth. Simultaneously, I channeled a clean, silent healing array directly through my palm into his shoulder. Edrin's deep lacerations closed rapidly, his breathing stabilizing as the continuous spell repaired his muscle tissue. Storing the empty vessel, I stepped back from the group. Revel signaled for me to step away from the unit to a private position near the chamber wall. Once isolated from the squad's immediate hearing, she offered a silent, respectful nod of gratitude. Lowering her gaze to my spatial storage ring, she signaled a nonverbal query regarding whether the high-purity potion had truly been consumed. I offered a slight, deadpan shake of my head, confirming the item remained secure in my spatial inventory. A subtle smile touched her face, followed by a series of precise hand signs proposing a formal future purchase of high-purity alchemical goods on behalf of House Morkant. I offered a non-committal gesture, indicating future consideration. Dareth, Clay's call broke the quiet exchange, signaling from the center of the hall. Returning to the group, I found Edrin already back on his feet, testing his recovered arm mobility. The retainer turned to me, offering a firm, appreciative nod while non-verbally signaling that full monetary compensation for the deployed potion would be disbursed immediately upon our return to the surface estate. Gold. Excellent. Leaning against the smooth marble wall, I maintained a continuous, localized wind vector around my face to filter out the stagnant, metallic stench of blood and damp stone. Across the chamber, Edrin stood near the commander's corpse, having retrieved fresh garments from his spatial inventory to replace his bloodied gear. His armor glinted cleanly under the dungeon's ambient light as he tapped the hilt of his long sword against his greave in a steady, rhythmic pattern. The squad gathered in a tight circle to analyze their operational position. The situation remained severely compromised. Aside from Edrin and myself, the surviving members lacked the physical parameters to survive high-tier corruption, and 2 soldiers remained unaccounted for within the dungeon's spatial network. Through hand signs and concise tactical gestures, William outlined the unit's findings. 1 missing scout had exited the initial spawn chamber and initiated a path sequence similar to our own. Edrin added his assessment, signaling that the external forces were either attempting a forced corruption of the dungeon core or guarding an active spatial ritual. When a soldier gestured to ask for orders, Edrin indicated uncertainty. Clay pointed toward the western passage to inquire about the missing personnel, prompting William to sign back that isolated units would hold position at their initial entry points, while paired units likely advance forward, making their discovery dependent on statistical probability. The chamber featured 4 distinct archways. The corridor I had traversed, the path taken by Edrin and Revel, a branch leading deeper toward the core, and a lateral route connecting toward the upper exit threshold. Revel used brief hand signs to question whether the hostiles could be native dungeon spawns. Edrin ceased his tapping, gesturing that a 2-hour observation window would verify if native fauna respawned while the commander's corpse remained static. However, pointing to the dark remains, he signaled that their severe self-preservation instincts prior to death confirmed they were permanent living entities. Revel paced near the threshold, signing her concern that a high-tier strike this close to the capital would trigger full Imperial mobilization and draw elite reinforcements to the northern front, an outcome that actively harmed the hostile strategic posture. Edrin crossed his arms, expressing non-verbal regret for destroying the target instead of capturing it for interrogation. The room fell quiet under the mounting tension. The physical limitation was absolute. Only Edrin and I possessed the combat thresholds necessary to push deeper into the corruption. The rest of the unit would be instantly paralyzed by high-density killing intent. Suddenly, a violent spatial distortion flickered at the center of the hall. The air tore open, depositing a massive, white-furred apex construct into the room. Red markings traversed its spinal column, and long, high-density claws scraped against the stone floor as it issued a reverberating territorial roar. Evaluating the beast's energy signature, I found its threat level remarkably low, significantly below the Spider Queen Clay, and I had neutralized earlier. The contrast reinforced my assessment. The native dungeon constructs posed minimal threat to a prepared squad. The true anomaly remained the external corrupted units. William stepped in front of Edrin, signaling for his lord to conserve mana for the inner chamber while he handled the construct. Edrin offered a firm nod and sheathed his long sword. The Bloodfrost Bear launched forward, releasing a wave of localized pressure. Though noticeable, it lacked the overwhelming density of the commander's aura. William met the charge head-on, executing a precise, high-speed sword form. Within 2 minutes, the construct's head detached from its shoulders, dissolving into ambient mana particles. William returned to the squad without a single scratch on his armor. Turning to the group, Edrin raised a single hand to forestall all objections before laying out his direct orders using stern, undeniable hand signals. He would proceed into the inner chamber alone, executing an immediate tactical retreat if he encountered a force beyond his operational limits. Clay, William, and the soldiers were ordered to take the third exit, search the lateral chambers for the remaining personnel, and clear the dungeon immediately to await high-tier Imperial reinforcements. The directive was sound. Sending low-tier combatants deeper meant guaranteed casualties. The only remaining task was establishing my inclusion in the inner strike team without causing a panic among the retainers. As I considered the most efficient way to pull Edrin aside for a quiet exchange, the commander turned his gaze directly toward me, gesturing for me to join him near the far archway. Stepping away from the wall, I joined him near the threshold, isolated from the rest of the group. Edrin looked down at me, his eyes sharp and completely unfold, silently inquiring whether I intended to accompany him into the core. Acknowledging Edrin's assessment, I offered a brief nod, confirming my intention to join the forward assault without restricting my operational capacity. Edrin let out a low chuckle, noting that my attempts at suppressing my true combat threshold were entirely ineffective, particularly after strolling unbothered through a field of high-tier pressure that had neutralized trained knights. Accepting the observation, I acknowledged the tactical oversight. Edrin assured me that both he and his retainers would maintain operational secrecy regarding my abilities. When he inquired about my exact combat classification, I offered a deliberate, non-committal response. Given the stark differences in power scaling and spell mechanics between this world and my former realm, fixed numeric metrics were irrelevant. Against higher-tier entities, outcome relied entirely on adaptive execution, spatial control, and combat instincts rather than simple system allocations. Edrin accepted the answer, switching focus to tactical synchronization. He requested that I neutralize any incoming aura pressure during the engagement while he maintained the primary frontline vector, agreeing that if an absolute threat forced a retreat, survival took precedence over holding ground. Returning to the squad, Edrin announced the final tactical deployment, directing William to lead the remaining survivors out of the dungeon to establish a perimeter. He confirmed that I would accompany him into the inner chamber. Clay immediately stepped forward, using hand signals to volunteer as my personal guard in an effort to repay my earlier intervention in the spider chamber. Edrin dismissed the offer without hesitation, reassigning Clay to ensure Revel's security during the extraction. Revel cut off further protest, ordering the retainers to execute their directives without delay. As the group prepared to depart, Revel approached me, signaling a firm request for a private strategic discussion once we cleared the dungeon threshold. Offering a brief nod of acknowledgement, I turned to follow Edrin toward the inner portal. Crossing the spatial threshold, the environment shifted dramatically into an arid, volcanic wasteland dominated by jagged black basalt formations and an ash-choked sky. Heavy gray sediment fell continuously, filling the air with the sharp scent of burnt timber and intense heat. Retrieving a spare cloth, Edrin divided it into filtration masks. I channeled a brief hydrological spell. Create water. Moistening the fabric to filter out atmospheric ash, we secured the masks and advanced across the razor-sharp terrain. As the ambient temperature climbed, I maintained a continuous thermal suppression field around our path to prevent heat exhaustion. Advancing through the harsh terrain for over half an hour, I noted the similarities to an earlier frostbound zone I had navigated. Edrin identified the region as an endurance trial, an environmental sector designed to test physical tenacity rather than deploy wave tactics. Maintaining a steady pace, we spent several hours navigating the basalt expanse until reaching the exit threshold. The adjacent chamber mirrored the volcanic motif, featuring a broad subterranean cavern bisected by a river of molten rock. Sweeping the dark stone banks, we detected no native constructs or trace signs of external corruption. Edrin theorized that previous units had already cleared the zone, allowing us to cross the cavern in under 20 minutes without engagement. The lateral passage terminated at the rim of a massive volcanic caldera. At its center rested a broad ring of solidified obsidian, completely surrounded by open magma, an ideal natural arena for high-tier kinetic engagement. Standing at the apex of the central platform was a massive corrupted entity, its physical frame towering over the previous commanders. A single, sharp gray horn protruded from its frontal bone, radiating a suffocating wave of corrupted energy 4 times denser than any signature we had encountered so far. Edrin drew his long sword with a sharp metallic ring, identifying the target as a corrupted general before assuming a baseline combat stance. "What's the tactical plan?" I asked, analyzing the corrupted general. The entity sat motionless at the center of the obsidian platform in a meditative posture before its eyelids opened, locking its gaze directly onto us. A fundamental wrongness radiated from its presence, a dense, unnatural aura that resisted immediate spatial categorization. Edrin rolled his shoulder, adjusting his grip on his long sword with a grim smile. Retreating was the logical directive, but the hostiles were unlikely to permit extraction from the caldera. Beyond tactical necessity, the engagement presented a rare opportunity to push personal physical limits against a high-tier opponent. Rising smoothly from the stone, the 3-meter-tall entity unclasped a pair of massive two-handed blades and retrieved a heavy halberd, fitted with an axe head, pick, and spear point, from its rear mount. A raspy, guttural laugh echoed through the chamber as it signaled for us to step onto the arena. When I raised the possibility of capturing the entity for strategic interrogation, Edrin offered a low chuckle, noting that survival remained the prerequisite for questioning. Stepping onto the platform, the ambient thermal pressure hit immediately, forcing my passive protective barrier to adjust and absorb the extreme heat. The surrounding air reeked of sulfur and scorched iron, illuminated by the deep orange glow of the surrounding magma. Edrin took position at my flank, offering a brief warning to remain mobile, which I matched with a deadpan warning of my own. Stopping 12 paces out, the general loomed over us. Unlike the previous commanders, its frontal bone bore a single, sharp gray horn, and its massive frame wielded two-handed broadswords as if they were light daggers alongside the heavy polearm. The entity issued a broad, rough challenge, demanding to know why we hesitated. Evaluating engagement strategies, I determined that direct physical confrontation was suboptimal for my current physical build. The ideal vector required Edrin to hold the primary kinetic boundary, while I provided continuous control arrays and spatial manipulation from the perimeter. Without warning, the general released its full killing intent. The atmospheric pressure thickened instantly, slamming down like a physical weight. While my baseline mental conditioning ignored the pressure entirely, Edrin's physical frame shuddered, his knees buckling under the intense psychological force attempting to drive him to the stone floor. Resist. I deployed a specialized isolation array around Edrin, forcing the aura outward. The field strained against the high-density pressure, but Edrin drew a deep breath, stabilizing his stance and signaling his readiness. The general issued a raspy laugh and took a single step forward before vanishing entirely. Bypassing spellcasting entirely, the movement relied purely on extreme physical velocity. Executing immediate emergency support. Speed. Speed. The physical enhancement hit both of us a fraction of a second before the general's primary blade descended. Edrin brought his sword up to parry, but the sheer kinetic momentum threw him backward across the platform. Simultaneously, the halberd's heavy axe head cleaved downward toward my position. Blink. I rematerialized 10 meters back as the heavy blade shattered the obsidian floor. Behind me, Edrin hit the stone, skidding several paces before recovering his footing. Recognizing that visual tracking was insufficient against such velocity, I closed my eyes and expanded my spatial diagnostic field. Mana sense, mana vision. The visual spectrum dissolved into a high-contrast topographical map in my mind. Spatial boundaries rendered in deep gray, open air in black, and biological energy signatures in stark, brilliant white. Through the sensory field, I tracked the general launching another high-speed charge directly toward my coordinates. Strength, strength. Applying physical force multipliers to both our frames, I executed another immediate displacement. Blink. The stone platform where I had stood a millisecond prior exploded into fine gravel. Redirecting instantly, the general closed on Edrin. Metal collided against metal as Edrin executed a high-speed defensive form before vanishing from my sensory matrix, reappearing several paces away. Edrin called out that the target's baseline velocity was pushing our reaction thresholds to the absolute limit. I agreed. Even with high-level spatial tracking, the entity was moving at near teleportation speeds without relying on actual skill activations. The white energy signature blurred as the general accelerated again. Ice wall. A dense barrier of high-density ice erupted directly in the general's path. The entity crashed through the wall using sheer physical mass, scattering crystalline shards across the arena as its halberd descended upon Edrin. Edrin parried the primary blow and ducked beneath a follow-up arc from the dual blades, but the sheer impact forced him back 3 paces. The general pressed the advantage, driving Edrin relentlessly toward the outer rim of the obsidian platform. Retreating in tandem to maintain support range, I felt the heel of my boot slip over the ledge above the molten river, reaching Edrin's shoulder as he blocked another strike. Blink. We rematerialized at the center of the ring. With Edrin committed to maintaining operational secrecy, there was no longer any requirement to restrict high-tier control arrays. Raising my wooden staff, I funneled mana directly into the environment. Gravity. Inferno. Wind. A high-density gravitational field crashed down upon the central platform, instantly reducing the general's physical velocity to a trackable baseline. Simultaneously, a surge of violet flame erupted around its frame, fed by a pressurized wind vector that expanded the inferno into a roaring column of fire. A moment later, the general stepped out of the flames. Its dark skin was slightly soot-stained, but its underlying physical structure remained completely undamaged. Halting just outside the burning perimeter, the entity flashed a wide, predatory grin, issuing a high-pitched taunt through the smoke, matching its expression with a deadpan smile. Earthbind. The basalt platform surged upward around the entity, encasing its frame up to the chest in solidified stone. Sever. A hyperdense, razor-sharp spatial cutting line shot invisibly from my staff. Before the spell connected, a dense energy barrier flared around the general, deflecting the cutting edge harmlessly into the air. It was the first actual skill the entity had deployed, an absolute protective barrier that neutralized a high mage-tier offensive array. Edrin wiped sweat and ash from his brow, signaling for me to repeat the suppression sequence. The general rolled its massive shoulders, cracking the surrounding stone as a massive buildup of corrupted energy began gathering within its core, an energy volume far exceeding my current baseline mana pool. Black wisps of devouring mist began seeping from its pores, creeping across the obsidian floor as the entity licked its lips. Troublesome. The black wisps of corrupted mana expanded through the cavern, establishing an oppressive environmental aura distinct from the corruption encountered on the surface. While lacking the baseline instinct to purify, the surrounding atmosphere remained deeply unnatural. The corrupted energy functioned identically to standard mana, forming a volatile, heavy cloud that actively threatened to compromise our physical resistance. At the center of the platform, the general continued channeling corrupted energy into its core, swelling its total energy volume to more than double my baseline capacity. The wisps expanded rapidly, engulfing half the arena. Beside me, Edrin's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his brow as his grip on his long sword wavered. The ambient thermal load continuously strained my passive thermal isolation field, pushing it towards structural failure. Reviewing my internal resources, I confirmed my baseline mana pool was down to 70%. Deploying lower-tier offensive arrays would fail to breach the general's barrier, while standard Archmage-tier spells would drain my remaining reserves instantly. The optimal tactical vector required preparing a high-density, self-designed array, Calamity, which required precisely 50% of my total core volume to stabilize without triggering lethal backlash. The general launched another high-speed charge, lashing out with dense whips of corrupted mana, taking immediate hold of Edrin's pauldrons. Blink. We rematerialized at the outer boundary of the obsidian platform. The general decelerated to a slow, deliberate march, flooding the path ahead with dense, visible wisps of dark mist. To safely cast Calamity, I needed to lower my reserve by approximately 10% while holding the general at bay. Edrin tightened his grip on his long sword, stabilizing his posture. Recognizing the extreme hazard, he offered a brief recommendation that I attempt an immediate solo extraction, but I instructed him to hold the front line to buy time for spell assembly. Offering a brief prayer, Edrin surged forward to re-engage the general. Their blades collided in a flurry of high-speed exchanges. The corrupted mana swirled around Edrin, breaching his localized defensive field and seeping into his skin. To prevent thermal damage, I cast a focused ice field around his position, though the corruption itself continued to saturate his physical frame. The general's relentless pressure forced Edrin back with every exchange. He was rapidly losing kinetic momentum. Simultaneously, the general's baseline skills remained locked in active deployment, constantly draining its core reserves. To capitalize on this, I began structuring the complex geometric matrices for Calamity, the foundational Archmage array I had developed in my former realm. However, the environmental mist was already seeping into my own biological structure, targeting my core. My natural core defenses pushed back against the intrusion, maintaining a stable boundary that would hold for roughly an hour before risk of force corruption or core collapse. A sudden high-speed combination broke Edrin's guard. The general's halberd carved down across his chest, the spear tip crushing his shoulder bone with a sickening crunch and driving him to his knees in a pool of blood. Blink. Shockwave. Rematerializing beside Edrin, I deployed a localized kinetic pulse, hurling the general back several meters. Diagnostic assessment confirmed severe bone fragmentation and deep arterial lacerations across Edrin's torso, though his high physical constitution kept him conscious. Shockwave. Stripping the spell of most of its kinetic force, I used a secondary soft blast to propel Edrin across the platform toward the far perimeter, away from the immediate strike zone. The general ceased smiling, its expression hardening into cold rage as it stepped forward, intensifying the output of corrupted mist. With my core capacity standing at 60%, I needed to spend 10% on immediate field control while channeling the primary spell structure. Commencing the visualization process, I guided my core mana through intricate, multi-layered spatial matrices, establishing the foundational nature of the array. The atmospheric pressure around the platform stiffened dramatically, mirroring the static charge prior to a violent storm. Sensory tracking confirmed the general's eyes widening in immediate recognition of the gathering spell energy. The entity surged forward in a straight line. 10 seconds remained until complete stabilization. Deploying low-cost environment manipulation. Mana control. Dozens of dense earthen spikes erupted from the obsidian floor in the general's path. Coating the spikes in a thin, razor-sharp ice layer while slicking the surrounding floor with surface frost, I created a low-cost obstruction vector. The general crashed directly through the frozen barrier and shattered the stone spikes without losing momentum, closing the gap in a fraction of a second. Blink. I rematerialized across the platform. 8 seconds remaining. The general pivoted instantly, accelerating back toward my position at near teleportation velocity. 7 seconds. Positioned near the edge of the platform with a 3-meter drop into the molten river directly behind me, I expanded my diagnostic field. Mana sense. I flooded the floor beneath me with mana, constructing a concealed earthen piston beneath the surface while laying a dense layer of wet, frictionless ice over the edge. The general arrived, thrusting its halberd forward like a lance. Rather than executing a full spatial displacement, I ducked laterally. The spear point pierced deep through my left shoulder, inflicting a sharp flare of pain, but missing my vital organs entirely. 6 seconds. Blink. I rematerialized beside Edrin as the earthen piston detonated behind my former position, slamming into the general's flank just as its boots hit the frictionless ice. 5 seconds. The combined momentum and shockwave drove the general off the ledge, sending it sliding toward the magma below. 4 seconds. A single four-fingered hand slammed onto the obsidian rim. 3 seconds. The general hauled its massive frame back onto the platform with explosive force. 2 seconds. The entity vaulted over the ledge, locked onto my coordinates, and launched a final, desperate kill strike. Suddenly, a massive, brilliant arc of compressed sword intent erupted from my left. Edrin, standing on one knee with blood pouring from his chest, executed a desperate, high-yield strike that sliced across the path, forcing the general to leap laterally to avoid being bisected. 1 second. The delay provided the exact temporal window required. The spatial matrices locked into absolute alignment, and I smiled as Calamity stabilized completely within my core. I resumed a seated meditative posture on the basalt stone, utilizing a specialized internal respiration technique to accelerate core recovery. The engagement with the general had drained my reserves to zero, and the sudden core collapse had permitted environmental corruption to seep into my internal energy pathways. As my core began generating baseline mana, the system automatically engaged its natural defensive boundary against the intrusive energy. The immediate threat of core corruption was temporarily neutralized, granting roughly an hour before the boundary degraded, a sufficient window for field recovery. Deploying the high-purity potion on Edrin had been an unwelcome expenditure, yet necessary. His high-yield sword attack had left his physical frame completely exposed, threatening core collapse and corruption death. His sacrifice had secured the critical temporal window required to stabilize Calamity. Internal diagnostic evaluation confirmed significant core expansion. The defeat of high-tier hostiles across the deeper chambers, coupled with the high-yield execution of Calamity, had yielded substantial experience, expanding my total baseline mana capacity. Opening my eyes, I observed Edrin walking across the scorched floor, holding the exposed dungeon core. Having fully recovered his physical integrity via the potion, he had retrieved the matrix from the shattered cavern wall, tossing the crystalline sphere briefly into the air before catching it and silently offering it to me. Extending an open palm, I accepted the core as Edrin passed it over. The matrix was a smooth, cold crystalline sphere, enclosing an active crimson flame. Beneath the surface, thick green arterial veins pulsed through the fire, shifting in a continuous pattern. Analyze. Analyze complete. Dungeon core. Corrupted. The basic diagnostic spell continued to offer minimal utility beyond surface identification. Closing my eyes, I expanded my internal sensory field into the artifact. The core contained an extraordinary volume of condensed pure mana, currently engaged in an internal boundary war against the invasive corruption. While the core's native mana resisted, the corruption was gradually overwhelming its defenses. Left unchecked, total corruption of the core matrix was inevitable. However, the sheer volume of pure energy bound within the artifact presented vast applications, far exceeding any resource I had encountered in this world. The potential for forging high-tier offensive artifacts, defensive barriers, or ambient utility constructs was practically endless. Furthermore, the core possessed autonomous regeneration, continually replenishing its energy over time. Flipping the core in my hands, I inquired about its standard operational uses. Edrin tilted his head, explaining that mages typically siphoned energy directly from the core into their own reserves, similar to a high-density mana potion. When I questioned whether its applications were limited strictly to direct siphoning, he noted that arcanists at his family estate were attempting to integrate cores into tactical combat arrays, though practical breakthroughs remained limited. The research aligned directly with my long-term objectives, forging high-tier magical artifacts while generating substantial capital. I added Core Matrix Enchanting to my growing list of priorities. Accounting for the endurance trials, our total time within the dungeon had likely reached 3 days, prompting me to ask about the standard extraction protocol. Edrin explained that once the core was unseated or destroyed, the space would initiate a spatial collapse within an hour or two, automatically teleporting all surviving occupants back to the surface entrance. Nodding, I used the remaining temporal window to perform an internal system diagnostic and purge the corruption lurking around my core pathways. While the external corruption was held at bay by my active mana shield, a tiny fraction had slipped directly into my core during the spell assembly. Unlike the rapid environmental rot affecting physical tissue, the trace corruption within my core was stable, allowing ample time to carefully extract it without risking internal trauma. Edrin's core, however, would require a thorough diagnostic once we cleared the perimeter. Status: New skill detected. Shockwave, Tier 8. New skill detected. Calamity, Tier 11. Level increased, +6. The deployment of Calamity alone had yielded 3 full level increments. System status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Class: Convenience Mage. Level: 37. Mana: 127/1060. Attributes: Strength: 38. Agility: 39. Endurance: 40. Intelligence: 106. Constitution: 38. Attribute points available: 12. The specialized class scaling yielded 7 points in intelligence per level, significantly accelerating my mana pool restoration. While still a fraction of my former Archmage capacity, which I estimated at over 300,000 mana points, the recovery rate was far exceeding my initial projections. Allocating all 12 available attribute points directly into intelligence, my parameters updated immediately. Intelligence: 118. Mana pool: 127/1180. Closing my eyes, I engaged the internal circulation technique until my mana reserve stabilized at a sufficient threshold to begin the purging sequence. Opening my eyes, I observed Edrin sitting a few paces away in a deep meditative state. Leaving him undisturbed, I redirected my internal mana to surround the localized wisps of corruption clinging to my core pathways. The extraction required absolute precision. Guiding intrusive energy through unopened mana channels risked permanent neural damage. Fortunately, my physical frame had not yet unsealed its martial channels, simplifying the routing path. Guiding the encapsulated corruption upward through my chest cavity, a sharp, burning agony flared behind my sternum. Gritting my teeth, I maintained absolute control, forcing the corrupted energy up through my esophagus until I quietly exhaled the invisible, toxic mana into the air. Following the corruption, I expelled the contaminated portion of my own mana pool to ensure zero residual lingering. I repeated the precise extraction process 6 times, systematically clearing every trace of corruption from my system. As the final trace cleared my core, a sharp, familiar prickling sensation washed over my physical body, the signature of an imminent spatial displacement. The basalt chamber dissolved, and my vision cut to absolute black. I stood by the entrance of the cave, or where the entrance had once been. The spatial portal had completely dissolved, leaving only a hollow stone alcove devoid of any lingering mana signatures, as if the dungeon had never existed. Outside, the surviving vanguard had fully reassembled. The 2 missing soldiers had been deposited into the initial entry chamber upon entering, forced to clear the initial wave constructs repeatedly until the collapse triggered their extraction. Though battered, both remained operational. Edrin's skin retained a faint, unhealthy gray tint as his core continued to resist the trace corruption trapped within his pathways. Since his internal defenses held a stable boundary for the time being, I deferred his treatment to prioritize core recovery and field setup. A persistent tactical problem remained regarding the corrupted equipment. The weapons wielded by the hostiles were so heavily saturated with devouring mana that bringing them past the threshold presented an unacceptable biological hazard, forcing us to abandon them within the collapsing space. Reflecting on the engagement, I noted how the various manifestations of corruption, the parasitic surface strain, the explosive core detonations used by the infantry, and the refined mana wielded by the general, were clearly interconnected iterations of a single artificial framework. It operated like an external system introduced into the world rather than a natural phenomenon. The truth behind its origin remained to be seen, though I suspected this initial outbreak would eventually draw our party together again. As twilight settled over the forest, the soldiers set about erecting the camp within the scorched clearing. With my mana steadily replenishing, I needed a secure container to isolate the corruption once I extracted it from Edrin's body. Retrieving the dungeon core, I rotated the cool crystalline sphere through my fingers. It remained the only artifact on hand capable of binding raw, corrupted energy. The operational plan was straightforward. Force the extracted corruption into the core until I devised a method for purification or the matrix reached absolute saturation. Once my personal tent was raised, I entered and sat in a meditative pose. As soon as my core reserves reached a functional threshold, I dispatched a soldier to summon Edrin, accepting that curing Lyra's condition in Zent would be delayed by a few hours. Edrin arrived shortly after. Executing the purging sequence on Edrin required significantly more time and precision than my own. Because his martial channels were fully unsealed throughout his muscular and nervous systems, I had to divide the corrupted mana into microscopic threads, carefully guiding each portion past his pathways to avoid causing permanent neural damage. The process took over an hour. By the time I finished, every trace of infected mana had been extracted and bound within the dungeon core. Dozens of new green veins now pulsed beneath its crystalline surface. While ruining the core's immediate utility as an energy source was unfortunate, purifying it later remained a viable option. Stretching his shoulders, Edrin confirmed non-verbally that his men would maintain absolute secrecy regarding my combat capabilities. I offered a silent nod in return. Scratched the back of his neck, Edrin gestured casually, inquiring if I would offer any subtle hint regarding my true identity or background. Predictably, the squad had likely constructed their own narrative, assuming I was an ancient archmage emerging from seclusion or a high-tier disciple of a hidden master. Offering any verbal confirmation or denial would only feed unnecessary speculation, so I simply shook my head in refusal. Edrin let out a quiet chuckle, acknowledging the boundary before departing the tent to rest, signaling that further tactical discussions could wait until morning. Lying back on the cot, I closed my eyes, assessing my physical parameters. The recent attribute distribution had significantly enhanced my baseline strength and physical velocity. While still far below the physical peak of my former life, the adjustment felt seamless. The system's integration of physical enhancements bypassed the need for acclimation. The body simply adapted instantly to the higher baseline parameters. Reflecting on my current trajectory, I found it somewhat ironic that after a decade-long journey in my previous world spent seeking quiet isolation, I had once again aligned myself with a traveling party amidst regional chaos. Yet, the experience was genuinely engaging. Navigating the dungeon trials had reignited my adventurous drive, adding several new objectives to my personal agenda, particularly the development and refinement of everyday convenience spells, a luxury entirely absent in my past life. Establishing formal ties with the local nobility seemed the most pragmatic route for maintaining a comfortable, independent lifestyle while pursuing these projects. Edouard's initial attempt to retain my services had been driven by tactical necessity for the Count's survival, and he had honored his word once the objective was complete. Working alongside Revel's house offered a clear strategic alignment. Assisting her faction would secure sufficient capital to purchase a quiet estate with a garden for Luke, fulfilling an objective I had long deferred. Once I completed a brief resting cycle to fully restore my mana, I would teleport directly to Zent to eliminate the curse affecting Lyra, marking the completion of my very first objective in this world. With that thought, I closed my eyes and let my consciousness drift into sleep. I woke a few hours later, feeling considerably worse than before entering the resting cycle. My eyes burned, and my physical frame felt heavy and sluggish. Sustaining intense tactical operations for multiple consecutive days without adequate core rest was exacting a clear physical toll. Once back in Zent, I would allocate an extended temporal block to complete core stabilization. Exiting the tent, I observed the central campfire burning in the middle of the camp, with William seated on a log nearby. I walked over, stepping close to the flames to absorb the heat against the chilly night air. William glanced up, inquiring if sleep had eluded me. Shaking my head, I noted that I intended to return to the village early. He acknowledged the update with a simple nod, stating he would inform the rest of the unit. I remained near the fire for another minute, letting the ambient warmth displace the nocturnal cold, before turning toward the village perimeter. While teleportation arcanum was likely recognized in this realm, I preferred to avoid displaying high-tier spatial displacement directly in front of the local forces. Though I had already revealed significant aspects of my baseline capabilities during the dungeon engagement, maintaining operational security where feasible remained prudent. Once I cleared the camp boundary and put sufficient distance between myself and the perimeter, I locked onto the specific spatial signature of the room I had occupied in Zent and executed teleport. The spatial transition hit with far greater kinetic force than the localized displacements within the dungeon matrix. The contrast reinforced my earlier assessment. The dungeon had utilized an exceptionally refined, high-efficiency spatial array, likely consuming a fraction of the raw mana required by standard casting models. Recreating or deciphering that specific array architecture would be a valuable addition to my arcane repertoire. The physical environment dissolved into absolute black, immediately reforming into the interior of the inn's quarters. Status: Mana 126/1, 380******. The single long-distance spatial jump had consumed nearly 90% of my current capacity. The expenditure confirmed that the spell's cost was heavily front-loaded into the activation threshold rather than scaling strictly with linear distance. Despite the heavy drain, the jump had triggered 2 full-level increments. The remaining mana was just sufficient to execute toxin removal, ensuring Lyra would not suffer through another acute withdrawal cycle. However, fully purging her core dependency would require letting my mana pool regenerate to absolute maximum capacity. Since long-range spatial jumps required a full reserve, traveling to the capital would have to wait until the following day. My plan was simple: stabilize Lyra's condition, allow my core to recharge over the next few hours, and then return to the tavern before nightfall to complete the necessary deep rest. Surveying the room, I saw Blaze still asleep in his cot. Moving silently to avoid waking him, I slipped into the hallway. Reaching the door where Lyra and Revel were quartered, I reached for the handle, then paused. Barging directly into their private quarters was tactically inappropriate. Stepping back, I knocked once on the heavy wood frame. Severe coughing immediately sounded from within, accompanied by uneven, faltering footsteps as the spasms intensified. The door swung open to reveal Lyra. Her skin was drained of color, deep shadows hung beneath her unfocused eyes, and her left hand trembled involuntarily against her side. Recognizing me, she managed a rasping greeting between violent coughing fits, steadying herself against the doorframe. She attempted a faint smile, though the sheer physical exhaustion twisted it into a grimace of pain. Seeing her physical deterioration was difficult, though I noted with relief that her core had not suffered a total relapse. Her condition mirrored similar severe arcana dependencies I had witnessed in former apprentices during my past life. Cutting the reflection short, I extended my open palm. Personal history was irrelevant at the moment. Immediate clinical intervention was required. Without hesitation, Lyra took my hand. I channeled the spell sequence instantly. Toxin removal. As the magic saturated her system, Lyra swayed slightly while her physical frame stabilized against the immediate withdrawal symptoms. Within moments, her breathing evened out. Genuine color returned to her cheeks, and her facial expression relaxed into relief. She began to offer a verbal response, but checked herself mid-sentence, offering a silent nod of acknowledgement instead before asking how the dungeon expedition had concluded. I confirmed that the mission had been successful, noting that we had identified and neutralized a corrupted dungeon and its surrounding infected zone. My stomach grumbled loudly. Prioritizing Edrin's core purification and my brief rest had forced me to skip meals entirely. Accounting for the temporal distortion of the endurance trials, it had been at least 2 full days since my last intake of high-density sustenance. While I could suppress the physical discomfort through minor internal regulation, preserving my remaining mana for the upcoming core purge was the higher priority. Stepping out into the hallway and drawing the door shut behind her, Lyra suggested heading down to the kitchen to secure warm food, noting that staff were always present. I readily agreed. The interior of her room carried a sharp, lingering odor of illness, and addressing the issue directly would have been tactically insensitive. By the time we reached the lower floor, the initial physical stress of her withdrawal had subsided completely, leaving her gait steady and pain-free. The innkeeper was resting behind the bar with his boots propped up. Upon noticing our approach, he snapped awake, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and inquired about my return. Offering a brief nod, I let Lyra request whatever warm rations were currently available. The innkeeper offered porridge and fresh bread, which we accepted, before he disappeared into the back kitchen to prepare the order. Lyra took a seat across from me at a corner table, inquiring whether we had isolated the root cause of the regional anomaly. I explained that we had located and neutralized a fully corrupted dungeon core along with the surrounding woodland ecosystem. When she expressed surprise at finding active corruption so close to the regional capital, I admitted that the broader geopolitical implications remained unconfirmed, before summarizing the overall tactical engagement. As we spoke, I noted again how effortless it was to converse with her. Her appearance, golden brown hair paired with hazel eyes, closely mirrored both my sister and my first apprentice from my previous life, a visual similarity I had intentionally avoided analyzing until now. Lyra mentioned that another minor wave of corrupted beasts had struck the village perimeter following my departure, though the defensive contingent left behind by Edrin had suppressed it without casualty. She added that a smaller secondary shift had occurred earlier that morning, though her weakened state had prevented her from assisting on the line. Studying her condition, I informed her that I would permanently sever the internal core addiction the following day, as soon as my mana reserves were fully replenished. Her eyes lit up at the confirmation, inquiring if the underlying dependency could truly be eliminated. When I affirmed that it would only take a few hours of preparation, a sudden flush spread across her face, and she quickly looked down at the table, confessing she was unsure how to properly express her gratitude. I assured her that no formal expression of gratitude was necessary. Lyra nodded slowly, offering a soft laugh as she observed that while I clearly disliked being thanked, at least I hadn't made my usual uncomfortable expression this time. Tilting my head slightly, I questioned what expression she was referring to. She explained that whenever someone expressed gratitude, I invariably looked as though I believed I didn't deserve it. I did not offer a verbal response, though I knew precisely why such gestures made me uncomfortable. The past belonged behind me. This second life required a clean break from old burdens. Scratched the back of my neck, I simply noted that I would attempt to temper my reactions in the future. The innkeeper returned with the rations shortly after. The porridge was prepared with local grains and wild berries. Functional, high-density sustenance, while the fresh bread was exceptional, featuring a crisp crust and a soft, seed-infused interior that held far greater flavor than the grain bowl. We spent the next hour discussing the village dynamics and the locals she had interacted with during my absence. I deliberately avoided asking about her physical struggles over the past 2 days, recognizing that forcing her to recount the pain of withdrawal would serve no practical purpose. However, a lingering question regarding her personal circumstances remained in my mind. Recognizing that no ideal moment would present itself, I asked directly if she harbored resentment toward Lysandra for leaving her behind. The mood at the table shifted instantly into an awkward silence. Lyra avoided my eyes, while I fixed my gaze on the wooden grain of the tabletop, inwardly questioning the tactical necessity of bringing up such a sensitive topic. Lyra answered quietly, stating that she avoided thinking about it to prevent the emotional strain. She admitted, however, that she felt deep anger that her brother Telian had been forced to witness her in such a degraded state, something her mother should never have permitted. Beyond that, she expressed a firm desire not to revisit those memories. Her perspective was understandable. From a purely logical standpoint, Lysandra's decision to maintain her position at the academy had been the only viable leverage to secure high-tier divine intervention from the church. Remaining at home would have destroyed her authority while offering zero long-term solutions for Lyra's condition. It had been a choice between two equally catastrophic outcomes: risk severing her bond with her daughter for a slim chance at a cure, or protect the relationship while leaving the affliction to permanently rot her core. Shortly after, I returned to my quarters. The conversation had stalled following the question, leaving little room for casual dialogue. The awkwardness was entirely of my own making, but with the day's tasks complete, physical exhaustion finally took precedence. I collapsed onto the cot and fell into a deep sleep. I awoke hours later as morning sunlight poured through the window frame. Internal diagnostics confirmed that my mana reserves had restored to absolute maximum capacity. The time had finally come to permanently purge Lyra's core addiction, ideally before Revel returned to initiate whatever political discussion she had planned. I sat inside Lyra's room. The space had been thoroughly cleaned since the previous day, the lingering odor of illness replaced by a faint floral scent. I gave little thought to the immediate atmosphere, focusing instead on the complex tactical challenge at hand, neutralizing Lyra's internal core dependency. Further analysis confirmed that the process would not be as straightforward as initially projected. Trace corruption remained embedded within her core, a reality I verified through diagnostic analysis. If left untreated, her core's natural purge cycle could take years, leaving her prone to recurring cravings and creating an ongoing dependency on my intervention, an outcome I intended to avoid. My initial treatment timeline had relied on assumptions derived from substances in my former world. The corrupted mana present here functioned on entirely different principles, sharing clear structural similarities with the regional corruption spreading through the north. While I remained committed to clearing her system, the current absolute limit of my arcanum meant I had to determine whether her core corruption could be fully extracted now, or if its progression merely had to be contained until my casting capacity expanded. Access to ecclesiastical records regarding core cleansing protocols would simplify the procedure, but securing such information from church authorities without friction was improbable. In the interim, deploying a precise mind-cleansing matrix remained the most viable immediate solution. Even if residual corruption persisted within her core, suppressing the neural pathways associated with the addiction would stabilize her frame until a permanent purification methodology could be developed. This issue extended to my own core and Edrin's as well. While high-tier purification spells existed to purge deep-seated corruption entirely, my current mana pool remained far below the activation threshold required to cast them. Lyra took a seat beside me on the bed, her demeanor composed and remarkably steady. Inquiring about the structure of the spell, she asked how the procedure would operate. I outlined the operational mechanics, explaining that the matrix would selectively target and erase the cognitive strands associated with the substance, including sensory recall, physiological cravings, and the underlying psychological distress. I noted that adjacent, non-critical memories tightly bound to those specific neural pathways might also be affected, though the primary objective was to permanently halt the acute withdrawal feedback loop. Lyra listened closely, slowly processing the explanation before asking about potential side effects. I acknowledged that post-casting disorientation and acute cerebral pressure were common, scaling with the complexity of the targeted memory clusters. I added that while unrelated memories formed during that temporal window could occasionally dissolve, her recall of critical individuals, including our interactions, would remain intact, as any inadvertently suppressed details could simply be restored verbally. She lowered her gaze, contemplating the trade-offs in silence for several minutes before asking if the procedure would result in a complete and permanent recovery. I clarified that while the mind-cleansing matrix would eliminate the immediate neurological cravings, the trace corruption lingering within her core carried a small risk of reactivating those impulses over time. I assured her, however, that even if a secondary trigger occurred, the severity would be drastically reduced, and I would execute a complete core purge once I developed the requisite high-tier arcanum. Accepting the conditions, she offered a firm nod. I extended an open palm, which she took without hesitation, and initiated the primary sequence. Prioritizing the complex mind-cleansing spell before attempting any auxiliary mana transfers was essential to avoid unnecessary core drain during the delicate neural restructuring. Invoking mind cleansing, I turned my focus entirely inward, taking manual command of the spell's active mana flow. Arcanum of this nature required absolute precision. A minor fluctuation in control risked collapsing adjacent neural pathways, potentially wiping a subject's entire cognitive identity. As the spell took effect, my physical surroundings dissolved into a dark, expansive void traversed by an infinite web of glowing strands. The structure represented the subject's mind, with thoughts, emotions, sensory inputs, and memory clusters rendered as interconnected lines of varying thickness and color. The visual matrix varied dynamically between individuals based on their core structure, world perception, and lived experience. Accessing a subject's internal consciousness was a severe intrusion, making it a spell model I rarely deployed unless clinically necessary. Navigating the infinite web, I began isolating the target memory clusters. The relative density of each strand indicated its emotional weight and influence over the subject's mind. Lighter strands corresponded to stable or positive experiences, whereas darkened strands marked trauma, pain, or severe physiological stress. Tracing the strands from the present moment backward, I sought the dark cluster corresponding to the severe withdrawal symptoms she had suffered the previous day. Locating a moderately darkened strand, I noted that its relative density was lower than anticipated, indicating that Lyra did not perceive the recent ordeal as her primary psychological trauma. To ensure precision and avoid damaging adjacent cognitive constructs, I briefly touched the strand to verify its contents. A rapid burst of sensory data flooded my consciousness. Sharp physical agony, intense physiological cravings, and acute panic. Satisfied with the identification, I immediately severed the connection and moved deeper into the web. Bypassing a dense cluster of bright, highly luminous strands representing her recovery period following our initial meeting, I reached a sharp structural divide. Beyond a prominent, nearly pure white strand lay a massive, deeply darkened memory network spanning an extended period of her past. For over 20 minutes, I systematically navigated the network, mapping the interconnected memory strands tied to the substance dependency. As the underlying structural logic of her neural pathways became clear, I no longer needed to make direct sensory contact with every individual strand, enabling me to follow the corruption pattern directly to its origin point. Eventually, I located the initial anchor strand marking the onset of the addiction. The strand was heavily shadowed, confirming that her initial exposure had occurred under severe distress rather than voluntary consumption. Touching the strand just long enough to verify its temporal signature, I immediately disengaged to avoid sifting through the surrounding contextual details. With the entire target network isolated, I activated the purge phase of the matrix. The selected strands fractured internally, dissolving into microscopic fragments that drifted off into the void like ash. One by one, the memory clusters, physiological associations, and emotional triggers bound to the addiction vanished from the web. The spell concluded, and the mental plane dissolved. Opening my eyes to the physical room, my vision oscillated wildly as a sharp, throbbing pressure slammed into my temples. High-tier mental arcanum invariably exacted a physical toll on the caster, resulting in a minor neural backlash that would take several hours to dissipate. Lyra sat beside me, pressing her palms to her forehead as she adjusted to the sudden cognitive shift. The target of mind magic experienced a similar physical reaction as the brain restructured itself around the missing neural pathways. I remained with Lyra for the next hour, allowing my core to regenerate sufficient mana to cast a localized nerve-soothing spell to dull her headache. Once her condition stabilized, I returned to my own quarters and collapsed onto the cot, closing my eyes while the persistent, throbbing pressure continued to reverberate through my skull. I woke with a sharp, throbbing pressure behind my temples. While less severe than the initial backlash upon casting, the ache was sufficient to draw a grimace. I dismissed my failure to cast a corrective spell prior to sleep as a minor lapse, declining to analyze the mistake further. Invoking pain relief, the neural pressure dissipated instantly, clearing the static behind my eyes. Exhaling slowly, I stretched my physical frame before getting off the cot. Blaze remained asleep in the adjacent bed. I appreciated the quiet, as the youth possessed a conversational drive far exceeding my preference. A quick glance through the window revealed that night had fallen over Zent. Clay's bed was unoccupied, suggesting the Vanguard unit would likely return several hours after sunrise, unless they had already slipped back into camp unnoted. Having gone several days without basic sanitation through the dungeon crawl, a bath was an immediate necessity. My attire, sourced originally from the Count's estate, was beginning to fray and tear along the seams from the prolonged environmental exposure. While the garments would hold for a few more days, acquiring multiple replacement sets to store within my spatial inventory was the logical course. Maintaining a regular hygiene and wardrobe rotation was, after all, standard operational practice for surviving in a settled society. Slipping out of the inn, I departed the village perimeter and entered the surrounding forest. I proceeded deep into the tree line until I reached a secluded clearing free from potential observation. The cold, nocturnal air cleared my mind, and the damp earth provided a grounding sensory backdrop, broken only by the ambient rustling of the forest foliage. Utilizing mana control, I excavated a shallow basin directly into the soil, flooded it with a localized water spell, and brought it to temperature using a controlled thermal flame. To keep the bathwater clean, I performed a preliminary rinse using the soap provided by the innkeeper, washed my clothes, and hung them across a nearby branch. Bypassing the drying step for my attire in favor of immediate immersion, I stepped directly into the steaming basin. The thermal energy enveloped my legs to the knees, sending an immediate sensation of relief through my physical frame. Lowering myself fully into the basin, I rested my head against the cold earth lining the edge, quietly noting to myself how optimal thermal immersion remained as a recovery protocol. As the built-up physical tension dissolved into the heated water, my eyes drifted shut, and I slipped into an unconscious state. I was jarred awake by a high-pitched, piercing screech directly adjacent to my left ear. My active mana sense had remained deployed throughout the bath, yet it had triggered no tactical warning. That indicated one of two possibilities. Either the approaching entity possessed a concealment capability vastly exceeding my sensory threshold, or its threat index was so absolute zero that my subconscious passive tracking had discarded it as environmental noise. Snapping my eyes open, I turned my head toward the edge of the basin to see a miniature feline construct standing beside my head, vocalizing directly into my ear canal without the slightest restraint. Shaking my head, I leaned back into the basin, attempting to resume my recovery in water that had cooled from hot to merely lukewarm. The creature screeched again, increasing its vocal volume. The peaceful recovery session was officially compromised. Frowning, I stepped out of the basin and walked toward the branch where my clothes hung damp against the bark. Deploying a quick thermal drying sequence, I desiccated my physical frame first, then processed the garments before equipping them. The feline pursued me across the clearing, coming to a halt beside my boot. It stared upward, continuing its relentless vocalizations. Releasing a quiet sigh, I accessed my spatial inventory and retrieved my travel pack. Inside lay several leftover hardtack rations from the road, rock-hard, dense flour biscuits. I inspected the dried ration, then glanced down at the tiny creature, silently recognizing that its current jaw structure could not process such material. Grumbling under my breath, I combined localized water manipulation and thermal casting to soften the hardtack into a pliable, edible paste. Locating a flat stone nearby, I sanitized the surface with a quick water stream, tore off a small portion of the softened ration, and deposited it on the rock, silently prompting it to consume the food. The kitten immediately fell upon the ration, producing faint, aggressive growls between bites. By now, the morning sun had cleared the horizon, illuminating the surrounding woodland. The creature's coat was predominantly white, transitioning into a soft cream coloration along its torso. The tip of its tail and the tips of its ears were distinctively black, matching 3 of its paws, which faded gradually into lighter shades up the limbs. Its remaining paw was entirely white, mirroring a similar dark pattern surrounding its nose. Sharp blue eyes stood out against the light fur. The food vanished in seconds. The creature immediately bounded toward my boots, resuming its loud vocalizations. Recognizing it as a high-metabolism unit, I tore off another small fragment of the softened hardtack and placed it on the stone, keeping the portion strictly regulated to accommodate its small stomach capacity. Satisfied, I turned back toward the village trail, mentally dismissing the kitten to rejoin its maternal unit. Within minutes, a rustling in the underbrush preceded a quiet vocalization behind me. Frowning, I maintained my pace. The kitten suddenly sprinted ahead, planting itself directly across my path. I stepped around it. Seconds later, it executed the maneuver again. After repeating the pattern several times, the creature abandoned the interception tactic and settled for trailing directly behind my heels, occasionally vocalizing softly. I silently gestured for it to shoo, but the kitten halted, offered a persistent glare, and resumed its determined stride behind me. Eliminating its presence was proving inefficient. Incorporating a delicate and bonded organism into my current operational framework was entirely illogical. My lifestyle lacked a fixed base of operations, and I had no permanent estate to store a domestic unit. The next several months would involve continuous travel before I could establish a permanent residence. Transporting a fragile juvenile feline across hostile territory was a distinct tactical liability. A few minutes later, the trailing sounds behind me slowed to a halt. Pausing, I turned back. The kitten was struggling toward me, each step visibly draining its remaining physical energy. Though completely exhausted, it stubbornly maintained its pursuit. Grumbling quietly, I waited in place. Reaching my boots, the kitten let out a weak, displeased vocalization before locking its claws into my pant leg and attempting to scale my limb, leaving me to silently question its actions. Its tiny claws felt like needles puncturing through the fabric. The upward climb was clumsy and agonizingly slow, yet the creature refused to disengage. After nearly a full minute of continuous effort, it successfully navigated my torso and settled itself directly across my shoulder. I clicked my tongue, resuming my march toward the village perimeter as the kitten began to purr rhythmically against my neck. The recovery bath had devolved into an absolute catastrophe. I approached the village gate at a measured, deliberate pace, keeping my posture balanced to prevent the juvenile feline on my shoulder from slipping off. The creature had fallen asleep shortly after securing its position, remaining undisturbed by my movement. The wisdom of picking up the stray remained questionable. The immediate priority was identifying its owner or finding a local willing to assume care of the animal, as integrating a domestic pet into my operational schedule was out of the question. Passing through the open gate, I ignored the curious glances from the guard detail focused on the sleeping cat. The settlement was steadily re-establishing baseline operations. Villagers navigated the main thoroughfares carrying water buckets and grain sacks to replenish stock, while fresh timber patched the perimeter palisade. Children played along the alleys, though the adult population still bore clear signs of lingering physical and psychological stress. The recovery was underway, but the underlying tension remained palpable, a pattern I had observed in countless frontier settlements across my former life following monster incursions and military sieges. I spent the next half hour traversing the village districts, attempting to locate an owner or transfer custody of the kitten. The effort yielded zero results. Direct inquiries to the locals confirmed that neither the kitten nor its maternal unit originated from the local domestic stock, as none of the resident street cats shared its distinct fur patterns. As I turned back toward the inn, the kitten stirred, extending its claws directly into my shoulder to stretch before letting out a quiet vocalization. I ignored the creature as it surveyed the surroundings, stepping through the tavern doors and approaching the main counter. Inquiring whether the scout unit under Lord Ashvale had returned, the innkeeper glanced at the kitten and reported that a scout had arrived earlier, estimating the main party's return within the hour. When I asked if he recognized the cat's origin, the man shook his head, though he offered a few strips of dried meat and fish. At the mention of rations, the kitten vocalized loudly, prompting the innkeeper to pass over the dried meat without charge. Accepting the rations, I stored them in my spatial inventory and took a seat at a corner table. My schedule involved waiting for Revel's unit to arrive, after which I intended to execute a long-range spatial jump back to the capital for a 2-day solitude period before visiting Count Velmuth's estate, depending on the caravan's departure timeline. The kitten clambered down to the table, vocalizing insistently until I allocated a strip of dried meat. Once fed, the creature began exploring the tavern floor while I waited. 2 hours later, I sat on the cot in my quarters with the kitten asleep on my lap, having followed me upstairs for another resting cycle. Revel's vanguard had returned, and I awaited her requested private briefing. Despite my preference for immediate departure, I had deferred the spatial jump to complete the dialogue, an unusual deviation from my standard protocol. A knock sounded at the frame before Revel stepped into the room, still equipped in mud-stained, frayed casting robes from the field. Her eyes locked onto the lap-bound feline, prompting her to question the animal's presence. Shrugging, I noted that the creature had tracked my position and refused to disengage. A subtle smile crossed her face as she remarked that the animal had found its target, a comment I dismissed without enthusiasm as an awkward silence settled over the room. Breaking the quiet, I requested the specific objective of the briefing. Adjusting her stance, Revel explained that Professor Lee Sandra had assigned me to her unit with a secondary directive to formally extend an employment offer on behalf of her house. I acknowledged the statement with a simple nod. Pulling a chair across from the cot, Revel detailed the primary parameters of the proposal. My core function would involve instructing her family's arcanists in high-tier healing matrices and practical application. She noted with absolute seriousness that developing functional arcanist healers would draw immediate hostility from church authorities. When I questioned the specific risks, she confirmed that ecclesiastical opposition would treat my presence as a direct threat to their monopoly on restorative magic. Leaning back, I inquired about the contractual compensation. Revel outlined the package: a high-yield salary, a private estate adjacent to her family's territorial holdings, a dedicated security detachment, domestic staff, and additional material requisitions within reason. The terms were exceptional: securing capital, high-level privacy, and a permanent residence. While a permanent guard detail was an unnecessary complication to be managed later, the core offer was highly practical. Inquiring why such extensive terms were being offered for an instructor role, Revel clarified that establishing non-clerical healing arcanum represented a monumental political shift, making the terms the baseline requirement for such leverage. Acknowledging the logic, I raised the issue of operational independence, stating firmly that I would accept no restrictions on my personal movements or activities. Revel contemplated the condition briefly before agreeing to the clause without reservation. Transitioning to immediate security concerns, I asked what specific measures the church would likely employ against us. Revel noted that the initial phase would involve political pressure, covert warnings, and institutional threats, potentially escalating to targeted assassination attempts or direct intervention by an archbishop. As she spoke, my hand instinctively stroked the sleeping kitten's fur, drawing a soft purr from the creature before I checked the movement. She added that once their arcanists began producing functional healing magic, the church's regional influence would diminish rapidly, requiring us to maintain absolute operational security until the initial deployment phase was complete. The strategy was logical. While church interference was an annoyance, establishing strong, noble backing aligned with my long-term goals of securing wealth, comfort, and independence. Inquiring if other parties were aware of my healing capacity, I noted that Count Velmuth would likely deduce the reality shortly. Revel paused, asking for clarification regarding the Count. I clarified his identity, referencing his estate's white marble structure and extensive gardens, which she recognized as Count Velmuth. When she asked how he would discover my capabilities, I stated casually that I had committed to purging his active curse within the next 2 days upon returning to the capital. Revel fell silent, then asked if she could accompany me to the estate, explaining that securing the Count's backing following his abandonment by the church would consolidate their political alliance and offer me additional protection. I rejected the request flatly, stating I would travel to the capital alone and coordinate with her unit afterward. She accepted the terms, finalizing my employment agreement with her house. Approaching the door to depart, Revel paused and retrieved a heavy coin pouch from her spatial storage, tossing it to me. She explained that the funds represented my direct share of the dungeon contract from Edrin, adding that the remainder of the reward would be deposited directly into my Adventurers Guild account. When I questioned the nature of a guild account, Revel stared in brief disbelief before explaining that the Adventurers Guild functioned as a regional banking institution, expressing subtle surprise at my lack of baseline commercial knowledge. I maneuvered a gold coin continuously between my fingers, feeling its heavy weight. My liquid assets had expanded substantially. My share of the contract yield totaled 100 gold pieces, currently resting in the leather pouch on the cot beside me. The sudden influx of capital provided complete financial flexibility, allowing me to upgrade my accommodations upon returning to the capital and secure proper lodging with high-grade bedding. Across the room, the juvenile feline was vigorously pursuing a mana construct. Deploying a low-tier light construct was the only effective method I had devised to keep the creature occupied and prevent it from interfering with my preparations. Resolving its permanent placement remained a pending issue. Entrusting it to Lyra was unfeasible. Her core required several more days to fully stabilize, and managing an active pet would impose unnecessary strain on her recovery. Leaving it with Revel or the remaining party members was an option, though I had already communicated my intent to depart for the capital immediately following our briefing. In hindsight, incorporating the cat's custody as a prerequisite for accepting Revel's employment proposal would have been a logical maneuver. The option remained viable for future negotiations, as both parties understood my formal acceptance of her offer was a foregone conclusion. Consequently, transporting the creature with me was the immediate operational necessity. Executing a spatial jump with an attached target presented minimal difficulty, as teleport affected anything maintaining direct physical contact with my frame. The kitten had already established my shoulder as its primary roost, and while adding its mass to the spell parameters would slightly increase the total mana expenditure, my remaining pool was sufficient to complete the jump. I observed the creature as it clumsily swatted at the butterfly-shaped light construct, having already reduced the construct's vector speed several times to allow the kitten to maintain engagement. Exhausting its physical energy before initiating the spatial shift was crucial to prevent erratic behavior during or after transit. After nearly 20 minutes of continuous pursuit, the kitten's movements slowed. It clambered up my legs, vocalizing sharply for sustenance. Following a brief intake of water and food fragments, its energy reserves depleted fully, signaling its readiness for another sleep cycle. I tapped my shoulder twice, prompting the creature to climb my torso, coil itself against my neck, and immediately drift off. With all parameters set, I stood from the cot and closed my eyes, visualizing the secluded alleyway in the capital where I had initially manifested in this world. It remained the safest coordinate for a silent insertion. Even if observed upon arrival, the local population in that district consisted primarily of severe substance addicts whose testimony carried zero credibility. Invoking teleport, the spatial shift executed instantly. As the environment re-established itself, a sharp, localized pain flared along my neck as the kitten clamped its teeth into my skin. I turned my head toward the creature, which offered an irritated, high-pitched vocalization in response. The physical discomfort of sudden spatial displacement was notoriously unpleasant, making its reaction entirely understandable. Accepting the minor bite as a fair trade, I waited as the kitten adjusted its position and settled back into a comfortable posture across my shoulder. The immediate objective was securing an optimal inn for a 2-day operational pause. The lodging I had utilized during my initial entry into the capital had proven exorbitant and functionally unremarkable. Recalling details from my previous conversation with the carriage driver, I remembered his mention of an establishment located in the Academy District, positioned a few streets away from the Garden Inn. Its proximity would allow me to conveniently notify the driver regarding Edouard's timeline the following day, as well as deliver a proper gratuity for his prior service. The alleyway remained identical to my memory, save for a fresh accumulation of refuse and the absence of a discarded iron blade that had previously rested near the wall. The ambient odor of waste and stale moisture hit my senses. While the environmental filth had not registered during my initial awakening, my threshold for unhygienic conditions had clearly degraded after spending time back in structured civilization. Stepping out of the alley, I navigated the primary thoroughfare of the slum district. The setting was unchanged, populated by the same lingering, afflicted individuals. I glanced briefly at several figures before looking away. Even if inclined to offer medical intervention, my current mana pool had been completely exhausted by the spatial jump, leaving only a negligible trace remaining. Furthermore, intervening on an individual level was tactically unsound. I was already subject to impending ecclesiastical scrutiny, and my upcoming role in training Arcanist healers presented a far more systematic solution to regional afflictions than piecemeal restoration. Contemplating the broader socio-political ramifications offered no practical value, so I dismissed the line of thought entirely. Clearing the slum perimeter, I crossed into the harbor district and proceeded toward the central market square. I maintained a swift pace to minimize unnecessary personal interactions, though I noted a high frequency of visual tracking from passing civilians. Unlike my initial arrival, however, Public attention was directed entirely at the sleeping feline on my shoulder rather than my attire, completely devoid of the previous overt hostility. My schedule also required a visit to Lyssandra's office prior to departing the city, specifically to extract the spell model for her specialized tea-brewing arcanum. En route, I identified 3 separate details of church personnel operating across the city. The first near the market square, the second patrolling the harbor docks, and a third team stationed within the Academy District. The probability of these deployments correlating directly to my recent activities was minimal, as church authorities had no logical basis to trace my location. Dismissing their presence as routine institutional posturing, I proceeded toward my destination to begin the 2-day rest period. I halted before a 3-story timber and stone structure bearing a carved wooden sign reading the Magnolia. Vibrant flora cascaded down the exterior masonry, and the front courtyard functioned as an expansive garden, housing over 20 dining tables shaded by mature trees. Entering the establishment, I noted that the interior furnishings far exceeded the aesthetic quality of the Garden Inn. My hand reflexively checked my hip where my coin purse was previously kept, though the gold was safely stored within my spatial inventory. The sheer opulence suggested an astronomical rate. Approaching the front desk, I inquired about room availability. The innkeeper evaluated my presence before stating the rate of 5 silver pieces per night. I paused, verifying the figure. The Garden Inn had charged 50 silver pieces per night for significantly inferior accommodations, raising immediate suspicions of either an intent to defraud or severe price gouging by the previous proprietor. Requesting an inspection of the premises first, I accepted the dark wooden key tossed across the counter, marked with the numeral 11, designating the first room on the second floor. Ascending the staircase, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The suite was double the square footage of my previous lodging, centered around a massive, high-grade bed. The air was purified by a subtle floral aroma matching the courtyard garden, and the surfaces were entirely pristine, devoid of any particulate accumulation. A side door opened into a private washroom featuring a large stone basin pre-filled with water, alongside a polished wall mirror. I stared into the glass for several moments. The owner of the Garden Inn had systematically swindled me. I lay sprawled across the bed, sinking into a mattress so excessively plush it invited absurd comparisons to ancient proverbs about feathers. The level of physical comfort was ridiculous, and I appreciated every second of it. I briefly pondered the feasibility of purchasing the mattress outright and storing it within my spatial inventory, which had expanded considerably since its initial activation and could easily accommodate the bulk. I was not actively trying to avoid the memory of being swindled. The fault lay entirely with my own negligence. Even with the fractured nature of Daretha's memories, I possessed sufficient baseline knowledge to question a 50 silver per night charge. Yet I had surrendered the currency without a single inquiry. The realization stung. Resolving the matter would require visiting the previous inn tomorrow to confront the proprietor, a prospect I found entirely unappealing. Direct personal confrontation was a skill set I lacked and actively avoided. Rationalizing the oversight was far more efficient. I had simply misidentified a dilapidated tavern as a luxury establishment. The scam had never occurred. Problem solved. The juvenile feline remained asleep on my chest, its tail tucked between its limbs and its paws shielding its face. Its presence effectively pinned me to the mattress, rendering any immediate movement impossible. Attempts to relocate the creature to a chair or the floor had proven entirely futile. It inevitably migrated back to my torso, having designated my physical frame as its primary cushion. Other operational matters remained pending. The regional corruption spreading in the north was stable enough to defer for the moment. More annoying was my oversight in the dungeon. I had intended to interrogate the corrupted general prior to engagement, only to become fully absorbed in the tactical flow of combat and eliminate the target outright. The probability of extracting actionable intelligence from a corrupted entity had been minimal anyway, though the engagement itself had provided excellent operational testing. Sometime later, the kitten woke, immediately demanding sustenance with sharp, persistent vocalizations. I acquiesced, dispensing dried meat fragments followed by water, then deployed a light construct to distract it. When the vocalizations persisted, I constructed a makeshift litter box using localized earth arcanum and sand in the washroom, a method I had utilized for domestic animals in my former life. The creature instinctively identified the fixture without requiring instruction, confirming its age at roughly 5 to 6 weeks. With its immediate needs satisfied, the kitten posted itself by the window frame to observe the street traffic below. Taking advantage of the reprieve, I prepared a hot bath, remaining submerged for over an hour while maintaining the water temperature with a continuous thermal spell and keeping the cat entertained with secondary mana constructs. It was an exceptionally comfortable use of time, lacking only written research text to be entirely optimal. The day progressed rapidly. By evening, a knock echoed against the doorframe. Unlocking the door, I found a young attendant holding a loaded service tray. She offered a formal greeting, referring to me as a lord, and presented the meal. Taking the tray, I acknowledged the delivery as she noted that the innkeeper had included an additional portion specifically for the kitten. Passing her a silver piece as a gratuity, I returned to the room, my mood souring instantly. The inclusion of high-grade meals within the baseline 5 silver rates served as another glaring reminder of the 50 silver extortions at the previous establishment, where food had been billed separately. Cursing quietly under my breath, I set the tray on the table and climbed back onto the bed, my appetite temporarily ruined. The formal title used by the attendant was entirely inaccurate, but I no longer possessed the energy to correct baseline civilian formalities. The presentation itself was superb. Fresh fruit, cooked grains, roasted meat, a tankard of ale, and a side plate of sliced raw fish clearly intended for the cat. The kitten caught the scent immediately, vocalizing at high volume until I allocated the fish. The remainder of the evening passed without incident, transitioning seamlessly into the following day. I remained inside the room continuously. Breakfast arrived precisely as dinner had. Occasionally, I glanced toward the door, evaluating the task of visiting the previous and to notify the carriage driver of my planned visit to Count Velmuth's estate. As the second day drew to a close, I abandoned the idea entirely. Exposing myself to the swindler or leaving the comfort of the suite was an inefficient use of my rest period. Proceeding directly to the Count's estate the following morning was the superior tactical choice. I had to admit to a slight mounting boredom. Future rest periods would require better material distractions, primarily comprehensive texts on regional world lore and local political structures. The kitten mitigated the monotony somewhat, though its habit of testing its teeth on every available surface, including my hands, was increasingly irritating. Its caloric intake was also absurdly high for its physical scale, with fresh fish remaining its absolute preference. Eventually, the kitten curled across my chest and drifted off, and I followed shortly after. Sunlight streaming through the window marked the conclusion of my 2-day hiatus. The immediate operational objective was now active, purging Count Velmuth's curse. The break had passed faster than desired, yet it represented the first true period of relaxation I had experienced since manifesting in this world. The primary challenge was extricating myself from the mattress without disturbing the kitten, or, more accurately, convincing myself to abandon the bed at all. Successfully dismounting from the cot, I entered the washroom to prepare. I splashed hot water over my face and deployed a quick thermal spell to clear the condensation from the wall mirror. For the first time since my arrival, I inspected my reflection directly. The visual profile matched the residual memories inherited from Dareth. Deep, sapphire blue eyes set above faint dark circles, framed by messy, unkempt black hair falling near my shoulders. A haircut was rapidly becoming a necessity. The logistical approach to the estate required consideration. The physical distance was substantial, and foot travel was inefficient. The optimal plan involved executing a short-range teleport to the forest perimeter near the estate grounds, resting to recover my mana pool while the kitten exhausted its energy in the woods, and then approaching the main gates on foot. Deployment time, I noted aloud. The kitten ignored the vocal command, remaining focused on the street view. I retrieved a portion of raw fish from my spatial inventory and held it at shoulder height. Recognizing that vocalizations would not yield the food, the creature clambered up my torso and established its position on my shoulder. Invoking teleport, the spatial shift executed. We manifested within a dense sector of the forest near the estate grounds, a coordinate I had logged during my prior travel. Ancient trees with black bark and brilliant green leaves sheltered the area, centered around a massive boulder covered in intricate, web-like surface fractures. The woodland air was crisp, scented with damp earth and pine. I placed the kitten on the ground alongside its fish reward, then assumed a seated meditative posture to regenerate my mana reserves while the creature pursued falling leaves across the clearing. Once my pool was substantially restored, I initiated the walk toward the estate boundary. The kitten trailed behind my boots, its movements growing visibly sluggish as its energy depleted. The white stone perimeter walls of the estate soon materialized through the treeline, and I approached the central iron gate. I stated my purpose to the guard detail, prompting one sentry to sprint toward the main manor. Shortly after, Edward stepped through the gatehouse. He halted, staring first at my face, then shifting his gaze to the sleeping feline on my shoulder. "A duel in," Edward said, offering a subtle nod. "You brought a guest." I blinked, momentarily paralyzed as my mind processed the name. "Adulin?" I let out an awkward cough, clearing my throat as I recalibrated my identity parameters. Right. That was my name now. The silence between us stretched briefly, the tension palpable. My initial disclosure of my true identity during our previous interaction had been a minor tactical lapse, having surrendered my actual designation rather than maintaining the Dareth cover. In my defense, adjusting to a secondary alias while actively surviving a forced transport scenario was hardly optimal. Under pressure, reverting to lifelong identity parameters was a predictable cognitive error. Glancing at the juvenile feline resting on my shoulder, I offered a silent gesture of acknowledgement as Edward closed the distance between us, halting several paces away. He scrutinized my face for a moment, silently noting my sudden disappearance from the city and unannounced return after days of absence. I maintained my position, awaiting entry through the estate perimeter while he remained motionless, clearly expecting a comprehensive operational debriefing. Looking at him closely, I noted the obvious signs of acute physiological strain. Prominent dark circles underscored his eyes, and his posture was taut. The evidence pointed toward a critical breach occurring within the estate during my absence. A suspicion confirmed when Edward gestured toward his sidearm and subtly communicated that an attempt had been made on the Count's life. That contextualized his hostility, and I took no personal offense to his heightened alert status. Given the circumstances, suspicion was a logical protocol. Then again, analyzing our history, Edward possessed little right to question my integrity. He was the party responsible for my initial abduction, had recommended the lodging establishment where I was subsequently swindled, and had negotiated a heavily discounted compensation rate for the Count's medical treatment. While my own negligence had contributed to the financial loss, Edward was hardly in a position to assume the moral high ground. Upon receiving confirmation that the Count had survived and the striking force had been eliminated, I quietly urged him to bypass the interrogation, citing my limited schedule. Edward remained anchored to the spot, prompting me to provide additional context regarding my deployment in Zent Village and the nearby corrupted dungeon, pointing out that official reports with Edrin Ashvale should have reached Capital Military Command. Hearing Edrin's name, Edward's hand relaxed away from his weapon, and his physical posture lost its immediate hostility. He offered a firm nod of apology, explaining through tight gestures that the situation within the capital was rapidly destabilizing. The church had initiated a full-scale sweep across every district searching for a high-value target, extending their searches directly into noble holdings and searching the Count's estate multiple times. Combined with the direct attack on the Count and the emergence of a corrupted dungeon near the city walls, the political climate had collapsed, leaving every faction on maximum alert to turn the instability to their advantage. I acknowledged the news with a quiet nod. While the church's ongoing search was directly linked to my presence, I had no intention of allowing their deployment to disrupt my immediate plans. Dealing with ecclesiastical interference was a problem to be addressed when I commenced training Arcanist healers under my contract with Rebel's House. For now, my priority remained personal autonomy and minimal political entanglement, a state that had proven frustratingly elusive since my arrival in this world, where every operational task inevitably overlapped with noble power dynamics. Furthermore, Edouard was still attempting to maintain the fiction that he was merely a subordinate rather than the Count's direct heir, an absurd deception that had failed from our very first meeting. I silently signaled my desire to proceed with the treatment so I could depart without becoming entangled in local factional warfare. Edouard let out a brief, dry laugh and signaled for me to follow. As we crossed the outer gateway, I evaluated the surrounding security detail. The guards were stationed at fixed intervals, their hands resting on primary weapons. They had clearly been prepared to neutralize a hostile threat upon my approach. As the immediate tension dissolved, one sentry caught my gaze, scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, and slowly disengaged his hand from his sword hilt. Past the main iron gate, the perimeter was heavily reinforced. Over 100 armed combatants were actively patrolling the grounds. Edouard was taking no further chances with his father's life. Among the standard guard units, several heavy infantry units clad in full-plate armor radiated a distinct threat potential, likely the Count's personal elite guard. When Edouard quietly inquired about our tactical findings regarding the corrupted inside the dungeon, I plainly communicated that we had encountered standard corrupted entities and eliminated a general tier unit. Edouard's stride halted abruptly as he processed the data, muttering under his breath about the strategic implications and silently wondering what major threat was advancing toward the capital. The implication was concerning. The conversation was rapidly shifting toward regional escalation, a scenario I preferred to avoid entirely. I needed to seek out significantly less interesting associates in the future to keep my operational profile low. I offered no further strategic assessment, leaving his unspoken anxieties unanswered as he shook his head and resumed his pace. We approached the main manor, where the surrounding grounds showed signs of heavy structural damage. The manicured garden adjacent to the west wing was largely obliterated, with ground crews attempting rapid restoration. The primary marble facade was cracked, scorched, and blackened across several major sections. As we drew closer to the impact zones, the distinct scent of ozone lingered in the air, the residual signature of high-tier destructive arcanum. The engagement had occurred recently, likely within the last 48 to 72 hours. The damage profile did not reflect a covert assassination attempt. It pointed to a direct siege or an internal breach, more reminiscent of an asset raid or a failed political betrayal than a simple strike. Stopping directly before the reinforced entrance of the main residence, Edouard turned to face me, silently asking if I could truly complete the procedure and heal the Count. I indicated that the theoretical framework was sound, though I would only know for certain once I established a direct mana link with the curse. Edouard nodded slowly, accepting the answer as more assurance than any clerical authority had offered them, before signaling the elite guards flanking the entrance to pull open the massive doors. The interior of the estate was heavily populated with armed soldiers and robe-clad mages. The overall force density suggested active combat preparation rather than simple defensive positioning. When I silently gestured to question the massive deployment, Edouard subtly conveyed that they were preparing a total evacuation of the capital due to the unviable political environment, advising me to depart the city immediately once my work was concluded and not look back. I accepted his warning with a nod, agreeing to defer any further discussion of the broader political crisis until after the Count's condition was stabilized. Edouard opened the double doors leading to the Count's private chambers. The noble lay motionless upon the central bed, precisely as I had left him during my initial visit, the residual spark of his life force hovering near total collapse. The spark of life force within the Count shifted, momentarily brightening before settling into a state of precipitous decline. Upon initial assessment, my diagnostic parameters had estimated his remaining lifespan between 7 days and a few weeks. The current projection had collapsed to under 24 hours. Whatever stabilization potion had been administered had merely delayed the systemic organ failure rather than neutralizing the root cause. The pathology was atypical and rapidly escalating, presenting a complex diagnostic puzzle, one I lacked the dedicated laboratory equipment to isolate cleanly. This world offered a relentless series of fascinating anomalies, a sharp contrast to my previous life where operational duties consistently eclipsed research pursuits. I had spent that existence completing mandatory objectives rather than exploring theoretical phenomena. "Let us analyze the core parameters," I muttered, positioning myself beside the cot. My mana reserves were sufficient to deploy higher-tier analytical spells. The core issue lay within the Count's internal mana vessel. Constructing a diagnostic field capable of penetrating an individual's primary core required an immense expenditure of mana, but the objective could be achieved through precise, unconventional spell weaving. I invoked two distinct targeted arcanums: Body Diagnosis and Life Insight. The former was engineered to track the flow of internal mana vectors, while the latter allowed visual clarity through high-density mana structures. Both had been originally designed as standard physiological diagnostic tools. By forcibly merging their execution matrices, I could project a sensory link directly into the Count's core. The approach carried severe physiological costs. As I closed my eyes and initiated the dual cast, flooding the Count's body with my mana, a violent wave of acute pain exploded across my frontal lobe. The sensation mirrored a severe migraine combined with intense ocular pressure. Maintaining two simultaneous arcanums while forcing a spatial breach into a foreign core was an extreme cognitive strain. I estimated an operational window of 2 to 3 minutes before nervous system overload would force a total blackout. Focusing through Life Insight, my visual perception shifted into a stark conceptual void. Suspended before me was a brilliant, blinding sphere of light, the Count's mana core. From the exterior, no structural anomalies were visible, save for irregular pulses of grayish corruption emanating from its surface. The observation confirmed my baseline hypothesis. The corruption leaking into his bloodstream was merely a passive waste product rather than the primary pathogen. I pushed my mana matrix closer, surrounding the glowing sphere. The core was geometrically pristine, radiating across the full spectrum of visible arcanum frequencies. In functional terms, it was simply a specialized organ designed to process and contain extreme mana densities, structurally analogous to a dungeon core, a parallel I noted for future study. Despite careful examination, the exterior boundary appeared entirely normal, identical to the core structures documented in my old world. The persistent necessity for native mages to utilize spoken chants remained an absurd mystery, but I forced my focus back to the immediate task. The next phase required a forced invasion of the core interior. Compressing the mana from Body Diagnosis into a focused needlepoint, I wrapped it in a shell of Life Insight mana to retain visual feedback within the vessel. The pressure behind my eyes intensified dramatically, but I suppressed the pain response and drove the spell vector forward. The Count's core immediately initiated automated defense protocols. Every core possesses a unique signature, treating all foreign mana as an invasive pathogen and actively attempting to dismantle it. Unless a core is completely drained or the host willingly surrenders control, neither of which applied to the comatose noble. Entering a foreign core requires raw force. I chose to overwhelm the target's defenses using brute force projection. My mana collided with the Count's internal reserves in a silent, high-density energy clash. Without specialized analytical UI, I evaluated the struggle strictly through sensory feedback and mana consumption rates. My output held a decisive advantage. The Count's weakened physical state had severely degraded his core's defensive capacity, allowing my matrix to rapidly gain ground. The head pain escalated to near unbearable levels. Pain suppression spells were ineffective against direct neural feedback from arcanum overload, forcing me to simply endure the agony. I continued pouring fresh mana into the breach to replace consumed vectors until a precise thread of my spell matrix punctured the outer membrane and established an anchor inside the core. Inside, the environment was a blinding, featureless white expanse. The internal mechanics of a mana core remained largely theoretical, a field of research my former mentor had pursued until his death without reaching a definitive conclusion. During my previous life, combat deployments had left zero room for abstract academic study. Now, I had less than 2 minutes to scan an internal space whose conceptual dimensions far exceeded its physical envelope. Relying on probability, I fragmented the internal life insight mana into dozens of microscopic sensors, spreading them radially in every direction. The sudden multiplication of visual inputs doubled the neural strain instantly. My cognitive processing stalled as my mind attempted to decode dozens of conflicting perspectives simultaneously while body diagnosis scanned for structural flaws. Nothing. Time was expiring rapidly as the agony reached a threshold that undoubtedly manifested physically in the real world. I felt a faint, wet sensation against my collarbone, likely the kitten reacting to my physical distress, but I disregarded it entirely, driving the search deeper. Near the absolute limit of my endurance, a sensor registered an anomaly. Coordinates inside a core were nonlinear, making relocation nearly impossible if abandoned. Surrounding the target with my spell thread, I isolated a tiny gray dot resting against the blinding white backdrop. The entity was actively absorbing pristine mana from the core and converting it into corrupted output, the root cause of the systemic decay. Having identified the target, I severed the life insight link and collapsed the visual mana matrix to reduce cognitive feedback, leaving only the operational thread of body diagnosis active. Leaving foreign mana inside a patient's core post-procedure invited catastrophic feedback. Distant vocalizations reached my ears, a voice inquiring about my status, accompanied by frantic, high-pitched meows. But I blocked out all external auditory input to focus entirely on the structural data returned by body diagnosis. The spell returned absolute zero. The diagnostic matrix passed through the gray anomaly as if evaluating empty space. The arcanum output was vastly outscaling the anomaly's volume, yet it yielded no structural data whatsoever. A sharp, uncontrolled vocalization escaped my throat as my physical frame gave out under the unrelenting neural trauma. The pounding in my skull shattered my remaining focus, fracturing my thought process into incoherent fragments. If the diagnostic fails to register the target, then the pathogen isn't. My vision cut to total black, and my consciousness collapsed. My eyes fluttered open to a sharp, aggressive glare of light. I groaned and closed them instantly, a throbbing headache pounding behind my temples while the ambient air reeked heavily of crushed healing herbs and refined alchemical compounds. The physical sensations were intensely unpleasant. As footsteps approached, an attendant addressed me, prompting me to shield my eyes with one hand and slowly attempt visual focus again. The environmental light was not objectively blinding. Rather, my nervous system was exhibiting acute hypersensitivity across every sensory vector. Direct physical contact with the bedding produced disproportionate discomfort, and the ambient noise generated a sharp pressure inside my skull. The attendant called out for assistance, noting my return to consciousness. I squinted, evaluating my condition as thoroughly atrocious. My last logged memory was the spatial scan inside the Count's core, followed by severe neural feedback. Yet standard arcanum backlash did not account for this degree of sensory overload, unless my unconscious state had persisted for 48 hours or longer. Extended immersion inside a foreign core matrix inevitably induced severe system degradation upon withdrawal. The rising ambient noise triggered a surge of acute nausea, and my body reacted automatically, purging my stomach contents onto the floor beside the cot. Once clear, I invoked toxin removal. As the restorative arcanum circulated through my system, the nausea and localized pain rapidly dissipated. I sank back onto the pillow, allowing a minute for my physiological baseline to stabilize. Upon reopening my eyes, Edouard stood beside the bed, flanked by two medical attendants and an older individual wearing a black coat heavily stained with herbal residue, an alchemist by his appearance. Edouard immediately demanded an explanation for what had occurred. An unscheduled rest cycle, I replied dryly, wiping my face. Edouard observed me with a flat expression, noting that the rest cycle had lasted precisely 2 full days. Sitting up and swinging my legs over the bed to avoid the soiled floor, I countered that my energy reserves had been completely depleted. When he pressed for the status of the Count's condition, the query forced me to confront my fragmented memory. I knew I had successfully isolated the pathology inside the core, but the specific visual data remained blurred by the neural trauma. My stomach growled loudly, interrupting the analysis. I requested immediate caloric intake. Edward signaled a nearby staff member to prepare a meal, while I inquired about the location of the kitten. The attendant to Edward's left explained that the creature had refused to leave my side following my collapse, remaining stationed on my chest until they moved it outside for sustenance and water. She assured me it was under the care of her younger sister, describing the kitten as a fierce protector. Suppressing a slight chuckle, I noted that the creature appeared to be integrating well with the estate staff, a development that raised the practical possibility of permanently rehoming it here. As I stood up, 2 attendants stepped forward to stabilize my frame. While the assist was functionally unnecessary following the toxin removal cast, I allowed the support to avoid awkward social friction. We exited the medical ward and proceeded toward Edward's primary quarters. En route through the grounds, the kitten bolted from an adjacent garden path, sprinting toward us. It clambered up my trousers and tunic using its claws before establishing its position on my shoulder and vocalizing loudly directly into my ear. Recognizing the wet trace of milk around its mouth, I patted its head lightly, acknowledging its concern while confirming my operational stability. A young girl of approximately 10 years chased after the creature, halting nervously before bowing formally to Edward and myself. When the elder attendant lightly reprimanded her formal etiquette, Edward dismissed the concern with a soft laugh, asking if she had been pursuing the cat. Observing her interest, I offered to let her hold the creature. Despite the kitten issuing a sharp hiss, the girl approached eagerly. Ignoring the cat's irritated vocalizations, I lifted it from my shoulder and handed it over. The girl smiled and retreated back toward the garden with her charge, effectively resolving the animal's interference for the immediate future. We entered the main dining hall, the same room where I had consumed my initial meal upon arriving in this world, and took seats at the primary table, flanked by 2 stationed elite guards. The initial spread consisted solely of coarse bread and butter. Being thoroughly starved, I tore off large portions, applied the spread, and consumed them rapidly. Edward joined the meal silently as servants brought out additional platters: smoked meats, sliced fruits, and preserves. I ate continuously until my stomach reached capacity, only stopping when physical fullness set in. I had severely underestimated my caloric deficit following the 2-day unconscious state. Once the food was cleared, pitchers of chilled ale were served. I took a long drink, appreciating the quality of the meal. Caloric options on the Demon Continent during my previous life had been notoriously unpalatable, making high-grade civilian food a welcome luxury. Edward leaned forward, asking if my condition had normalized and requesting a full debriefing. I explained that I had overstayed my safe operational window inside the target core, resulting in self-inflicted neural backlash. I confirmed that the primary pathology was indeed a specialized curse structure, or an entity functioning under identical parameters. Edward's posture shifted forward as he asked if the condition could be purged and the count restored. I confirmed the probability was viable, though developing an extraction protocol would require time and specific preparation. He immediately offered full access to the estate's material resources. Rather than making an immediate demand for material supplies, I requested a comprehensive registry detailing every individual who had maintained direct physical or political contact with the Count prior to the onset of his illness. Edward looked momentarily surprised by the vector of inquiry, but agreed to have the documentation compiled and delivered. Before departing the table, I retrieved 2 gold coins from my spatial inventory and placed them on the surface, designating them as proper compensation and gratuity for the carriage driver who had transported me previously. Leaving the building, I sought out an isolated space to process my residual memories and reconstruct the visual data from inside the Count's core. The estate grounds contained multiple garden sectors, and I navigated toward a secluded courtyard positioned behind the primary residence. Security density was exceptionally high. Scores of armed combatants and ward mages were posted along the rear perimeter walls. Edward had essentially placed the estate under martial siege, a logical precaution given the recent breach. Because I had earned a baseline level of operational trust, The posted sentries merely observed my movement from a distance without interfering. The rear garden was quiet and vibrant, filled with dense floral arrangements and the ambient scent of sweet blossoms. Bypassing the stone benches, I moved to a small cleared patch of turf at the center, assumed a cross-legged meditative posture, and closed my eyes. Drawing a deep breath, I evaluated my operational environment. The political climate surrounding the capital was rapidly deteriorating, and failing to resolve the Count's condition quickly would inevitably draw me into noble factional disputes, an outcome I was determined to avoid. Maintaining a surplus of mana restoration potions was an immediate necessity, and I resolved to request a full supply crate from Edward's stocks. Focusing inward, I prepared to force my memory to reconstruct the final moments before my collapse, invoking the targeted recall arcanum. Remembrance. Instantly, the sharp, blinding neural agony of the core backlash flared across my mind all over again.